The first thing they tell every new intern at the Bureau of Impossible Coincidences is that the building smells like tunna and distant thunder, and that both scents are a useful gauge of how the day will go. I believed the first half like a fact that could be checked on a gusty morning. The second half sounded like a metaphor I would adopt out of politeness. I was, on that first morning, the sort of person who made lists of lists and put sticky notes on top of sticky notes. My mother had catalogued our lives as if we were a minor but thorough library. I arrived wearing a blazer 2 sizes too large because the thrift shop near my apartment had looked like the place where people recatalogue themselves, and because every intern handbook I'd received in my life advised looking competent until you were capable of being so. The entrance hall was precisely what you imagine when you combine the worst parts of municipal architecture with the oddly tender gestures of a conspiracy of civil servants who also happened to enjoy paper. The receptionist's smile was efficient and slightly mechanical, as if it had been practiced with a rubber stamp. There were brass signs everywhere: guidelines, additional guidelines, additional guidelines. A potted plant wore a tiny laminated sign, please try not to wilt. The air smelled of toner and rain that hadn't happened yet. I checked in, presented myself as August Finch. The name felt both too plain and alarmingly appropriate, and a woman in a blazer with pockets that were suspiciously deep handed me a badge. She did not say welcome, but she sighed in a way that meant the same thing in that office. Her badge was attached with a clip shaped like a quill. I clipped my badge to the oversized lapel of my blazer and tried to look as if I had expected my systems degree to one day lead to a job cataloging improbable events. Ms. Pemberley Ledger, everyone called Herms Ledger, but she always accepted the full surname as if it were itself a ledger that required balance, was waiting for me in a room that smelled faintly of old ledgers and citrus hand sanitizer. She had a ledger literally stitched into the lining of her coat. The ledger gave off a faint shush when she moved. If you were the sort of person who put your faith in the sedative power of procedure, Ms. Ledger might look like an anchor. She looked at me with what I first construed as a ledger-stitch glare, ink staining the tips of her fingers and a permanent crease of worry between her brows. "Meh, Finch," she said, and her voice was the kind of voice that could make a stapler feel forgiven. "The Bureau is not an office. It is a ritual with forms. We do not fix things by magic, Mr. Finch. We fix them with memos, signatures, and the occasional well-timed tea." She produced a cup of tea from somewhere within the extra pockets of her suit, as if it were a minor miracle. The cup was embossed with tiny stamps, each one a day that had not yet needed stamping. I wanted to say I had read the manual. I wanted to say that I had interned in quiet basements during college, where the smell of paper was a holy thing. Instead I said yes, ma'am, and then, because grammar can be a way to buy time, I added, "Does the tea help?" Ms. Ledger granted me a slow blink that might, in another life, have been called indulgent. Tea helps with ritual. It is a lubricant for signatures. It prevents ink from clumping into decisions. It also tastes like something that knows the secret timing of rain. She set down the cup and counted the paperclips on her desk, a nervous ritual, I later learned, the way some people picked at nail polish or hummed to themselves. She counted to 13 and then moved one clip to a new pile as if 13 were the old coin and 14 the new currency of the day. "You will see things here," she said. "You will see the unusual. If it can be stamped, it can be catalogued. If it cannot, you file a petition. If it ought not to have happened, submit Form 42B. She leaned forward and regarded my badge as if trying to read my career's fine print. Form 42B is banal. No intern has ever misplaced one. It is what you will use when a memory has been misallocated. Do not misplace it. The lunchtime seal is a thing, Mr. Finch. We will speak of it. It is not lunch exactly. It is a kinetic punctuation. By midday, the world expects us to have tied up our deviations. Please do not be the reason the city has to reprint its sunsets. When she said kinetic punctuation, I laughed for no better reason than nervousness, and because you sometimes have to signal to the people around you that you will perform your share of the absurd. Owen Marrow, who had been leaning against the doorway as if leaning were his job, gave a short, conspiratorial whistle at my forced giggle. Owen was the sort of man who had the face of someone who'd been let into a secret club and then set about installing a coffee machine. He had a tie with improbable constellations, as if whoever designed it had catalogued the positions of forgotten promises. He held a battered folder and his index card was smudged, not with guilt, but with deadlines. Ah, he said, as if everything could be improved with a well-placed staple. Another recruit straight from the tidy town. Don't worry, this place will loosen you up, or at least teach you a more entertaining kind of panic. He gave me a look that suggested he had once stapled his own joke to a memo and never regretted it. They handed me Form 42B like a minor relic. The paper was both ordinary and not. It had the right dryness, the small raised seal that only an experienced hand would notice, and a margin that insisted on being marginal. Someone somewhere had doodled a lobster in the top corner, but Ms. Ledger's eyebrow only flicked at it, and she said, "Fill it out with care. The language of a form is the language of reality as amended." It is a terrible thing to be given a relic and to feel your hands, those taxonomists' hands, the hands that liked indexes and tidy boxes, tremble. I sat at a desk that groaned with the memory of other people's petitions. The desk accepted my nervousness the way old wood accepts weather, quietly and with accumulation. The bullpen smelled like tonner and old apologies. There were cubicles decorated with tiny shrine-like arrangements of paper clips and charms. A pencil cup that had once belonged to a time fixer of the year, and a framed certificate that read in recognition of dedicated obscurity. People drifted by with trays of tea, with memos tucked under their chins like armor. A notice board read, "Lunch hour ritual at 12, be there with pens and patience." Someone had left a sticky note beneath it, "Or bring a brave sandwich." My sandwich was, in retrospect, a modest and dignified turkey on rye wrapped in the sort of wax paper that promises life will be ordinary. I had decided to eat it quietly at my desk, because the idea of performing ritual with seasoned veterans while I might still be in the process of making a catastrophic clerical error felt like asking to be publicly unmade. I unwrapped the sandwich and, in an act that was simultaneously practical and terrified, set Form 42B beside my plate. I do not know at what point the form and the sandwich began to conspire. I like to imagine there was a tiny, embarrassed collusion paper offering comfort, bread forgetting its place. What happened more prosaically was that I'll never be able to entirely blame buttered bread, a smudged stamp, a distracted hand, the way Ms. Ledger's demonstration of the proper fold had made me think of choreographies rather than chronology. I lifted the form to affix the departmental stamp, and the rubber wheel carried a faint smear of ink. An accident that felt then and now like a punctuation mark falling into the wrong sentence. I set Form 42B into the filing rail labeled recent and, by force of habit, slid it left as one does when one is sure of order. The rail was not orderly. It was an array of small disobediences, memos that hummed softly, a passport that kept winking at its owner. A weekend that seemed to be having a nervous breakdown in the corner. I pushed the form in between Tuesday and Wednesday slots without quite noticing that the label for Tuesday was slightly folded under, and that the Wednesday label bore a note in a hand that insisted on being decorative. The form should have gone into the amendment's current ledger, stacked in strict chronological fashion. Instead, I placed it into a slot that was wearing someone else's Tuesday like a borrowed glove. That should have been all. A misplaced form ought to remain a misplaced form and be noted as an error on collateral paper, but the Bureau is fond of habits that leak into reality. The slot I had chosen was next to a stack of notices, marked responsive memories, and directly across from a small cactus someone had once labeled unlikely witness. The rubber stamp that should have read "received" read instead a tiny, hesitant question mark thanks to my smudged press. The paper nestled into place like a sheep among sheep. My sandwich, which had been quietly doing its single sandwich job, cleared its throat. It did this with the soft authority of a thing that had not expected to be asked its past. "I remember being a Tuesday," it said in a voice that tasted faintly of mustard. Food is not supposed to have cognitive recall. This was the sort of rule it'd been raised to trust: bread keeps to itself. But the sandwich was articulate. It was probably the most articulate sandwich I have ever met. I dropped my fork. People in the bullpen looked up as if they'd been hoping for a reason. A woman with a calendar pinned to her sleeve nodded, as though she had once lunch predicted a similar transgression. Owen made a small sound that might have been a laugh or a suppressed cough of delight. Mies. Ledger's fingers, which had been counting paperclips, paused at 14, and she let one fall back into the pile. "August," she said. Her voice was not harsh. It was not the voice of condemnation. It was the voice of someone delivering a diagnosis. "Please go and bring that form here. Now." I moved as if underwater, which is to say with the odd grace of someone whose internal metronome is still set to new. I retrieved Form 42B from the rail. It lay there like any other paper except for the faint staccato question mark impressed on the corner. Behind me the office clock gave a sound like a throat clearing, and then, for a single, suspicious second, ticked backward. Nobody panicked. At the bureau, that would have been dramatic. Instead, people adjusted their tea and consulted their own sticky notes. The hum of legal photocopiers resumed as if nothing odd had happened at all. I brought the form to Mies, Ledger's desk, and offered it like an offering. She examined it as if it were an animal that might have ingested a forbidden thing. She smelled like citrus sanitizer and ledger dust, and when she spoke she did it slowly so I could follow the syllables like steps down a staircase. "This stamp," she said, pointing at the question-marked corner, "is wrong." Her finger made a small, precise motion, and the smudge of ink seemed to shiver under inspection. "But misfiling is not a mortal sin. It is a clerical misdemeanor. We correct. We file an amendment. We make a note to be more careful with the press." She reached under her desk and produced a small, flat tin with 3 stamps: "Received," "Corrected," and the bureau's emblem, a seal that showed a hand gently placing a paper moth into a file. "You will fill out a notation," she said, and then, as if to remind me that the world had not collapsed into legalese, her eyes softened just enough to be dangerous. "We will do it before lunch." It was the way she set the deadline that made me understand the gravity. There is ordinary time, and there is bureau time. And lunch was the hinge on which the world closed. I believe my hands may have been shaking. I filled out the notation. I wrote in neat, anxious letters. I told myself the stories I tell now, that a misfile was typical human error, that errors exist to be corrected, that the world was not a precarious thing balanced on the tip of a smudged stamp. When I presented the note, Mies Ledger folded it and tucked it away, not like a secret, but like a scheduled appointment. Around us, the bullpen continued. Someone hummed a bureaucratic jingle, an old tune about signatures and the sanctity of glue, and I found myself humming along because it seemed the sort of survival skill that should be practiced. My sandwich, meanwhile, returned to being a sandwich, but with an air of someone who had an interesting anecdote to file under, maybe. I do not know if that made me more or less uncomfortable. Owen clapped me once on the shoulder in a way that was supposed to be reassuring, and that, with the gentlest of pressures, felt a little like steering. "We make mistakes," he observed. "The important thing is not to make them worse. Also, bring pastries to the file sprite if you ever meet one. Tough crowd, excellent reviewers." His smile was the sort that suggested he had once bribed a paper sprite with a croissant and received in return a marginal annotation that changed a day's weather in a small town. I tried to be useful for the rest of the morning. I corrected a misprinted memo salutation, reaffixed a "Do Not Archive" label to a folder that had a contradictory emotional attachment, and learned that the post-it note system here was less a system and more a delicate ecology. Each correction was a tiny ritual: stamp, breathe, sign, leave a small note addressed to the stapler in the drawer marked "Possibly Apologize." I found I apologized to inanimate objects with a speed I had not anticipated. By 11:50 the office had accumulated a hush the way a library accumulates a dust mote, slowly and with the certainty of gravity. People put down their phones. A kettle somewhere began to whistle, and then had sense enough to stop. I could feel the noon hinge approaching the way you feel a train when you are standing on a platform, and the metal under your feet seems to lean forward. Lunch was not a moment here so much as a punctuation, a terrible, necessary comma after a long, confusing sentence. I sat at my desk and stared at the rail where the form had been misfiled. The bureaucratic jingle had evolved into a melody that felt like the office's collective heartbeat. The smell of toner was thicker now, as if concentration had a scent. Ms. Ledger had gone back to her counting. She paused in such a way that I thought she might be listening to something none of us could yet hear. She looked briefly at me, and in that look there was no blame, only the cautious trust of someone who has let a trainee staple a metaphor in the past and found that life remained stubbornly absurd. At 11:57 my sandwich, perhaps emboldened by my nervous twiddling, offered a suggestion. "If we are to be amended," it said softly, "perhaps we might also be made kinder." I nearly dropped it. Around me someone snorted into a napkin and then coughed to hide the amusement. "Mies." Ledger did not look surprised. She took a sip of her ritual tea and exhaled very small, as if she had been holding her breath since morning. There was a small, funny, and terrifying thought that rose in my chest like carbonated sugar. What if some errors did not want to be corrected? What if they were not mistakes at all, but surreptitious innovations waiting to be recognized? I thought of my mother and her neat little boxes of family memories, and of how she had once insisted that photographs be labeled to the precise year. I thought of the lobster doodle on the form, and of the humming of the office like a choir of staplers preparing to bless something. Time, in that room, seemed to fold like the corners of memos, careful, deliberate, always aiming for a neat edge. Outside, the city would be going on with ribbon cuttings and old men feeding pigeons, unaware that somewhere in a building that smelled of toner and distant thunderstorms an intern had made a mistake. I did not feel heroic. I felt like someone who had missed a footnote and now might be asked to write one under pressure. The noon bell began to toll, not with pomp but with a series of small, bureaucratically timed chimes. Each chime made the air thicker. The office shifted as if remembering a long-forgotten posture. Ms. Ledger stood and folded her hands like someone closing a ledger for the night. Owen straightened his tie with the solemnity of someone preparing for a minor ritual. I rubbed my palms together and then realized my hands were still covered in toner dust. I pressed them to my blazer as if the fabric could absorb my panic. When the final chime sounded, there was a small exhale that passed through the bullpen like a page being turned. I felt absurdly and entirely like the protagonist of a story whose ending had not yet been decided. The seal of noon was falling. Somewhere under the floorboards, under the humming vaults, something would check the day's grammar and, if necessary, ask for a correction. It was my form. It was my error. It was my panic. Ms. Ledger looked at me with an expression that could have been pity, appointment, or affection. Those three things are cousins in a place that treats misfortune like a meeting to be scheduled. "Bring your pen, August," she said. "We will speak to the records channel. And if you see any sandwiches with opinions on chronology, do remind them that we aim for continuity but not cruelty." I carried my pen like a talisman and followed her through a corridor that smelled faintly of lemon and old ink. Outside the corridor, the building's windows had started to fog as if some big, invisible kettle were whistling far away. The noon seal was a promise and a threat both. I had made a mistake. It was time to learn what fixing a mistake required, and whether there was room in the ledger for a small kindness, or whether kindness itself was a marginalia that needed archiving. If anyone reading this expects a polished heroism, I can only offer the truth. I was an anxious clerk at a desk big for my shoulders, carrying a sandwich that now had opinions and a form with a smudged question mark. I walked because there was nothing else to do but walk toward the place where the bureau mends its little fractures. I walked and I rehearsed apologies to staplers. I walked because noon was settling like a hand on a book, and because, in a building that treated paperwork as prayer, sometimes prayer looked very much like penning a correction and hoping the world would accept it. We arrived at the record's channel door as the kettle in the bullpen gave a decisive murmur, and the lights hummed at a pitch that sounded, improbably, like a throat clearing to begin an important sentence. I was about to learn whether a misfile was merely a clerical misdemeanor or the beginning of something that might rewrite Tuesday into Thursday. I did not quite know the difference yet. I only knew that the clock had stopped pretending to be linear and that my sandwich had a preference. Mies. Ledger opened the door, and for a second I thought we might find in the next room a kindly committee of clerks waiting with stern gazes and biscuits. Instead we found a wall of filing rails, a catwalk, and a single bright lamp over a desk where the stamps looked like small altars. The record's channel smelled older than the bullpen, as if time had been folded and put on a shelf. "Whatever happens now, Mies," Ledger said softly, and it is worth remembering that she was not speaking to me so much as to the rules we would apply. Remember the forms, remember the stamps, and remember most of all that not every misfile is a war. Some are merely invitations. It was an odd comfort. I smiled in a way that was both a warning and an emergency. The door closed behind us with a small, credentialed click. Noon had arrived, so had the need to fix the thing I had broken, or perhaps to consider whether what I had called a break might be a new addition the world had not yet authorized. There are worse things than starting your bureau career with a mistake. There are much worse things than eating a sandwich that thinks it was once a Tuesday. But there are also responsibilities, and Noon leans toward them like a judge. I set my jaw and opened my pen. The file rail behind me had a small white card that read, "If you must do it gently." The card was anonymous. I like to imagine someone had placed it there for me. I think, if I am honest, that it was for anyone who might one day misplace a day and have to bring it home before the city noticed. We had minutes. The day had teeth. I took a breath as if inhaling the patience of 1,000 clerks. And then I began to write the notation that would mark the misfile and begin the negotiation between order and the small, stubborn delights that sometimes disguise themselves as mistakes. I do not yet know how this will end. The ledger is patient, but deadlines are not. The next moments will ask me to be both precise and imaginative, to use my training and my apology, to weigh whether the world wants everything returned exactly as it was, or whether a few small, happier errors might be allowed to stay. I held the pen like an oar. I signed my name as if on a promise and stepped into the morning's catastrophe with my sleeves rolled up and a sandwich in my bag that had opinions. If the bureau is a ritual composed of forms and tea, and the occasional tasteful panic, then consider this my first formal offering. I had not expected, on my second week in the office, to be a bystander at a municipal spectacle in which a hat did something with claws. I had expected, in the professional and perhaps dull way I had been raised, that a misfile would cause a panic in the form of an email chain or, if we were strikingly unlucky, a mild reprimand. I had not expected a crustacean. We were an hour from lunch, and the square had the waxy, expectant sheen of a crowd about to be told that public work had been done well. There were bunting and a red ribbon and a praiseworthy sentence about new sidewalks. There was an MC's voice too bright, too practiced, and a ceremonial pair of scissors so gleaming it seemed to judge the sun. Mayor R. Clive Hargreaves stood on a small wooden dais, the sort of dais that thrives on applause and tax assessments. He was exactly the sort of man who wore hats with the confidence of someone who had never once misfiled a thing in his life. His hat had been respectable wool, sensible band, a feather of carefully curated distinction. I remember the feather because that is how the human mind tells itself that a small, respectable object once existed, by its best adornment. Then, for a breath, the feather considered its options, and the hat performed a very small metamorphosis. The brim folded like a polite smile. The band peeled back like an envelope being opened. A ruby and two jointed claws emerged where a hat's dignity should have been. The mayor did not scream. The lobster did not either. The crowd made noises that were half laughter, half rehearsal for alarm. I stood near a woman from the municipal press office who had, until that second, looked like a person whose entire job consisted of making steady truths look tidy. Her jaw went to work in small, strategic motions. I felt my own jaw do the opposite, a nervous, unhelpful lack of control. I felt my blazer, which was still, at that point, 2 sizes too large, as if I were wearing someone else's apology. Somewhere in my pocket my hands found a scrap of Form 42B. The very form I had been politely assured was banal by Owen the first day. He told me how to hold a hole punch like it was a wand. I had been told to file Form 42B into the Tuesday folder. I had filed it into last Thursday's. Filing is a strange, dangerous intimacy. You place a representation of a moment into a place in the archive, and here the archive reciprocates. Things in the world like to be where they're told to be. I knew, in the biological way we know our shoes are on the wrong feet, the moment the lobster appeared. That knowledge is the kind that expands quietly into the ribs, a slow, particular panic that is equal parts embarrassment and the smell of toner at 2 in the morning. I hummed a bureaucratic jingle, something I had taken to doing when my hands trembled and it sounded like a fax machine trying to sing. "Is that a lobster?" someone said, and it was the kindest phrasing for a delicate domestic miracle gone wrong. "Captain, please maintain decorum," said the MC, who was in possession of a face like a teabag, no expression, but full of something tannic. Meanwhile, a press photographer discovered that his camera had a lens for surreal municipal costume events and proceeded to take a dozen ethically suspect close-ups. The mayor, who later would be described in careful internal documents as briefly accompanied by a decently mannered crustacean, treated it as an occupational hazard. He addressed it as one might a well-dressed constituent. "Come now," he said, because mayors never know what else to say. The lobster adjusted its own spectacles, some small irony of the universe, and pinched the mayor's hat band with what can only be called politeness. It produced a sound like a small, measured applause. By the time the ribbon was cut, the bureau's drab little vans had already been noted by someone in the second row. They are not marked in any official way that would betray their office to a layperson. They merely look like dark rectangles that have been informed by a particular kind of worry. I heard, later, that a citizen with a talent for noticing unusual municipal transport called it into a municipal helpline which, in turn, had a sequence of buttons labeled with different intensities of oddness. Back at the bureau, we did the thing we do. We began to file it. I had pictured, before this career, filing as the end of a process. You put something in a folder, you press a stamp, you forget it. Filing at the bureau is the opposite. Filing is a ceremony you perform to coax the world back into remembering how it should be. We are less a set of clerks than midwives of sequence. We lay tender hands on the world's ribs, and if we are lucky, it settles back down into comfortable breath, me's. Ledger arrived at the square with the sort of speed only people who have a ledger literally stitched into their coat can achieve. She carried herself like a person who had once, for unknown reasons, catalogued a minor miracle and learned to be cryptic about it. Her pockets were full of stamps and talismans. When she walked by me, the air smelled briefly of pastry, and an old redaction grew odd and immediately grounding. August, she said, which felt like a formal summons. Her voice was the sound offices make when they excavate hard decisions from a folder, steady, patient, and somehow reproachful without being unkind. You were at the municipal square. Yes, I said, because the truth had a more complicated shape in my throat. I was there when the mayor's hat, the sentence drooped under its own ridiculousness. A lobster was peeking politely at a string of bunting. This sort of anomaly is not purely aesthetic, Ms. Ledger said. Hats turning into crustaceans is, technically, a misdemeanor of continuity. It may look charming. Charm and continuity do not keep the same hours. Owen arrived, lugging a satchel that made him look like a caricature of every good mentor who had ever been unpunctual. He made a joke about civic mascots and crustacean diplomacy, the kind of joke intended to humanize cheesecake of panic, he said, while passing me a small paper cup of something that might have been coffee and might have been hope. Make an incident report. Be sincere. The lobster likes to be apologized to. It is not the lobster I worry about, Ms. Ledger said. It is the timing. Timing is everything, I said, and sounded like a probable poster child for anxiety camp. Inside the bureau, they mounted the response with the calm efficiency of people who have long ago accepted that the public record will be a strange place. Forms were produced, stamped, and stacked the way a battalion stacks helmets. Registrar Ami, who is small but terrible with a stamp in the best possible way, organized the incident report like she was composing a hymn. She peered at my name on a preliminary statement and smiled in the way of someone who collects secrets inside a Rolodex. You have to describe it plainly, she told me. No flourish. We will supply the flourish where needed. What if the flourish is better than the plainness? I asked stupidly. It landed in the room like a raspberry of fear. Then we file the flourish in the maybe box, she said, as if we kept our better instincts on a separate shelf, like emergency chocolate. In the holding area where we kept stray anomalies, the mayor's lobster had been given a cardboard box which someone, in a fit of corporate tenderness, had stamped temporary companion. A perliassen, whose palms were still the color of someone who touched very official paper a lot, was gently explaining to the lobster that this was not its permanent residence. The lobster clicked its claws against the corrugated floor, in what I would describe as a ladylike penitence. We treat the creatures with dignity, Ms. Ledger murmured. It is best for public confidence. The newspaper feeds called it the lobster in the hat and ran it with a half-hearted pun intended to soften panic. They do not know, those people, that there is always a moment when an anomaly looks adorable before it takes up residence in someone's memory and decides that it likes the furniture. Someone suggested we release the lobster back to the square with a press release that made it sound like a planned performance art piece. Ms. Ledger, who knows too well the long tail of performative eccentricity, said no. To banalize an anomaly is to train the public to expect it, and expectation is a dangerous bedfellow for reality. Lunch seals things, she said beneath a humming fluorescent light, as if telling me an important bedtime story. If we treat it with the right forms and a decent apology, if Registrar Amy processes the incident, and if the mayor signs this particular attestation to accept responsibility for the public distress, then it will usually be one of those charming anomalies that people tell jokes about, and nothing worse. But if we do not, if the filing is late, if the ink is smudged, if the signature is insincere, then sometimes something like this chooses a lodger and begins to rearrange. I misfiled Form 42B, I said. I didn't have to say which way. Misfiled is a small, brittle admission, Ms. Ledger's face, which can be read like a ledger if you would learn its esoteric symbols, softened in a fraction of an inch. Then we will work twice as hard. There will be forms, there will be apologies, there will be a lot of artful stamping. But she pointed a finger that had once, I am fairly sure, been used to conduct a choir of signatures will learn what is more important than perfect order. And that is the way we talk to people when we have squeezed their day into our file boxes. We keep compassion in our margins. Compassion in margins, the phrase settled like a post-it on my forehead. I had been raised in a town that applauded tidy lists. The bureau, I was learning with a shiver, applauded tidy hearts. We processed an incident report. Registrar Amy's stamp had the firmness of a judge and the tenderness of a grandmother. We wrote that the mayor's hat had undergone a temporary morphological reassignment, consistent with non-destructive whimsicality, and recommended a remedial attestation to be signed by the mayor with a provision for the lobster's temporary companionship, if that was desired by the Municipal Arts Council. Outside, the square continued to be a square because, at that hour, most things insist on maintaining their roles. But the lobster and the mayor were now a matter of record. The bureaucracy had begun to speak back to the street. We had not yet sealed the day's continuity. That would come at lunch. The city's public relations office insisted on a press briefing for 2, and the lobster, bless it, clicked its claws when cameras turned to it like a very small, liberated man of war. On my way back to the bureau, someone from the municipal office sent a message asking, in all seriousness, whether the lobster required a parking permit. We replied with an attestation format and a field for notes on the subject's dietary restrictions. It is a strange thing to be culpable for an amusing disaster. The amusement is balm, the culpability is a splinter. I placed my palm over my blazer and felt the odd, real creature of regret. But there was also, under that prick, a kind of electricity I had not felt in my tidy childhood. The knowledge that simple rules, lovingly applied, will not necessarily keep the world hospitable. By the time the lunch bells began their ritual dinging tiny, officious things that sound like a stamp's exhale, the mayor had signed a suitable apology and an agreement for the lobster's temporary, compassionate placement. The incident report was stamped. The prayer-liaison had prepared a script that called the occurrence an endearing civic curiosity, and Mies. Ledger had given me a look that promised both instruction and future grading. "Do your forms properly," she said, without malice, "and learn the sound of a good stamp. It is like a handshake." I washed my hands in the tiny bathroom and found, in the faint mirror, a face that had acquired a new kind of attention. I had not fixed the misfile yet. The lobster had not yet determined whether it liked the town. The world had not yet chosen whether to forgive the error or to spend the next week inventing more elaborate puns. I had a sandwich in my bag that insisted quite loudly that it remembered being someone else for a moment that morning. I am not proud. I apologized to it and indexed the apology under maybe. We filed, we stamped, we apologized. The mayor's lobster-turned hat clicked politely in its box. The public would laugh. Children would ask for lobster hats at birthday parties. The city would have an anecdote to sprinkle into dull council meetings for many years to come. And yet, as Mies, Ledger had said, timing is everything. When lunch approached, the building would seal certain missteps into sweet, manageable anecdotes. If the forms were wrong, the ink smudged, the timing off. Then small errors could accrete into habits, and habits could become a kind of map that no one had asked for. I began to understand in a slow, catastrophic way that a misplaced form is not merely paperwork. It is the hinges of a tiny, living world. The lobster in the mayor's hat was a joke, and it was also an omen. It pinched me gently with its little claw of consequence. And I, who had come to the bureau to learn the right way to hold a hole punch and to keep tidy schedules from my childhood, found myself at the edge of an education in what the office had always taught but never seemed to write down, that order is an art. And that art sometimes needs small, careful mistakes to look like life. We returned to files. We prepared for noon. I stamped a form with a hand that was a little steadier. Outside, somewhere, the mayor adjusted his lobster and found, to his surprise, that it was unusually good at nodding when people told jokes. Inside, Mies. Ledger made a note in a ledger pocket that I could not see. Owen winked at me and said, "Keep your eyes open, Finch. The sandwiches have long memories." The day, it seemed to me in that small, stamped moment, had not decided whether to forgive my misfile yet. But it had decided that it liked having a lobster on its hat, for reasons neither of us could entirely explain. And that I understood then with the sudden, precise knowledge of someone who has misplaced a weekday and is trying to put it back, is a problem the Bureau exists to solve. By the time I returned to my little desk, the incident had been filed, the mayor had been mollified, and the lobster had been assured of temporary shelter. But the misfile was no longer a private embarrassment. It had left a smear in the margins. The Bureau had catalogued it. I put a post-it on my screen that read, "Check Tuesday, Thursday alignment, learn stamps, do not panic." I taped the post-it under a small, hopeful bracket. Lunch would come, and with lunch would come a ceiling. The thought comforted me and terrified me in equal measure. Somewhere between my sandwich and the mayor's lobster, a choice was being made about what the city could get away with and what it could not. I was, by then, painfully aware that the wrong choice held a certain wild appeal, perfect calendars, erasing every awkwardness, every small kindness that had ever been born of mistake. I had already seen, in my life, enough tidy safety to know how sterile it can feel. So we prepared paperwork and apologies and a press release with an approved tone of gentle amusement. We trained our stamps like placid animals. I filed a small confession under errors intern and circled it twice for emphasis. The lobster, somewhere in its temporary companion box, clicked a little to itself and perhaps, if you believed such things, thanked the world for finding it interesting enough to keep. And when the noon bells would ring in a few hours, something would be sealed. Whether that something would be exactly what it had been before my finger slipped in the file drawer, I did not yet know. But I did know this: the world would not be quite as simple as it had been that morning. And if that was a crime, it was perhaps one I was beginning to accept. A lobster cannot, I have decided, be hurried. It must be invited into grace one polite pinch at a time. The city would learn to live with a small crustacean companion, or it would do the more exhausting thing and demand an exact restoration. Either way, my misfile had made a sizable audible ripple, and ripples in the Bureau are the thing we spend our days trying to translate back into sentences. We are translators of the world's accidents, converting them into something a ledger can keep and a public can understand. That is our trade. That is our ritual. That is the manner in which we try every day to make apology and order sit at the same table and have tea. At the moment the chapter of the morning closed, I had a new understanding of what Ms. Ledger meant when she said that lunch seals things. I had empathy for the lobster. I had a post-it. And for the first time since I had put the world into that wrong folder, I felt like someone whose hands might, eventually, steady sufficiently to keep a small, human kind of order. But the day was not over. The misfile had shown teeth. It had also shown claw. And somewhere in the stacks of the Bureau, the paperwork for Tuesday and last Thursday was still in the wrong boxes, breathing the same air and getting ever so slightly friendlier with chaos. Lunch would tell us what kind of friends they would become. I untied the ribbon on my sandwich and, for no good reason, apologized to it. It remembered being someone else. The lobster, on the other side of the city, clicked once more as if in agreement. And the clock in the Bureau, which had been keeping very proper time so far, hiccuped and took 3 short, impossible steps backward, as if checking a margin it had missed. The bell for noon had not yet rung, but the clock had begun to count possibilities. We all looked up. That was the sound of the misfile beginning to care. I had convinced myself that the first corrective filing would be banal. That was the funny thing about the Bureau. Its miracles loved to masquerade as ordinary chores. I believed, with an intern's stubborn superstition, that if I performed the right sub-rituals, fold the corners exactly twice, hum the allotted bureaucratic jingle under my breath, align the stamp square with the bottom right cipher, then the world would obediently do what it had always done, be tidy. I had not expected Registrar Me to smile at me the way she did when she accepted the stack of reissued Form 42Bs. Her smile was the kind a librarian gives a child who has discovered a secret index. It was modest and grave, and full of the comfort of someone who moves through paper the way some people move through air. I felt my palms damp under the blazer that belonged to someone older, perhaps to an aunt who used it as a curtain during a heat wave. The blazer swallowed my shoulders. My badge scraped the ledger's stitch on Ledger's coat as I passed in the doorway, and she looked up with the expression of someone who reads ledgers like homilies. "Make it banal," Shed said. "Make it ordinary. None of us need another Wednesday in the news." So banal I would be, I thought. I would be a model intern, a small, unremarkable cog in the great, oddly hissing machine of continuity. I would not be the person who made Tuesday fall into last Thursday. Still, rituals have details, and details are where disasters hide. Owen leaned against the translator cabinet like a tired punctuation mark and grinned in a way that suggested he had lost nothing of his appetite for joke or danger. He removed the smudged index card from behind his ear, as if that might clear the fog between his ears. "Ink is a jealous thing," he said, pushing a cup of office coffee my way. He never drank it. The coffee was a prop. It remembers where it ought to go. It resents being told otherwise. I unfolded the instructions for the corrective Form 42B like a prayer leaf. They were both meticulous and almost indecently small in print. Form 42B asked politely for a date of misplacement, a list of altered items, the signature of an on-duty supervisor, and for reasons I later learned were both tradition and talisman, the precise circumference of the signature loop. There was a line for witness and another that read staple with left-handed motion. I had written my apologies to the staplers on the back of the sheet and filed them under maybe. The staplers were not yet offended enough to take legal action. We set ourselves to the ritual in the corridor by the filing cabinets because space and ceremony go together. The air smelled as usual of toner and distant thunder, a phrase I would tuck away and unfurl in quiet moments like a lucky coin. Registrar Amy arranged the forms into a neat fan mise. Ledger hovered, fingers in the pockets of her many-pocketed suit. I liked to think the pockets were pockets for possibility and harmony, sent a mo in the form of a calendar page that shivered of its own volition. Dot, who was not properly allowed in corridors but had crawled out through a crack in the ledger, sat on the edge of the table like a folded thought and took occasional interest by twitching an ear that was a corner of paper. "Remember the loops," Ledger said. "The loop must say yes and then not mean it too loudly." "Owen," I said, "how loudly should it not mean it?" Owen made a circle with his thumb and forefinger and knocked it on the table so it made a small, ceremonious sound. "Like that," he said. "Not too loud, not especially enthusiastic, but with no traces of resentment. Resentment is a bad ink." Registrar Amy dipped the seal. The stamp breathed a sigh as the ink caught. The motion was strangely intimate, like the creak of a ship that still trusted the sea. She kissed the rubber pad, the way old operatives kissed the brass on the vault to ask it permission. Then she brought it down upon the first form. The sound was wrong, not because it was loud, but because it had an undertone of backward wind, like a clock that had remembered it could rewind. For half a second the fluorescent lights seemed to flicker with approval, and then, small as a hiccup and vast as an earthquake, an intern on the second floor greeted his supervisor with a "Good morning, sir," only to be told, politely and with the memory of retirement, that was not the right day to be saying that. "That's not right, Ms. Ledger said. "It's ink," Owen said cheerfully, and then went pale in a way that did not suit him. He always turned pale like a man whose joke had been given the floor to become real. "You should understand that inside the bureau, time is not one thing. It is a stack of papers, a layered filing cabinet, a system of labels and glues. and the smallest misapplication of authority can allow days to slip sideways like bad postcards. For us, stamps were the screws that kept the day together. A distorted screw makes the whole shelf wobble. The first trimmer was comic. A woman 3 offices down returned from lunch with 2 soups in hand and set one down as if she had intended it for someone who had not yet ordered it. Across the hall, a security memo addressed to a Mr. Jenkins appeared on the mid-R. Jenkins' desk with the ink still wet, then, as if embarrassed by its own presumption, yanked itself back into the printer. "Ha," Registrar Amy said. "Weird." Backward echo. She smoothed her hands as if smoothing paper, and I could see in her face the quiet spark that told me she had done this before, or something very like it. I began to sweat. The blazer kept the sweat in, like a kind oppressive heat. I hummed the jingle that Ms. Ledger had taught me to steady my breathing. It is a thin little bureaucratic tune that a person hums when she wants the world to be reasonable. We pressed on. There were, after all, procedures. Procedures are like spells in that they contain logic, repetition, and the possibility of being recited wrong. Registrar Amy restamped the next form, Ms. Ledger signed where the ledger stitch suggested she sign, and Owen produced very quietly a little strip of adhesive with a printed motto, "Do not overcorrect." We followed the steps, we looped the signatures politely. We stapled the ceremonial 3 staples in left-handed motion. I kept my apologies to the staplers warm in my pocket. Ate the corner of a marginal note and left a small and perfectly useful ellipses behind, like a breadcrumb. And then the misprint in the corner of the supply of reissued Form 42Bs showed itself to be a temptation. It was small and accidental, an error in the print run. Instead of the code for Tuesday we had, somewhere in the margin, "Tooth overlap see appendix." It was a printer's note that had been meant for the pressman, not the clerks, and it read like a stage direction where no stage existed. Registrar Amy's stamp hesitated. Ink is jealous. Remember, it can smell indecision. A hesitation is a scent to it. The stamp came down. The sound this time was a bell. It was a bell with a missing clapper. It rang wrong, and the wrongness spread. An entire Tuesday, small, unassuming, full of coffee, and the kind of petty errands Tuesdays have always excelled at, folded itself like paper and slipped into the filet of last Thursday. The effect was not immediate and dramatic, as one might imagine in a lesser story. It was human. It was a child pressing his face against the aquarium, discovering a fish that looked like a clock. It was 2 office workers, both answering their telephones in a cadence that said they were speaking to Mondays. It was also more. The building's clocks began to argue amongst themselves, ticking at different polite rates. And a memo that had been filed under civic hats found itself cross-referenced under marine life. "Oh no," I said, because I had to say something. "Oh no, that felt like the right thing in the moment. Weird Ms. Ledger said with an authority that tried to make weird a sufficient explanation. She folded her hands. Her fingers were calm. Her ledger-stitched coat rustled like a solemn seaweed. "We need to reverse it," Owen said, and his voice had a small tremor under the bravado. He always sounded resourceful. It was one of his more attractive faults. "We follow procedure again," Registrar Amy murmured. We file back into order." So we did what the bored and heroic do. We doubled down on ritual to fix the very ritual that had cheated us. There is a certain arithmetic to panic. Double the prayer, triple the signatures. If one stamp misbehaves, you bring 3 more to court. It works sometimes. It fails spectacularly in other times, and I now had to learn the exact difference by living through one of the failing moments. The office dissolved into a chorus of clerical murmurs. Telephone calls overlapped with conversations that had happened yesterday, or might yet happen tomorrow. And the fluorescent lights held steady as only bureaucratic lights can hold steady, indifferent and expectant. An intern in a sweater 2 offices down, Martin, I think his name was, came into my corridor and found an older version of Ms. Ledger giving him a stern, retired glance and telling him delicately, that had not yet been allowed to bring up the issue. He looked at me as if I had arranged this theatrical confusion deliberately. "Is this part of orientation?" he asked, candid and terrified. He asked it in a voice that came from last Thursday. "No," I said, foolishly adding, "not normally." I will try now to describe what panic does inside a person who thinks of themselves as a filing clerk. Panic does not explode. Panic files itself into every crevice of your mental cabinets. It writes urgent on your memory. It stamps your chest. It sets an unnecessary stack of printouts in front of you and expects you to find the correct subclause under which to productively tremble. Owen took the stapler from me at some point, I'm not sure when, and he pressed an old tie into the heart of the stack of corrected forms, as if giving it an offering. "Staple with intention," he said, and it was the kind of thing you can only say when the world is uncertain and you must insist it is not. We attempted the correction again. Registrar Amy, with the calm of a heart surgeon and the hands of a stamp artist, applied the seals one by one. Mies. Ledger supplied signatures like sacraments. Dot offered a marginal shrug. I held the corner of the ledger and tried to breathe with the measured cadence of a person who files their breath in triplicate. This time, the seal did not make the wrong sound. It made a hopeful, timid sound. For a single elongated moment, I allowed myself to believe in the miracle of procedure. The office exhaled. Someone laughed, nervous and then embarrassed. It was not to hold. A coffee arrived in the corridor before it had been ordered. It materialized on a saucer with a polite note, "For someone who will need it later." The coffee was hot. The person who would later get it wandered by and accepted it as if nothing were unusual. I watched the steam and wondered if coffee had always had profits. The misapplied correction had not been corrected. It had been compounded. The reissued forms, in a kind of bureaucratic empathy, decided to take the next step themselves. Instead of nudging Tuesday back to its rightful shelf, they drew Tuesday deeper into the geometry of Thursday. Whole conversations layered atop one another. A live feed in the break room showed a ribbon-cutting ceremony in which the mayor's hat, the mayor who was now, for reasons I wished no one to dig into, wearing a small lobster, wobbled and the crowd applauded with two different rhythms at once. "We've made it worse," I said, because saying a fact out loud is the first form of apology. "You filed the right thing wrong, Mies," Ledger said. There was compassion under her severity, the way someone pats a burned pan to cool it down. "My fault," I said. It was easier to make it my fault than to admit that the world had become a college of fragile agreements. It felt, for an intern, like an honest defense. If the intern did the thing, the intern can also fix the thing. But the Bureau is not an instrument of solitary labor. It is a system of negotiated acts, and each act has witnesses and countersigns. Registrar Amy, with a small, secret smile that said she liked me more than she had yesterday, produced a roll of adhesive tape printed with the words "reissue at dawn" that she had been hoarding for a moment like this. We wrapped the edges of the forms. We muttered the proper apologies to the staplers. Owen whispered a joke about archivists being the only people who could buy silence in bulk. The cascading consequences were both comic and cruel. A retired copy of Mir Pockets, who collects lost things, walked into a locker and left only to reappear with half a dozen umbrellas that none of us remembered losing. Mail that had been properly stamped in a Tuesday smooth hand folded itself into letters that now read like polite riddles. A complaint about the lobster hat was logged under culinary accessories and municipal missteps for reasons no one could quite pass without a cup of Mabel's soup. At one point I apologized to a stapler. I wrote the apology down on a scrap and intended to file it under maybe. I could not tell you whether the stapler felt merciful. It made a small metallic sigh when I spoke. Perhaps it was pleased. Perhaps it was befuddled. The difference, I learned, between mechanical beings and human beings in the Bureau is that the mechanical beings do not gossip. By the time the day had grown slippery and the office felt like a box of photographs in which some had been shuffled Ledger called us to the small conference room that smelled faintly of dust and the memory of decisions. She set her ledger on the table like a judge placing a palm on scripture. She looked at each of us and said, "Simply, we will try again, and we will be more careful, but we will not do it alone." Owen nodded and produced, as if he had been waiting for this permission his whole life, a pocketful of improbable stamps, one with a sailor, one with a small dog, another with an eye that winked when you pressed it. He passed them out with the solemnity of a man who knows how to make a joke into a bribe. "For morale," he said. Dot crept up the ledger's spine and left a marginal note that smelled faintly of almond and mischief. It was, as far as Dot was concerned, the closest thing to a treaty. We pinned our hopes to one formula: meticulous, witnessed, correct. Each person would sign. Each person would countersign. The moral weight of the signatures would make up for the arrogant inexactness of a printer's note. We would refile the misfile, shut the book, and send Tuesday back to its quiet, necessary tasks. It was, therefore, a particular horror when the final restamping produced a sound like a sigh, and then a small, impossible sound like someone closing a book that had never been opened before. The effect was quieter than thunder. The world rearranged itself delicately, like a hand tidying a mantle. I supposed that was worse. I think, Ledger said slowly, that a piece of Tuesday will have to be recatalogued. Owen. Harmon asked, and his voice had the stern honey a choir gives to a hymn. Owen's face folded in on itself like a page. He looked as if he had swallowed a memory he did not wish to lose. "I have an old file," he said. "I've been saving it. If we staple it to the ledger, if I hand it over to be formally recorded, maybe Tuesday, we'll find the right shelf again." We looked at the file. It was a thin thing with a coffee stain like a map. Owen's face when he opened it was the face of someone mourning a joke he could not tell without betraying the smile. I wanted to tell him that I was sorry. I wanted to tell him that I had been trying to be banal. I wanted to tell him that 1,000 small apologies lived in my blazer pockets. But words were like forms that needed signatures, and I had not yet learned to sign everything I felt. We stapled the file into the ledger. The staple was small, and the ceremony modest. Owen placed his hands over it, then let them fall. There was a small pressure, like a hand on the back of your neck saying, "Do this." I felt the ledger's spine like an animal preparing to sleep. The next thing I remember is the office sighing into itself. The overlapping hum of days smoothed, not like iron, but like a bed being made when someone has remembered a missing pillow. Tuesday did not return to its exact former shape. It kept a stubborn souvenir, a coffee that insisted on arrival at odd hours and the knowledge, intimate and slightly scandalous, that hats have tastes. The lobster hat remained in the news for a few days, charmingly unrepentant. I learned from that day, as I learned from many small, painful and comic incidents afterwards, that bureaucracy is a species of faith. We believe the ritual will hold because it has held before. We hold because someone must hold. We staple apologies into ledgers because we like the noise they make. And I learned, too, the thing I had not expected, that procedures can be wrong in the right way. When Owen stapled his file into the ledger, he did not just give up a curiosity. He offered a concession. The world, grateful and perverse, accepted it. In return, it allowed us to wear our days again without too much embarrassment. When the rush slowed and the elevator's doors closed with the soft, bureaucratic thud they always make, I sat in the third-floor corridor and wrote an apology to the staplers that was longer than the first. This one I put under maybe and addressed it to all mechanical participants. I left it there because sometimes you must be both honest and theatrical with inanimate things. The moral of that day was not a tidy one. The fix did not restore everything to a clean page. Real living is messy, so is real filing. Some things, once displaced, prefer to remain small wanderers. They are kinder that way. By late afternoon, Registrar Amy had resumed her work with the quiet patience of a woman who knows stamps have moods, me's. Ledger waved her hands and rearranged a crease in her worry. Owen smoked a cigarette that tasted of metaphor and put it out in a jar labeled for future use. Dot left a marginal note that simply read, "You tried." I left the office with my blazer feeling less like a costume and more like a skin that had been stretched in the act of growing. I had been an intern who misfiled the world once, and that was a proper embarrassment. But it was also a beginning. And if you ask whether I learned how to avoid making Tuesday tumble into last Thursday forever after, I will tell you two truths. The first is, no, I did not. Mistakes are a stubborn, attractive force. The second is, sometimes when a day slips, letting it keep a small, humane error is better than returning it to a bland perfection. It keeps the world from being a perfectly ironed sheet of time. It keeps it warm. As I walked home that evening, the city felt like paper with a few pages slightly dog-eared. I liked it. I hummed the bureaucratic jingle me's. Ledger had shown me and felt something in its rhythm. Not order, not chaos, but a kind of negotiated peace. The lobster hat passed in a newsfeed somewhere, noble and absurd. I thought, privately, ridiculous thoughts, that staplers perhaps kept grudges, that ledgers slept with their pages open to dream of marginal notes, that Dot might, one day, write its name in full. I also thought, less privately, that if I had a single regret, it would be that I had not known sooner how willing people were to sign their names on little acts of kindness. The hook of that night, and the thing that made me both more nervous and oddly pleased for the future, was the knowledge that somewhere, in some stack of forms, another misprint waited. Not because the Bureau was careless, far from it, but because the world resists being fully catalogue. It seems to prefer being partly a mystery. And I, a former fan of tidy schedules, had an awful, growing fondness for that preference. When I reached my building, my sandwich, a humble companion from that morning, remembered, in the precise and indignant voice that only sandwiches possess at the Bureau, that it had once been a library card. I apologized. The sandwich seemed mollified. There are worse fates than a sandwich that has had an interesting life. I slept badly, which is to say I slept as all people who have touched the Bureau sleep, with the awareness that laws can be amended and the hum of the ledger in the corner of the mind. The next morning I returned to the office with a new phrase in my head: we do not overcorrect. It is a phrase I have kept like a coin. It has been useful. It has been, in the end, the difference between a world that is merely tidy and a world that retains the small, stubborn beating heart of error. We would, in the afternoon, attempt other fixes. There would be more stamps and more graceful failures. We would learn other things about signatures that must be willed, about the diplomacy of crumbs left by the slip, and about the taste of Mabel's soup when you need an answer and not a sentence. But those are things for later entries, and I am an intern with a ledger full of apologies. For now, understand this: I filed the wrong form in the right way, or perhaps the right form in the wrong way. The consequence was not merely a lesson in stamping. It was an initiation into the Bureau's theology, that paperwork is not a straitjacket but a conversation. And conversations, like staplers and sandwiches, have their own tempers and forgiving days. The next time I touched a stamp, it felt like touching a small god, apologetic and possibly in need of coffee. At lunch, as the clocks bickered and the break room radio played a song that sounded suspiciously like the Bureau's jingle, I found myself watching the door and wondering which small error we would decide to keep. The choice is always waiting at noon, like a plate of soup that will tell you the weather if you listen. And if you want a cliffhanger, when I returned from lunch that day, someone had placed a tiny lobster shell on my desk with a sticky note that read, in careful block letters for future mayoral hats, "Do not over-iron." I did not know who had left it. I wondered if I should file it under maybe or always. Either answer would make sense. Either answer would be bureaucratically defensible. I had, by then, learned that not all correctness is virtue and not all error is sin. Some mistakes are just invitations. The question was whether we had the courage to accept them. I learned early in my mother's ledger-lined kitchen that one can apologize into being forgiven if one uses the right heading. Sorry on a post-it, properly folded, can overcome many transgressions. It was unfortunate training for the bureau, where apologies are typed on watermark paper and filed under remediation emotional. Still, habits die slowly. In the microfilm alcove, with toner smudges on my fingertips and a box of sticky notes rustling on my lap, I found myself rehearsing an apology to a creature that liked pastry. "Are you sure about this?" Owen asked, leaning in the doorway like a man who had seen too many metaphors staked with real staples. "It is a pastry. If it eats margins, what will it do with custard?" I held the pastry like a white flag. It was a small, unassuming affair from Mabel's side table, an almond croissant she had set down while ladling prophecy into someone's bowl. The pastry smelled of butter and fortitude, it seemed to me, to embody the precise, compromisable joy the bureau had spent the morning arguing over. Dot was smaller than I expected, no larger than a folded memo, and she had, if a sprite can be assigned a gender, a voice like 3 ellipses spoken at once. She perched on the corner of a ledger like a punctuation mark that had decided to stand up. Her skin was paper-thin, a mottled collage of coffee stains and margins, and when she blinked it was with the slow blink of a rubber stamp coming down. I had practiced for this, mostly practiced not looking foolish. When one must convince a marginal creature of anything, the danger is that one will become marginal oneself. "Pastry," Dot said, and by said I mean she moved 3 little dots like beetles across a page, and the room seemed to interpret them as an offering. "Pastry," I said. "From Mabel it is warm. It has, I can't promise exactly the correct amount of jam. But it will bring you joy, and filings. You get filings too. We will feed you margins, real, fresh margin, with your permission." Dots shuffled. I imagine it as a fidget, but I think sprites read theatrical honesty in ways humans do not. Dot extended a finger-like corner, pinched a crumb that could have been a comma, and nibbled. The sound was papery and absurdly intimate. Owen watched with the half-grin of a man who knows more words for improbable than the average person. "You always bribe sprites with baked goods?" he asked. "Not always," I said. "Sometimes I bribe them with sticky notes. Pastries work better for first impressions." Dot swallowed and left a small line of ink in the air, as if she had sniffed and then decided to sneeze punctuation. The air filled with the smell of warm sugar and toner, a scent I had by now learned to associate with hope, with paperwork's tiny, ridiculous miracles. "What do you want?" I asked, in the formal way Mies' ledger had taught me when we negotiated a stamp shortage, precisely, politely, and with the acceptance that the answer might be elliptical. Dot made a set of dots that looked like a question mark and then scrawled on the edge of a nearby form 42BM, ARG in. I took it easy, read that again for me out loud, if you can. Dot annoyed at me by scribbling a little flourish that could have been a laugh. Then, in her own paper-rustling fashion, she produced a marginal note, a corner of handwriting in a midnight ink I had never seen inside bureau walls. The note was not typed, it was not neat. It looked, disturbingly and thrillingly, like a thought scrawled when someone looked away from a form and allowed a private opinion to leak into the margin. "This is forbidden," I whispered. "Forbidden, yes, but it belongs to the file, which makes it procedural property." "We are within our rights," Owen said, always the charming anarchist when it came to semantics. "Besides," he added, and leaned close so his breath smelled faintly of questionable office coffee, "we're in the business of talking to forbidden things." I unfolded the marginal note with a reverence I had once reserved for library books and the last good donut in a break room. The handwriting, if I can call it that, was a curving, slightly impatient script. It read, "I do not like being smoothed. I prefer edges. I am not a mistake. The signature, if that little slant constituted one, was a tiny smudge that may or may not have resembled a face. For slip, I asked. Dot made 3 dots that meant, as far as I could tell, yes, but also maybe, and don't say its name too loudly. I had not expected a note to be an argument. Bureau work tended toward the sedate forms, countersigned, filed away like sleeping animals. But here was a sentence with aspiration. It argued for its right to be not overseen or corrected, but acknowledged. It wanted edge. It preferred to be present rather than politely eliminated. It has personality, Amy said softly. She had arrived without my realizing registrars have the uncanny ability to appear like commas at the ends of sentences. She hovered with a stack of stamps in one hand and a tiny, conspiratorial smile. There is a kind of honesty in the way certain people love stamps. Their enthusiasm resembles religious devotion. It says it prefers edges. That sounds like an agenda or a philosophy, Owen offered. I felt my throat tighten. If the misfile had the rudimentary capacity to sign its thoughts, then my misplacement of Form 42B was more than a clerical hiccup. It was contact with something that believed in itself, that meant compassion. It meant negotiation. It meant I could no longer fully hide behind policy. We have to be careful, Mies, Ledger would have said, had she been there. I could hear the rustle of her coat, the soft stamp of Ledgered authority. Instead, I had as company a pastry, a file sprite, and a woman whose smile made the bureau stamp closets suddenly seem domestic. Meh. Pockets found us then, as if he had been waiting in a pocket for the right time to emerge. He unrolled from a shadow like a carpet and opened his pockets the way one opens a drawer, slowly, methodically, with the confidence of a man who truly knows the geography of loss. "Got something for you," he said in a voice like paper being turned. He clawed into one of his pouches and pulled out a small object wrapped in a handkerchief that reeked faintly of rain and yesterday. He unwrapped it like a magician. There was a small umbrella, the kind meant for a child's hand, chipped paint on the handle, a fray of ribbon like the end of a story. The umbrella hummed very softly, as if it remembered every drizzle and porch argument it had ever sheltered. "It remembers being a promise," Mr. Pockets said. "Not mine. Picked it up outside a courthouse where someone promised to come back. It couldn't keep the promise, so it kept the weather." The umbrella clicked open. Inside, the fabric was stitched with a faint pattern of dates that did not match any calendar I owned. When I touched the metal ribs, they thrummed not with electricity but with recognition, the way a tape recorder hums when it knows the song that's coming. Amy looked at the umbrella like a reader encountering a beloved footnote. "If this likes rain, it could be used to lure the slip," she said, practical and precise. "The slip likes things that remember being wronged. It likes edges," Dot murmured, as if confirming what the marginal note had already claimed. "Edges. Are we luring a creature with the memory of a promise?" I asked, thinking of all the promises I had ever made, and how many were folded like bad directions in my blazer pocket. "We are negotiating," Owen said. "We will not trap so much as invite it for tea." Tea, I was beginning to understand, was a form of diplomacy at the Bureau. You could staple a memo and demand signatures, but if you wanted a soul to speak honestly about itself, you offered warmth and something sweet. Mabel's soups and pastries had brokered more truces than the Council of Continuity ever had. The umbrella hummed in my hands, and I felt suddenly foolish for the smallness of the apology notes I had written to staplers. There was an echo inside that hum, a small loop of memory that sounded suspiciously like a child's laugh. "You think it will help?" I asked Amy. She smiled in the way one smiles when one wants to be fierce and kind at once. "I think every object with a memory is an argument you can bring to the table," she said. "You read the marginal, feed the sprite, and you present the umbrella. You offer the slip a seat and the chance to speak." We sat then, Dot on the ledger, the umbrella folded but warm. The pastry crumbs arranged like constellations on my palm, and began a small ritual that was equal parts ridiculous and sacred. Owen cleared his throat and, with the solemnity of a man reciting an office memo, said by the authority vested in us, by the Department of Improbable Excuses and their bureau. We invite any marginal entity who is willing to speak to the nature of its existence to come to us. We offer tea, pastry, and a promise to listen. Everything about that sentence was both true and a lie. We had no right to promise, and yet the Bureau had always operated on a currency of intentions as much as ink. A stamp could be a legal instrument, but a promise, especially one delivered with dessert, could be persuasive. The lights dimmed without anyone turning a switch. The microfilm machine sighed like an old animal. Somewhere in the stacks, something shifted shelves, exhaling like boxes in a basement, and dots shivered in excitement. At first, nothing happened. Then a question mark showed up in the margin near the note's edge, as if someone had poked their head up from under the page. The ink was wet with possibility. A small smudge that could have been a face smiled a little. If a smudge can smile, it was both relieved and affronted. "You speak in crumbs and italics," the slip said, and the voice resembled the sound of a pen uncapping. I almost dropped the umbrella. "We wanted to talk," I said, which was the truth and also the understatement of my life. "Talk. People always talk," the slip replied. "They reach their fingers into my margins and pull me like a loose thread. They smooth me, they burn me. You put pastry where my mouth might be. Unusual." "We misfiled a set of forms," Owen said, stepping forward despite himself. "It was unintentional. We are trying to put things back. We didn't mean to make me tasteful," the slip finished. "I like taste. I like inconvenience. I like the way a bad hat becomes better with a lobster. I like the way a surprising rain remembers you on a day you need it. You want me to vanish, or you want me to be neat. Why?" The question was ancient and fresh. It had the weight of a complaint and the sharpness of a child asking why leaves fall. If I had an answer, it would have been a policy pamphlet: continuity, safety, the prevention of mass panic. Instead, I found, as often happens in the middle of a crisis, that I had my mother's instinct to file and my own surprising affection for messy things. "Because people need predictability," I said. "Because when days tumble into each other, people get lost, they forget dinners, anniversaries, they owe money twice. They cannot plan funerals." The sentence came out as a jumble of practicalities and fear. We fix things so lives can be lived with fewer rude interruptions. And I say predictable lives, lived like on rails, are not the only lives worth wanting, the slip said. And in that voice I heard all of the scraped amendments that had once been flung into the basements. I like when you trip over a kindness. I like when your sandwich remembers being someone else, and then apologizes. The world that chooses always to iron out its edges is a world that will never be surprised into happiness. It was an argument. It was a defense. It also sounded a little bit like the reasons I kept sticky notes labeled maybe on my desk. Amy shifted her weight and did that thing clerks do when they file a decision quietly. She stamped the air next to her heart. "We do not want to erase surprise. We want to prevent harm," she said. "Can't you agree that some edges are gentle? Some edges," the slip conceded, "are knives. Some edges are stars. I cannot tell them apart without experimenting." It made a face that could have been a smile or a grimace. We argued then, in sentences full of forms and metaphors, and I discovered that negotiation with a smudge required grammatical discipline, no grand gestures, no impossible promises. The bureaucratic language I had been taught precise, conditional, with plenty of room for caveats was oddly the best diplomacy when the other party was ink-born and inclined to whimsy. Fed Dot's own crumbs into the argument like a chorus of punctuation. Meh. Pockets twirled the umbrella handle between his fingers and produced from within its canopy a single bead of rain that remembered a lullaby. Owen made jokes about stapling metaphors which helped because the slip laughed at them. Laughter, I learned, lubricates signatures better than any stamp. At last, after what felt like half an hour and 3 coffees, we reached something resembling a treaty. We would reseal the misfile in major ways, nothing that threatened to erase people's basic histories or their obligations, but we would leave a curated list of benevolent anomalies. The lobster companion for the mayor, rain that fell only on certain sorts of sad days, a sandwich that occasionally remembered someone kinder. We wrote the list down in a formal-looking requisition that in the light of the microfilm room looked, absurdly, like marriage vows. The slip read the list. It shifted in the margin like a creature lounging, pleased to find exceptions where it had expected only erasures. When we asked what it would like in return, it asked for a small thing, a place to put my notes, a shelf of margins where I can leave myself comments, an agreement that you will read them once in a while. I imagined a shelf in the bureau, full of marginalia post-its, doodles, complaints, occasional sonnets. It seemed improbable and possibly criminal, but also tender. Agreed, I said, perhaps too quickly. But the truth was that I had already been keeping a little folder of maybe on my desk. Making room for the slip's notes felt like making room for the parts of life you could not plan for. We formalized it with a ridiculous signature ritual. Dot drew 3 ellipses. Owen put his smudged index card behind his ear and stapled the corner of the requisition to a page of his old memos. Pockets pressed the umbrella's handle into the page like a seal. Amy signed with a flourish that made the ink smell faintly of lavender and bureaucracy. For a moment it felt like a victory. The microfilm machine hummed in approval. The pastry was mostly gone. Dot curled against the ledger like a comma that had finally found its sentence. Then Amy touched my sleeve and, quietly, asked the question that made all of it suddenly fragile. If we keep the good mistakes, would we lose anything else in the bargain? I thought of the week that had been tumbled, of forgotten phone calls and mismatched birthdays, and the intern who had greeted a retired version of their supervisor. My throat tightened with responsibility and with an aching selfishness. I had wanted to fix things to show M's ledger that I could hold lines, but somewhere between pastry and signature I had learned how to like a world with a few well-placed edges. I don't know, I said, but I'm going to try not to lose anything important. She smiled, not entirely reassured, and I wondered if our tiny, awkward warmth would survive the noon decision. The umbrella hummed in the corner like a clock, and somewhere below us, a shelf breathed as paperwork settled into new shapes. When we left the microfilm alcove, the library of filing rooms seemed a touch kinder, as if it had been given a secret. Meh. Pockets walked slightly taller, the umbrella tucked under his arm. Dot collected crumbs and filed them under possibilities. Owen made one more joke about stapling metaphors into future memos. Amy and I traded the sort of look people trade when they have shared a risk and a laugh. I wanted, in that sudden hush before lunchtimes resumed their rituals, to believe that the bureau could be both tidy and a little wild. We carried with us, like talismans, pastry, crumbs, and a fragile marginal note that insisted on its own right to exist. It is one thing to make policy for the masses. It is another to promise a smudge a shelf. I had made that awkward promise, with pastry and stamps, and the naive conviction of someone who still believed in apologies. By the time we reached the stairwell, Sally, the elevator operator, was humming something in a minor key that suggested she knew precisely which buttons to avoid. The building smelled of toner and distant thunder, but it also smelled faintly of almond and rain. I held Amy's gaze for a second longer than good sense dictated, and she smiled in a secret way that could be filed under maybe. We had a plan, a pastry, and an umbrella that kept remembering what rain felt like. The marginal note was tucked safely in my pocket. The slip had offered an argument that I had not expected to respect, and I had, in turn, agreed to read its letters. As we descended toward the main floors, the stacks behind us rustled like a library of living things. I felt, absurdly and completely, that we had not only made an ally but had made the bureau itself a little more human. The next step was to map the missing moments between floors' timelines, stairs and elevators that ran on different rules. Sally would help. She would know which buttons to press twice for lost weekdays. I put my hand on the banister and felt the cold of the metal, and for the first time since the misfile, I did not want to fix everything into neatness. I wanted instead to file the right things in the right places and leave an extra pocket labeled possible. Downstairs, the elevator smelled faintly of mint and old pages. The doors sighed open on floors that kept their own calendars. We stepped in, carrying our unlikely treaty. Outside, time kept its teeth. Inside the bureau, we had just promised an ink-streaked smudge a shelf, and with it a small kind of mercy. The hook, as Mems Ledger would say, was this: the bureau can negotiate, but it must also walk the walk to lunchtime where paper meets the sun. If we had convinced the slip to accept our small terms, would the temporal flaws agree? Would the elevator ride be smooth, or would we press the wrong button and find Tuesday at the bottom of the shaft? I could not know. But I had a marginal note in my pocket and a pastry stain on my tie, and those seemed like good things to hold on to when the clocks began to sing. I learned early, on my first full day that lasted 3 mornings and a postponed afternoon, that elevators in the borough of impossible coincidences are not appliances but rituals. They are consecrated machinery, trimmed with brass and superstition, and they obey rules no building code would recognize. They also have an operator, which is to say they have someone who knows the secret of which buttons to avoid, and which to press twice when a weekday has the temerity to file itself under miscellaneous emotions. Sally was leaning against the console like a woman who had been practicing patience a long time, and who had the bones of a saint about her wrists. She wore a cap with a frayed brim and an apron pocket that looked as if it had been sewn from an old calendar. There were buttons in the pocket, small circles of metal, each labeled not with numbers but with words overdue, misfiled, 4th quarter regret, and a single, battered button stamped simply, do not resuscitate Monday. Sally tugged the cap down and regarded me with a look that combined amusement and precise caution. "We don't let shiny-eyed interns press the buttons," she said, and her voice was the comfortable sort that could make a stapler feel heard. "We let them press other things, like hopes or apologies. Buttons are for people who've read the labels." She tapped the brass rail with a nail that had ledger residue under it, and the elevator answered like a well-trained cat, its lights knitting and the floor indicators stuttering in a way that suggested it was clearing its throat. We rode in relative silence, which in the borough is a conversation. The car hummed with the sound of pulleys that had probably been bribed once or twice over tea and signatures. I studied the panel. The buttons were arranged, not numerically, but by administrative temperament. Folding sat above deferred pleasantries. Annex Als nestled next to lost weekends. And near the bottom, where one would usually find a mechanical basement, there was a sighing brass oval labeled Basement of Amendments. "Every floor smells different," Sally informed me, as if imparting a cardinal rule. "If you can tell the odor, you can tell the problem. Sent before syllable, almost always." She smiled as if she had recited it in a litany 1,000 times. I must have made the face people make when they are cataloguing oddities. It does. Sure. 6th smells like misplaced birthdays, too sweet, like overbaked cake. 3rd smells like rain you forgot to schedule. 2nd smells like she inhaled theatrically and then, as if embarrassed to be sentimental in an elevator, said, like procrastination and toner. On the board beyond the car's glass, the bureau had posted that day's map of misplacements. It looked at first like a child's star chart, gilded pins and blue string, a constellation of absences that tied together petty tragedies and civic inconveniences. But there were notes in a precise, indignant hand, Wed 1015 Mayor's Hat Anomaly, 2009-47 Public Library's History of Umbrellas misfiled under poems. Mon various minor regrets misallocated to advisory notes. Sally guided the car between those odor-marked levels, and when the doors sighed open we were released into atmospheres that made my throat constrict with odd recognition. On the second floor, a receptionist handed me a clipboard, and it hummed like a cat. Its pen had the wrong name for ink. On the sixth, there was a pile of boxed candles, each labeled for a celebration that had never been lit. Somebody had misfiled an anniversary, and the candles were tired of waiting. Our mission that morning was to map where moments had gone missing. That is a sentence that looks smaller on paper than it does in the body. To map absence is to invent a language for ghost things, a cross-hatched diagram for weekdays that have been temporarily misplaced, a ledger for jokes that were told before their time. I had grown up with a parent who catalogued family memories, who believed that if you wrote something down you could resist its evaporation. The bureau's version of that faith felt much larger and much sneakier. It preferred to choral absences in ways that made them useful rather than simply preserving them like museum pieces. At a long workable someone me's ledger, I later learned had pinned a swath of string between clipped notes, connecting spaces like a spider of red tape. The nodes had names. Filing room C hummed like a throat clearing. Sub-basement B smelled like wet wool. The break room registered as a small, domestic universe of its own. The file sprite hovered between pages like a comma on the edge of a thought. A margin literally brushed the paper with a tiny tooth and a soft, sucking sound and left coffee ring wisdom in return. Ellipses of insight that smelled faintly of cinnamon. When we mapped, we placed pins where a day had been seen last. We anchored absences with petty objects, an orphaned mitten that had been found complaining in a coat pocket. A sandwich that insisted it remembered being someone else. A receipt for a festival that had never happened. Each object was evidence, and each piece taught me how the Bureau thought, not in absolutes, but in stitched-together narratives. We learned that Tuesday had wandered, in a dizzying little pilgrimage, into last Thursday's paperwork. That is the sort of sentence you can say and make people laugh. Until you watch someone's small child stop believing in birthdays because the day itself had been given the wrong vendor. Office politics insinuated itself into our mapping like a faint mildew. There is, in every bureaucracy, a hidden grammar of efficiency vs empathy. At the Bureau it wore two faces, one of gears and one of parchment. The automation faction wanted to cordon off misplacements with algorithms and marching stamps. They wanted to install devices that would simply, politely return all days to their appointed places and never allow for a lobster hat to become a civic mascot. The humanist faction me's ledger among them argued for a slower, hands-on stewardship, signatures, consultations, a taste test of Mabel's soups before a decision was made. Once you let a machine decide what is delightful me's. Ledger had told a meeting yesterday, pinching the bridge of her nose with a pen that bled an obnoxious amount of ink. You lose the small kindness that lives in the margins. Everyone nodded because me's ledger's nods were as compelling as law. Owen, who liked to dress like a metaphor gone to seed, flitted between positions. He delighted in the absurdity of human judgment and feared the iron logic of automation in equal measure. He stapled ideas together with a flourish and was likely, in quieter moments, to bury a stubborn old file behind a radiator and pretend it didn't exist. That morning, his eyes had a flint in them, the kind that suggests someone weighing whether to light something they cannot later unmake. Mabel's domain, the break room, felt for a while like the true center of the Bureau. It was small and warm, with a kettle that had the habit of pausing mid-bubble and then finishing a sentence. Her soup was famous and disconcerting. It predicted small coincidences by taste. Her broth that morning tasted of rain on bakery windows and the sort of forgiveness that is easier accepted in a bowl. She ladled me a cup and said, "Your mouth will tell you if you'll need to make a decision, or if the universe already made it for you and you're only catching up." She did not explain what that meant. No one at the Bureau explained their metaphors fully. They preferred to let them mature. As we mapped, retired versions of officials drifted in the hallways. These were their younger selves, or older ones, or something that looked like them but remembered different regulations. The phenomenon is disconcerting in a way that tastes like stale coffee. You bump into a man who used to be your supervisor, and he looks at you as if you are an interesting dossier. "Ah," he says, folding his hands, a clerical apprentice. "Do you know how to file a sadness?" He is 3 promotions younger and full of optimism that has not yet been taxed by experience. He wanders off humming a memorandum I have never heard before. There was a kind of theater to that morning's movement, a choreography that required less rehearsal than one would think, because the actors had been improvising for years. Sally cued the elevator like a conductor counts a downbeat. "Third," she said, and the doors sighed. "Third for rain you forgot to schedule." A woman carrying a folder that smelled like lemon walked out and looked at me as if she had just remembered an appointment she had always intended to miss. We compiled the map with tangible implements, pins, threads, and an enormous label maker that hummed melodramatically when Registrar Amy fed it a strip of paper. Amy was calm and efficient in a way that made her seem omniscient. She stamped our petitions with a small, accepting smile, as if she knew that bureaucracy could be humane if one treated stamps like tiny absolutions. "We will process this," she whispered when I handed her an emergency requisition in which had tried to sound more confident than I felt. Her stamp made a sound like a heart settling in a chest. The patterns emerged like tide lines. Tuesdays tended to drift toward Thursdays when staff were hungry. Ones laced with minor regrets liked basements where apologies were catalogued. The most charming errors, the kind that made street performers smile and marriage proposals slightly more honest, often clung to the break room. The map, once erased of its indecisive scrawl, suggested a systemic weakness rather than the occasional, solitary slip. Misplacements were not individual acts of carelessness so much as a rhythm of a building deciding to redistribute small wonders. The debate about automation ramped up in the boardroom. A representative from the automation committee arrived with a briefcase full of charts that smelled faintly of ozone and certainty. She spoke with the clean cadence of a metronome. "Machines can enforce continuity with a 99.9% success rate," she said. "They will reduce the chance of civic embarrassment and increase public confidence." Someone in the room coughed, and it sounded like a paper being folded with displeasure. Ms. Ledger answered with a story. Once, years ago, she had rewritten a regulation for the sake of a weather festival. The story had saved a town from a week of torrential bureaucratic rain and had also allowed a child to keep a day he had promised his grandmother. "Not every misplacement is a mistake," she said, and I could see in her hands, the ledger stitch in her coat, that her words were not merely rhetoric but a small, worn theology. Between the crescendos of argument we continued to map. "Mip!" Pockets appeared with a hand muffled in improbable linen and produced an item that I did not recognize at first, a small, citizen-submitted charm that smelled of burnt toast and promises. He had a parade of orphaned umbrellas clanking in his pockets and smiled as if each one had a backstory. "Found this behind the radiator of 4th. If you have never had the pleasure of being introduced to a creature by a paperclip, then the bureau will not seem like the proper place to begin. But most of the meaningful things I've learned in government work have involved objects with more personality than their official descriptions allow. Paperclips, for instance, have an astonishing capacity for politeness when asked to hold things together and a stubbornness when asked to release them. They will, as Ms. Ledger once told me under her breath, fold to their job and then fold again until they are ornaments of memory. So it should not have been a surprise that when the trouble in our office finally earned a name. The naming occurred during a routine sort of inspection and involved ink stains, a wary finger, and a woman who keeps a ledger literally stitched into her coat. That is Haum's. Ledger tended to reconcile her affection for order with the chaos we made in a normal week. She called things by their bureaucratic terms and thereby made them accountable to the folder where they belonged. On the morning we particularly needed a name, the building smelled like tunna and rain. There is always rain in that particular smell here, even when the gutters outside are politely dry. Tunna plus the promise of weather is the bureau's perfume. It announces that whatever you do with paper, the folding, the stamping, the very act of deciding whether something should be bound or shredded has consequences beyond the edge of your desk. I found the first evidence on the carpet at the foot of Mim's, Ledger's office door. It looked, at first, like a spill, a smear of grey smudged ink that had soaked into the weave and refused to be fully mopped away. It would have been easy to ignore there are always smears in large offices, but this smear had a sense of purpose. The way it drew along the grout lines of the tiles suggested it had been following a map of margins, and the way a comma sat dead at its leading toe like a tiny coin suggested a mischievous intelligence rather than an accident. I was the one who noticed it because I had been brought there on a pretense. Ledger had tasked me with delivering her tea and a small correction to a motion about paper clip allowances. The tea was always a test, I later learned. A cup that revealed whether you could hold steady when the world insisted on being wrong. My hands were shaking, partly because the blazer I wore was 2 sizes too large and partly because I had, the day before, misfiled a Form 42B in a sequence I could not at first trace. Small errors have a way of puffing up overnight. Mies. Ledger was crouched by the smear, the crease of worry in her suit deepening. She wore that look she keeps for staff meetings and for explaining why the public doesn't need to know about the time a calendar refused to flip. I set the tea on her knee and she accepted it with a nod that was both thank you and an instruction, pay attention. "What do you make of this, August?" she said, tapping the ink with the edge of a postage stamp. The stamp left a ring like a tiny sun on the smear, and the smear answered with a dull shadow, as if the ink admired the stamp's neatness and refused to be impressed. I considered saying a spill or an old redaction, things that sound like containment. But I had learned enough to know when language was a hammock and when it was a cage. So I answered with the only honesty my training could offer, "It looks concentrated, ma'am." Like it had a purpose. She straightened. "Names make things accountable," she said. "If we put a name on it, we can decide where to file it. Naming is a bureaucratic technique, an emotional one. It renders the unknown administratively tractable. You can only sign a form for something that has a name. You cannot issue an exemption for weirdness without a noun. Mies. Ledger had used that method my whole tenure there when she needed to save a weather festival or to reclassify an orphaned holiday. She reached into her coat and pulled out a descriptor, and then folded the world toward that descriptor until it complied. She put her finger into the ink. Not the elegant, archival touch that I had seen Chief Harmon use, the kind that is more like a blessing than a test. She pressed with a pragmatic, used gesture, a bureaucrat checking the temperature of a problem. The smear resisted like an opinion. "Oh," she said very softly. It was the kind of "oh" that the bureau uses to finish sentences without saying them aloud. "What is it?" I asked, though by then I knew she would give the creature a title, and that the title would make the room a little colder. "It's a slip." She said it as if reading from a ledger long kept in inked margins. Slip. The word had a humidity to it, like something that moves under doors when the wind gets bored. "A slip," she continued, "is a byproduct of the kinds of things we shred." I felt a small, shameful re-education. Shreds are where the bureau keeps its regrets, literal paper confessions, redactions, amendments that were supposed to be final until someone decided they were not. Shredding is a ritual of forgetting that sometimes goes wrong. Machines have moods. Redaction rollers can be mischievous when unsupervised. Mez. Ledger told me of a machine once left to chew its fill during a budget meeting. When they returned, an entire day of minutes had been turned to ribbons, and something had stepped out of the ribbons with a taste for rearranged phrases. "This one," she said, tapping the smear is old, it likes commas. It prefers to tinker. It is not a destroyer, August. It is an editor with opinions. An editor with opinions. I could have laughed except that the ink under her finger shifted, as if listening to the word and considering whether it could accept the definition. It left a small apostrophe like a footprint. What do we call it? I asked, because names are the work we do and because I wanted the ritual of procedure to soothe my frantic hands. Call it the slip, Ledger said. Call it by its proper name. Then we can log it. That's how the Bureau begins to tell stories, by naming. The name does not make the thing small. It simply puts the thing into the file where someone might someday answer for it. We did not, at first, imagine the slip as a theatrical villain. Our jobs make us long-term skeptics of spectacular chaos. We handle anomalies with a kind of long patience, a petition here, a stamp there, a controlled rectification. But that morning, between the sound of the tea cooling and the tremor in the fluorescent lights, something else arrived. Evidence that the slip had been out walking and had left not only ink but behavior in its wake. You should probably tell Harmon, Ms. Ledger said. Harmon Vance's office is one of those places that announces authority not by volume, but by the persistent hum of things that remember. His key, a small iron object that thrummed faintly when he spoke, was an instrument for opening vaults and for measuring how urgently one should behave. The corridor to his door is lined with framed directives that sometimes rearrange themselves when no one is watching. On the day we went to visit, the frames were turning their pages slowly, like the building had taken to itself the idea of pacing. The sound was like a library breathing. Harmon accepted us like a man who had long ago made peace with being the person people came to when their metaphors failed. He did not gasp or shriek. He received our report with a patience that smelled faintly of old ink and chamomile. A slip, he repeated, rolling the name in his mouth the way a scholar would taste a rare word. We have had whispers. A few anomalies, small, unharmful times out of joint, misaddressed memos, they grow from neglect. We must be careful not to rewrite more than we save. What do you recommend? Ms. Ledger asked. She did not so much ask for advice as invite a policy paper. Harmon tapped his key against the desk. It made a sound like a clock deciding whether to join in. We catalog, we trace. We avoid heavy-handed erasure. Quite often these things are a system's way of asserting that some discarded item should remain. They are, in a manner of speaking, the Bureau's conscience. Conscience, Owen said behind me. He had appeared like an afterthought with a thermos and a sardonic grin. It probably tastes like stale coffee. Owen's grin always cut through the room's humidity. He has the knack for turning our gravest procedures into parables about poorly made sandwiches. He sat down on the radiator and told his story without preface. Once, he said, we had a ledger that swallowed an intern's day. It is the sort of story that sounds like mythology when told by someone who has been a field fixer longer than he should have. I braced for the punchline because Owen likes punchlines like a magician likes misdirection. This was before my time at the Bureau, he said. Well, before it was called a bureau in that building. There was a ledger that had been overstuffed. It had a fondness for the small, inconvenient entries, the kind of note you stick in the margin, because it makes you feel like a person. An intern, bless them, went to file something and the ledger, being old and oddly jealous, drew the day's page into itself. For a week that intern remembered a meeting that had never happened. People went on with their days. The intern wrote minutes that reflected an invented but very gentle schedule. Owen, Ms. Ledger said, are you being allegorical again? Only partially, he replied. The intern came back, blanker in the places where worry had lived and full in the places where wonder used to be. We could have erased the ledger's appetite and returned the day to its neat sequence. But one of the things we are about here is to tend to what people care for, even when their care is inconvenient to our charts. He looked at me as if to say, look at the person who thinks all of this can be fixed with a stamp. We left a little of the ledger's memory in place. It saved the intern and a small, public performance, a puppet show of lost minutes that made a neighborhood kinder for a month. At that, Harmon gave a tight smile. "The bureaucracy is not only a machine for continuity," he said. "It is a machine for preserving the accidental kindnesses that institutional life produces." That sentence lodged in me like a paperclip in a sheath for forms small and sharp and entirely useful. The slip, I realized, might be a symptom of a deeper question: what do we keep and why? The bureau's job is to make sure that when things happen, they are legible afterward. But legibility is not the same as goodness. A perfectly legible world can be an arid one. Harmon showed us maps, old redaction rotes, a ledger of machines with a column-marked temperament. The maps were beautiful and unnerving, lines that looped like the ears of someone eavesdropping on a conversation between a comma and a semicolon. And in the margin of a map there was a note written in a careful hand: "Unattended redaction machines breed opinions." We followed the ink crumbs. The slip, whatever it was, had a style. Commas rearranged themselves into little constellations, salutations shifted tone. And one poor postscript moved from the end of a letter to the middle of a paragraph, and then back again depending on what day it felt like being. The small things were the most telling because they signaled intention. Accident begets accident, but habit begets personality. Owen produced a smudged index card. "I kept this," he said. "It will tell you what the slip likes." He dropped it in my hand. It smelled faintly of coffee and something sweet, like the memory of a pastry. On the card was a scribble, likes apostrophes, dislikes closing parentheses. "Expensive in punctuation, how do we catch it?" I asked, feeling suddenly younger than every ledger in the building. "Like anything with preferences, me's." Ledger said, "with something it wants and something we can afford to give." Bait, Harmon observed, and a ledger keyed to our intention. We must not be brusque. The slip resents being forced. I felt, in that moment, the full stretch of absurdity that our office contained. We were planning a confrontation with a creature born of mistakes by using the very protocols that had created those mistakes in the first place. It was like trying to cure a fever by counting how many beads are on the rosary that made it. But then, of course, it made sense. Bureaucracy is ritual. Ritual is the only language that some of these things will understand. Owen laughed, a small, rueful sound. "You sound like a therapy manual for paperwork," he said. "We are going to have to bait it with punctuation and then sign it in triplicate. And also name it," Ms. Ledger added. "Naming is the first stapling." We left Harmon with a list of forms he would initial and guidelines for what counts as bait. He gave me his humming key, wrapped in a silk scarf so it would not feel alone. I held it and felt the tremor of responsibility run through my fingers like a current. Harmon did not give keys lightly. "Keep your pens close," he said. "And remember that not all errors are vermin. Some are small friends." On the walk back to the office, the building seemed to sigh around us. People in the hallway moved, as if they had been given a script with a missing line. Their motions were polite and slightly offbeat. There was a retired version of Ms. Ledger in the stairwell who smiled at no one, and then shrugged back into the past, as if embarrassed by an anniversary. The slip had already been busy. "So what do we do with a creature that is a conscience and a nuisance?" I asked Owen. "We make a case," he said. "We do the work the way an honest clerk would when given a theft, inventory the losses, propose a remedy, and, if necessary, charm the witnesses." I thought of that ledger that ate an intern's day and of the kindness it had left behind. Everything in the bureau felt suddenly like a negotiation. We were not eradicators by nature, we were mediators. The slip had a position, and the bureau had to answer. By the time I returned to my desk, my head had folded itself into new shapes. I filed the humming key under urgent, Harmon, and wrote a 2-line memo to Registrar Amy asking for emergency stamps. I made coffee that tasted of metal and willpower and sat down with a stack of forms that suddenly looked like the battlements of a castle we had built to keep the world's stories inside orderly bricks. Even before lunch, I could tell the day had altered. There was a current in the air, something like a rumor starting to circle the headquarters. People walked with their hands full of memos and their faces open to the possibility of being asked to decide what to save. It is amazing the way a single named thing can rearrange an institution. We had in short order a plan. Not a perfect one. Bureaucracy does not allow perfection without enormous paperwork, and a hearing, but a plan that included bait, alleged trap, and a request for a procedural exception that only Harmon could authorize. It included me's Ledger's patience, Owen's improvisation, and my newness, which made me both more willing to be brave and more likely to make a dangerous mistake. When I left the corridor and returned to the humming center of the office, the smear of ink in memes, Ledger's doorway gave me a look like a question mark. It seemed to have multiplied a comma to greet me. I stepped over it carefully and felt absurdly like a person walking into a family meeting where a relative has finally been named and must account for their behavior. If the slip was a criticism, it was one that had chosen punctuation as its weapon. If it was an artist, it had sloppy hands and a soft spot for unpunctuated lists. If it was an idea, it argued that life should keep its little surprises and that a perfect calendar was a kind of tyranny. Whatever it was, by the time the clocks chimed twice and the office arranged itself into teams, the old redaction roots had a new urgency. We would trace, we would bait, we would negotiate. And I would, with whatever steadiness I could muster, try to do right by a world that had suddenly become both more fragile and more alive. We were, in the language of the Bureau, in an escalation. It is a quiet, paper-scented kind of escalation, more like a chorus that gains a new timbre than a cannonade. But escalation enough, the slip had been named, Harmon had been consulted, and a key hummed in my pocket. The basement of amendments, where the slip's origin had been rumored to lie, was now a place with a highlighted path on a map. We would go there. We would ask questions of machines and against machines. We would, in short, do our work. There was only one small caveat before we could begin. The slip did not like being forced. It liked being invited. The invitation, I would learn, requires paper, coffee, and the courage to let a few things remain wrong on purpose. We had time before lunch, and the building's soft thunder began to roll like an applause that might be for us or merely a weather event. Either way, the next step was clear and oddly intimate. We would go look into the margins and see what had become of our discarded edits. When I closed me's Ledger's door behind us, the smear in the threshold shifted like a person who had only been pretending to sleep. It left a single apostrophe behind as if to say, not finished. And we were not finished either. The file of our lives had a blank space now that smelled of toner and possibility. We should probably be careful what we wrote there. The slip had taste. The hook of the next step was a simple, bureaucratic necessity. To trace the slip, you must visit the basement of amendments. And to visit the basement, you must secure an exemption signed by Harmon and witnessed by memes. Ledger, that paperwork lives in the next chapter, waiting for a pen and a daring hand. I had thought paperwork was, at its most dramatic, a paper cut and a faint stinging sense of responsibility. I had filed my life into neat categories: homework, rent, the one-time apology to a neighbor for mowing their lawn at dawn, and I believed that a properly folded form solved more problems than it created. Then I misfiled Form 42B and the mayor's hat became crustaceanly, and I learned the Bureau's truest secret. Our world was less a machine than a negotiation. Chapter 7 began like many ordinary mornings inside the building, the smell of toner and distant thunder, the hum of fluorescent light like an anesthetized cloud. But ordinary is a flexible word at the Bureau. We were already on edge. Tuesday had tried to borrow last Thursday's afternoons. The clocks had been flirting with opposites. and the mayor's lobster had become a national emblem for all the wrong reasons. By the time I arrived at the meeting room, the air had the static of a public relations disaster and the focused panic of an insurance claim. The meeting room was more ledger than carpet. Long table, chairs with polite but inflexible posture, a whiteboard on which someone had lovingly drawn a pie chart labeled anomalies by affection. People sat in their campings like tiny islands of conviction. The automation proponents had set up a small demonstration unit on a rolling chrome box with a friendly nameplate, Auto Remediate, Model 2-1. It blinked cheerfully. It promised clean lines and zero sentiment. "Imagine," said one of the automation advocates, smoothing a presentation into place, "a world where anomalous occurrences are stamped away with mathematical precision. No lobster hats, no misordered weekdays, no public confusion. Continuity restored in 3 business cycles or your time back guaranteed." "What a comforting lie," muttered Owen under his breath, which in his case was an almost audible gesture of dissent. He had the air of someone who'd once been a practical joker at summer camp and then went on to become a bureaucrat because the form needed signing. He kept a smudge of ink like a badge behind his ear and a habit of stapling ideas together literally and figuratively. Mies. Ledger, as austere as a postal code and as watchful as a stamp collector at an auction, did not clap at presentations. She sat at the head of the table like someone who had once logged an entire town's snowfall into a single, scientifically accurate ledger and refused to let it be anonymized. Her hands ink-stained and sure kept their own rhythm, as if counting paper clips would steady the room. "Automation is not a policy," she said coolly. "It is a taxidermy machine for mistakes. Instead of negotiating with novelty, it says, 'I had thought,' in the quiet hours between kettle whistles and the soft sigh of the copy room, that a stapler was a stapler. Simple, useful, a small metal mouth that clenched things together so they would stop escaping. I had been wrong. By the time we gathered for the first stapling, the stapler felt, to me, like a priest, or perhaps a locksmith, or an animal with a very small, very officious appetite." Owen set them out like a line of old friends. He arranged the tray of staplers on the conference table with the concentration of someone arranging instruments before a concert. There were regular office staplers, a heavy industrial one that looked like it had eaten reports for breakfast. A novelty stapler shaped like a tiny rhinoceros that someone had slipped in for luck, and in the center, like a reliquary, a straight brass thing that clicked with the satisfaction of a ritual object. He smoothed his hands over them and winked at me, as if I should understand that nothing in our line of work was ever merely functional. "They like an audience," he said. "They like purpose, and they particularly like being asked politely." I had dressed for competence, the blazer 2 sizes too large. As always, but the blazer felt less like armor and more like a banner I had yet to learn how to carry. Mies Ledger stood near the tea urn, watching the table as if it were a battlefield and the staplers were unexpectedly rankable troops. Even her crease of worry seemed to stiffen, taking orders. Registrar Amy moved between us with a stack of forms that smelled faintly of citrus and old paper, which is how I learned there are bureaucratic smells and that each office keeps its own olfactory archive. "We will not be dramatic," Mies Ledger said, though it was obvious she had learned to love a little drama, the way people love rare spices. "We will be precise. We will follow precedent. Precedent here is a kind of liturgy. At the bureau, precedent is the melody everyone hums when the thunder outside wants to improvise." I mouthed the word and felt the syllables like a rehearsal. Owen was already murmuring the litany he had written on the back of an index card, the words a cross between a memo and a lullaby. He had a talent for turning policy into cadence. Dot arrived as dots always do, fluttering in on the margins, leaving a trail of coffee smudge like a child dragging a bookmark through a puddle. It smelled of pastry and printer ink. I had bribed it with a custard tart the size of a postage stamp, and for reasons of motive and appetite it had agreed to be bait. Dot sat on my palm and trembled in a way that suggested it had been fed both sugar and belief. Ellipses, it whispered. Or perhaps it was more like a thought that smelled like ellipses. It reached to the pastry and nibbled, leaving a constellation of crumbs that, on the table's surface, looked suspiciously like marginalia. "Be careful," Mies Ledger said. Her voice was the sound of a ledger snapping closed just in time. Dot eats margins. It is useful and it is dangerous. We had spent the morning drafting the ritual, signatures nested within signatures, a loop of postage stamps folded in half to act as a talisman, a clause written in such a way that it read simultaneously as permission and apology. Registrar Amy inked a line with an emergency purple stamp that smelled like violet and old commitments. "Processing," she said, which in her mouth meant both done and prepared to be undone, depending on the recipient. Owen's plan was, in essence, to make the slip believe it had found a mistake worth settling into. Creatures of misalignment, like all opinionated pests, are one with the scent of confirmation. We would staple a cluster of contradictions together in a way that made them look intentional. We would feed Dot a marginal note written in a honeyed hand. We would file the resultant bundle into the crevasse of a filing cabinet that was, according to the registry, unoccupied, though the registry only ever told the truth by the percentage the lights in Harmon's vault gave it that day. For my part, my responsibility was small and terrible: hold the brass stapler and make the first strike. I had imagined dramatic things. I had imagined a blinding light and perhaps a chorus of torn paper singing. I had not imagined the sound the stapler made when the brass teeth met pages that had been breathed upon with intention. It was less a clap than a settling. If the world were a dress, the staple was a pin. If the world were a heart, it was a stitch. We began. Owen murmured the words of the litany lines about signatures as seals and paper as skin, and the others ritually tapped their stamps to the table. The ritual, in practice, was bureaucratic theater. It had the pomp of solemnity, the silliness of old office law, and the focused hope of a half-mumbled prayer. I pressed the stapler down, and the brass sealed the forms that had been folded to look like invitations. At first, it worked. The Cluster 2 incident reports, a petition, and a string of post-it apologies held together like a small island. Dot, licking custard from its paper-like fingers, circulated a marginal note I had written hastily about the right to minor improvisation under extenuating circumstances. It glowed faintly, and I felt, absurdly, like a person who had successfully parallel-parked an abstract concept. Then the slip noticed. If you have never felt watched by something that is mostly absence, you have never met a slip at attention. It does not appear with great drama. Instead, it unfurls a question mark in the air like smoke. The room's light wavered. Then, as if someone withheld a sigh, the slip sent a small, disgruntled vibration through the hallways, an emotion, like a comma that had been allowed to become a period. Dot twitched. It had been feeding on the marginal note, crunching annotations the way some people chew on pencil ends. It paused and turned its head, which was mostly edges and the scent of coffee. A smear of ink lifted from the table, and in that smear the shape of a smudge took a more definite form, a soot-colored smear with eyes like mismatched stamps. It seemed almost embarrassed to be noticed, the way a cat might be embarrassed to be caught in a hat. It hummed. If the slip had a tune, it would be the thing libraries make when they rearrange themselves at night. It was a thrumming, like an old mimeograph whir. "Now," Owen said, and the word was both a command and a shield. We drove the brass staple in. The metal closed on paper and on possibility. For a bearable instant it seemed that the paperwork had held like a bridge that supports weight for a heartbeat. The stapling was partial salvation. A little seam of sequence retook its place. I felt like someone who had stitched a small, stubborn seam back into the world's hem. And then a retired copy of Mies Ledger stepped out of an alcove and began to file a counter-offer. She looked like Mies Ledger, but not. She wore an older suit, pressed with the conviction of decades. and there was a softness in the lines of her face that the current Mies Ledger had learned to hide. She carried a leather-bound folio and a fountain pen with a nib that suspected protests. She moved with the efficiency of someone who had been mid-retirement and had decided to return because a file had insulted her sense of propriety. "This appears to be a regular procedure," the retired copy said. Her voice was Mies Ledger's but flavored like an archived recording. "I must insist on a formal response." Everything in the conference room, for a suspended administrative second, went credulous. Papers shifted like a flock of fidgety birds. Even Harmon's distant calendar flipped a page, as if to check the date. "We invited the retired copy," Owen said quickly, charming. "She serves as witness." Mies Ledger, current Mies Ledger, did not look persuaded. She pinched a paperclip until it worried its own edges. "We do not invite our past selves unannounced," she said. "We learn from them, not rehire them." But the retired Mies Ledger had already started to stamp. She stamped in a slow, ceremonial rhythm, and the stamps were not wholly benign. They made the forms murmur. Salutations on a nearby stack of letters rose and rearranged themselves like birds turning mid-flight. The first letter, I noticed, redrafted its opening from "Dear Sir" or "Madam" to something less formal, something warmer, "To the evening that called me." Letters do not generally change their own minds. They are, by definition, repositories. But when stamps and staplers play priest and locksmith together, letters sometimes rethink their salutations. The room hummed with the rearranging of intentions. Some salutations turned to jokes. One became a haiku. A formal request for a variance redressed itself to whom this may concern, who might be kindly. The slip of paper, I had been appointed to hold one of the petition forms, stirred under the staple and pushed out a tiny foot of ink like a tongue. It wriggled. Dot, distracted by a more savory margin on an adjacent form, lunged. In the snap of Dot's movement, the pastry spilled more crumbs, and a smear of ink caught the crumbs and turned them into a map. The map showed us a narrow back route through the stacks, a ladder of envelopes with the note, "If you must chase, do it quietly." The ritual had begun to do what rituals do when you do them badly and with love. It opened doors. The slip did not so much fight as respond with the same language we had used, punctuation for punctuation. It sent us a counter-charm, the retired Mies Ledger filed a counter-offer that, on first glance, was an accusation. On second glance, it was an olive branch arranged with margins. "It wants negotiation," Owen breathed. He had a conspiracy in his eyes that made him look like an architect of improbable memos. "It wants to be recognized." Recognition is a dangerous thing to offer a creature born of shredded amendments. Recognition gives it categories. Categories give it a place to sit and rewrite its salutations. But what else, in good faith, could you do when faced with something that seemed to insist you remember the difference between a mistake and a mercy? The repercussions were not immediate and grand. The universe did not fall open in a cathedral of falling forms. Instead, it shifted around the edges like a person who has been offered a proper chair and decides to sit, rearranging the curtains and the light. Several memos in the in-tray labeled "for immediate attention" redressed themselves to "for possible consideration if you are not a monster," and one requisition for a paper shredder was rewritten into a request for a community ledger. People on our floor found themselves smiling at unexpected times. But there were costs. A clerk on the third floor discovered an afternoon she had planned for Tuesday had vanished until she found a purple inked slip buried in a coat pocket that read, "You will have Tuesday next Thursday. Please do not overbook Thursdays." She cried with the odd combination of gratitude and frustration one does when someone refuses to give you Tuesday but insists on giving you something kinder in its place. A street corner that had been scheduled to receive a pothole repair in the morning received a rain that afternoon instead. A rain that smelled like rosemary and made the pigeons gallop differently. And the slip, which had been teased into presence by the pastry and the stapling and our attempt at ritual, thrummed with something like curiosity. It had wanted misalignment, yes, but not anarchy. It wanted conversation. Archaeological creatures, even those born in the detritus of mistake, often prefer to be appreciated for their artistry. Mies. Ledger, who had been stern through much, softened in a way that surprised me. The crease in her face loosened. "We must adjudicate the counter-offer," she said. "We will allow one concession in exchange for the resealing of the cluster. We offer a curated error. A curated error is, by Bureau standards, a mercy. It is a deliberate imperfection, a small kindness built into the system. We had proposed such things in lectures but never signed one off." Harmon, who had not been present at the stapling, but whose vault key hummed with approval through the building, sent a note via Registrar Amy. "Consideration granted in principle. Proceed with caution and pastry." There was laughter in the room, a soft, guilty sound. We had sewed a seam and invited a guest into our own bedrooms. The slip retreated into the margins with the careful air of someone who has been given both acknowledgement and a place to leave their hat. It left crumbs, ink crumbs, a punctuation like a confetti of commas, and a ledger notation that simply read, "Agreed, provisionally." I felt both triumphant and chastened. We had not captured the slip in iron and ledger. We had instead negotiated with it. We had offered a stapled promise and been given, in return, the knowledge that some mistakes were not to be erased but curated. I learned, standing there in the residue of pastry and ink, that paper can be both armor and altar, when the retired Mies. Ledger signed her counteroffer, something about the current Mies. Ledger's shoulders relaxed. She tucked the counter-offer into a drawer marked "might be" and inked a small note in the margin in her own cramped hand. "Do not let tidy disappear. Let it be mischievous." We filed the stapled bundle into the unoccupied cabinet, though unoccupied in bureau terms means free enough to allow for negotiation, and curled up in a corner of the tray. Its body a scrap of annotated parchment, as content as any creature that has eaten the right pastry. The office smelled of burnt sugar, ink, and a light, distant thunder. There was the feeling, for the first time in days, that the worst of the slipping might be contained without the sacrifice of small mercies. Yet when I left the room and the normal corridor sounds returned, the soft shuffle of shoes, the distant click of a teaspoon against china, I heard, threaded through the ordinary noises, a new sound. It was the staccato of post-salutations rearranging themselves in a new order, a chorus of letters insisting on a less formal address to the world. It was, in a way I could not wholly explain, a better music. The first stapling had not been perfect. It had left us with living revisions and a retired supervisor with opinions. It had shown us that the barest procedures could be bent ceremonially, but not broken. Rules, I learned, are not rigid bones, they are scaffolds. You can lean on them and occasionally hang a small painting from them. But if you tried to treat them like braces that would forever straighten the world, you would be disappointed. As for the slip, it had gone back to nibbling the margins. It had left us a marginal note that said, in an ink that shimmered when you weren't looking directly at it, "Thank you. Keep one lobster." That last line made me laugh despite myself. It was ridiculous, a creature of contrast asking for a lobster. But absurdity has weight when you need it. It tipped the balance away from panic and toward a mode of being that allowed small wonder. We had a victory and a reminder. The victory, a cluster of contradictions, was now held in place, provisionally. The reminder, when you bargain with the margins, you must be prepared for the margins to reply. They will not always be polite. They will sometimes file counter-offers. They will sometimes write salutations that are kinder than your heart allows. The office crawled back toward its normal rhythms. Registrar Amy stacked the now stapled bundle with an affectionate, almost maternal pat. Mies. Ledger replaced her tea with a different cup, one with a chipped rim that had lodged a small charm inside, and she said softly, to no one in particular, "We will keep the lobster." There was a tenderness in the sentence, that made my chest feel like the flat of a newly copied page. I walked back to my desk feeling both heavier and lighter. The brass stapler sat in the tray like a small altar. I touched its edge and felt the haptic memory of the strike, the pressure, the exact resistant give of paper willing to be bound. There was an odd comfort in the knowledge that the world, under certain conditions, could be resewn. There was, too, a deeper discomfort in knowing the seam would sometimes hold small, deliberate imperfections. That night I hummed one of the bureau's quieter jingles and filed a sticky note under maybe. On it I wrote, in a shaky hand, keep some mistakes. They make better stories. And for reasons I could not then name, which would make perfect sense later, I added beneath it, also, buy more pastry for Dot. I have always believed that paper remembers things we cannot. That was the first lie the bureau taught me, and also its best consolation. On the morning the fingerprints of days started to smudge, I had clung to the idea that if I could simply stamp hard enough, sequence would obey. By chapter 9, which turned out to be a long, spooled ribbon of paper and confession, I was learning that stamps had feelings and signatures could be coaxed into sympathy. We followed the paper like a faint, apologetic scent. It started as marginalia, a tilt of a dash here, and ellipses nibbled at the corner of a report, ink dragged like a small animal fleeing a hand. That was the sort of thing Dot liked to leave behind, little punctuation crumbs that told stories. But this trail was heavier. Someone had written in the margins in a hurried, almost human scrawl, and the scrawl led down corridors where the fluorescent lights hummed like old generators and the air smelled of glue, toner, and yesterday's tea. Owen walked with his hands in his coat pockets and an index card behind his ear, which made him look exactly like a man trying to outrun a punchline. He didn't walk ahead so much as drift, like someone who had learned to conserve his kinetic guilt. We were a motley flock, Mies. Ledger at my left, regally bent over a map of stamped departments she had folded into a shape that fit in her palm. Registrar Amy at my right, carrying a small stack of requisitions with the steady grace of someone who knows exactly where to put a delayed prayer. I borrowed my breath from them. There is an odd bravery in following paperwork into a basement. You tell yourself that basements are for lost things and for bones, and if anything is going to be awkwardly preserved, it's going to be something that snarls at tidy schedules. Yet when we passed a door labeled Amendment Archive Authorized Only, the word authorized seemed to shiver. Authorized against whom? Against the slip? Against whoever had once allowed a redaction machine to nap in the dark? I didn't ask. I didn't have to, Mies. Ledger's fingers were already counting paper clips, and I knew that when she counted it was a competence charm. We found Owen in the stacks where the light was polite and distant. He had his back to a shelf and his shoulders leaned against a spine of boxes. There was a small, shameful softness to his posture, the kind possessed by people who have kept something under their pillow because it prevents nightmares. He turned when he heard us and smiled like someone who had just told a joke to his own memory. You look better from the side, I said, because we do whatever small duties let us pretend we are in control. Don't I always? He replied, voice like a tired magnet. Then he let go, and he let go in the way people do when they've been carrying a paperweight for longer than is professionally recommended. He thumbed open a creased folder, as careful as a Butterfingers priest, and from it we saw well, not the file itself, but the aura of it. People hoard small things for many reasons: sentiment, fear, habit. Owen hoarded a file because it belonged to a day in which something impossible had been kind. It's nothing administrative, he said. It's not helpful. Give it to me, Mies, Ledger said, with a voice that had the patience of steel filings. He resisted like a child clinging to a forbidden candy wrapper. The file had a label rubbed thin. The label read, "The Big Week That Smiled." There was a room for files like that in my head now. It was a museum for misfits, rain that falls only on sad parades, a stray dog who once learned to whistle, a calendar page that refused to blink. We had all, in our secret hours, kept a small rebellion pinned under a desk. Owen's was a precise, crinkled paper with a corner chewed by a pen. He had hidden it because when he thought about erasing it, the image of a child laughing in a sudden sunlight made him dizzy with longing. "It saved somebody," he said, as if that would explain why a grown man kept a piece of paperwork like a talisman. It wasn't official, it was the kind of mistake that did no harm. Ledger's mouth tightened and softened in a rhythm I recognized, the negotiation of the conscious and the sentimental. She didn't take the file then. Instead, she folded her hands and told us a story about a regulation she'd bent once when the weather festival of a small town faced obliteration by a bureaucratic comma. The kind of story that smelled of ozone and heroism, the kind that makes you understand why rules exist and why, sometimes, they must be lopped for compassion. "We are custodians," she said. "We keep things that cannot keep themselves. But we are also judges and sometimes executioners. We must decide which continuities someone's life needs and which are crufts. There is no cosmic stamp that tells you which is which." It was the kind of thing that in another life would have been printed on a poster. In the bureau it is printed in the tiny, practical font of marginalia and tucked into a sleeve. We all listened. Registrar Amy shuffled her requisitions and placed a stamp face down, as if to conjure courage. "If you let this go, Owen," she said, "if you hand it over without conditions, what will you lose?" "Sleep," he said, as if that were the currency of all bravery. I wished for invisibility. I wished also to be brave enough to make a small, selfless decision. It's simple in theory: hand over the file, fix the sequence, save the world from lobster mayors and swapped Tuesdays. It's harder when the file is, in real terms, someone's private weather, someone's refusal to be graded into neat columns. This is when Ledger turned to me and did something I hadn't expected. She taught me a trick. She called it procedural subterfuge, which, to me, sounded like a euphemism and a charm. She sat me down at a battered table and produced a tray of stamps and envelopes and a lamp that flickered with authority. The lamp made everything look like evidence. Shadows were only the parts of things we refused to see. Her hands moved quickly. She showed me how to write what she called a double-hinged memo that reads as two memos at once depending on where you tilt it. A semantic hinge that allows a signature to apply and also to withhold. "It's not lying," she said. "It's not cruelty. It's a way to say yes and no at the same time while preserving the paperwork's dignity." Her voice was honey sealed in ice. She taught me to fold sentences so that a clause could perform like a door, open for one signature, closed for another. She inked an example into my hand as if imprinting a tattoo of compromise. "The bureau is a machine of translation," she said. "Sometimes you must translate mercy into ink and back again." I stamped a sample form until my fingers shone with residue. I felt like an apprentice to an old, useful god. That practice mattered because the slip didn't like neat language. The slip listened to certainty and then made it sound foolish, while Ledger tutored me. Registrar Amy took pleasure in the small, exact ritual of processing a tardy requisition. She leaned over a steam of papers and pressed a seal into a form like a jeweler setting a stone. The sound was a discreet bell. In that moment the world contracted. Everything left me except the bell and the flattening of ink. "Some stamps," she told me, "are pacifiers." I wanted to believe her. When she slid the requisition across, it was as if we had all been given a breath. The request was accepted into the fold of officialness. It did not cure the world of its misalignments, but it reminded me that certain rituals did hold weight. There was a romance gossip humming in the stacks, as quiet as a moth. Registrar Amy and I had been small satellites orbiting each other, coffee traded for the favor of a stamp, shy smiles over ink-spattered counters. The misplaced week had put our orbit into danger. The week could be misplaced in such a way that whatever small, tender conversation we'd had would slide into the wrong slot of memory and never be stitched back. It was ludicrous and mortal all at once. "Do we keep it?" she asked me once, fingers steady as a clerk's, voice trembling like a page caught in a draft, if keeping it means someone else loses a laughter. I didn't have a neat answer. I had a heart that wanted to conserve warmth. I had a brain that was newly, painfully aware of the ethical ledger. I had also, embarrassingly, a desire for someone to notice my exact handwriting. We needed leverage. Mr. Pockets emerged with his pockets full of weather. He is a man who, rumor holds, has a pocket for every orphaned thing in the city. He opened one pocket and from it exhaled the faint smell of metal and memory. He presented us with an object wrapped in a receipt, a small tin that when shaken sounded like rain in an old cathedral. "This could bait the slip," he said. "It likes things that were meant to be and then weren't. It likes a little nostalgia in a paper costume." Dot agreed to be our courier for the moment, drawn by the offer of pastry and a promise that there would be marginalia to nibble. Dot is what you get when someone inks a joke too late at night, impish and fond of ellipses. It made our plan feel ridiculous and sacred at once. We assembled our arguments such as they were. Me's ledger argued for preservation with boundaries. Registrar Amy argued for human judgment and the sanctity of careful seals. Owen argued with a softness that made him suddenly small, for the right to keep a tender error. I argued for atonement, somewhere in the middle, a compromise word into being, half legalese, half lullaby. "We will not archive this into oblivion, Mies," Ledger said, "not without a preservation clause. We will file a careful exemption and put a curator on it. We will catalogue the error with gratitude. And if it creates more slips," I asked, because I am, at my best, alarmist. "Then we learn to live with some blunders," she said. "Some errors are not pests. They are margins where people can hide nice things." The floor of the amendment stacks rattled like a throat when you laugh too hard. I had the sense that the building approved with a small, bureaucratic cough. The alliance was not so much forged as it was forged with the constant hammering of practical details, who signs as witness, how long the exemption lasts, whether the curator must file an annual apology. These are the things that make a revolution manageable. But Owen's hoarded file did more than complicate our chain of signatures. It humanized the danger. He was not a novelist of entropy. He was someone who couldn't let go. His eyes betrayed nights spent defending the trivial against the tidy. When he finally agreed to hand the file to us, he did so with the daunting grace of someone signing a surrender so that something humane might survive. He asked for conditions that the file be kept in a drawer marked maybe, and that no automation ever lay its metal hand on it. Mies. Ledger quirked a corner of her mouth. She punched in a clause and wrote it in the margin in a tiny, precise hand, may be consulted by custodians of human judgment only. "That's a good clause," she said, then added with bureaucratic kindness, "You repair it when you can, Owen." He promised to try. The promise felt like stapling a small hope into place. By the time we left for lunch, something had shifted. The misfiles trail pointed, at last, toward the basement of amendments. We had the map and Mr. Pocket's tin and Dot's enthusiasm. We had Registrar Amy's official seal and Mies, Ledger's slow, indestructible cunning. We had Owen's file, which we had promised to protect, and which in its crinkled way taught me more about mercy than any manual on corrective forms ever could. But the week still hummed in the hallways like an unfinished song. The romance between Amy and me did not vanish. Instead, it hovered like a delicate marginal note, its fate now tied to the timeliness of a stamp and the temperament of the slip. I found myself thinking about fingerprints left on folders, about how human things are like stamps. You press them down and some ink stays behind. "Don't get cute, mens," Ledger told me as we descended, and her voice was the only safety harness I needed. "Remember, signatures matter and hearts matter. Both can be preserved if we act like careful archivists and not like heroic vandals." I promised her I would. I promised solemnly, like someone pledging to return a book to the library. As we stepped into the stairwell, the light inverted itself into the color of low toner and distant thunder. The basement of amendments breathed on us like an old thing waking and said, without speaking, that the slip would be waiting somewhere between a redaction and a stamp. We had made our alliances, negotiated our clauses, and stolen a tin of rain. We had decided to protect one tender misfile at the cost of complicating a clear restoration. That choice felt, in the marrow of the thing, like an ethical stapling, small and very particular. At the bottom of the stairs, the air got cold enough to make my glass lenses fog, and Dot, which had been quiet for most of the afternoon, left a neat string of ellipses on the handrail as if to spell out our imminent irony. I touched the marginalia and felt wet ink. The paper trail had led us true, and for once I believed that following a line of scrawled doubt might teach me more about stamps than any textbook. We were ready for the basement, and the basement, as if it had an ear, was ready for us. But readiness in the bureau is a relative notion. You can bring every form and still be surprised by the way a thing looks when it is finally confronted like a smug grin frozen mid-sneeze. I did not know then whether the compromise we had hammered into being would mollify the slip or merely amuse it. I only knew that we had chosen people over perfect ledger lines, and that in the quiet before the next mischief the world felt, strangely, like a book laid open where someone had tucked a pressed flower inside. It is an unscientific optimism, literature's kind of courage, believing that some misfiles are gifts. We walked into the basement corridor, signatures prepped and clauses folded like little safe-keeping envelopes. Somewhere in the dark a redaction machine coughed, and I felt the slip stir as if to say hello. I tightened my blazer, tried not to hum the Birus T jingle aloud, and stepped forward, because the thing I had most to prove was not that I could fix a catastrophe, but that I could, on occasion, refuse a sterile order for the sake of a person I had not yet finished learning to be. We reached the heavy door stamped with a date that hadn't existed last Tuesday. It was time to open it, and it was time for me to decide which edges of the world I would staple back together and which I would leave with a grateful margin. The key in Mies Ledger's hand felt like a promise. The map in Harman Vance's pocket hummed faintly. Owen tucked his fist into his coat and drew up a breath long enough to be a small apology. Registrar Amy held out the requisition like a white flag scribbled in official blue. Dot twitched its coffee-stained halo, and Pocket smiled as if he had expected everything all along. On 3, Mies Ledger said, and the word 3 sounded like a legal tender. We counted. The door did not open politely. It sighed. We stepped through. The elevator smelled of old envelopes, of toner that had been granted a retirement, and of rain that kept forgetting where it wanted to fall. When the doors opened beneath us, the light was a kind of polite fog, fluorescent and apologetic, and there were boxes stacked like a city of tiny, mute houses. Each box had a label, and each label clung to a date that argued with the calendar upstairs. I read one aloud because it seemed that a date spoken out loud might choose a side. September 47th, year of the unsent apology. The box did not answer. It looked exactly as a box looks when it is filled with things no one agreed to call real anymore: dust, neatness, and the careful bitterness of discarded intentions. Mies Ledger descended the stairs like someone inspecting the crease of a very long life. Her coat pockets rustled with infinitesimal files. The ledger stitched to her ribs made a faint, paper sound when she walked. Owen trailed behind, tie crooked, carrying the kind of confidence that assumes things can be stapled into place with a joke. Dot arrived on my shoulder like bad punctuation and lips of a creature that ate margins and left secrets as crumbs. Pockets shuffled in last with a bag of orphaned items, single gloves, a parade of ideas that had been misplaced, and a small thing wrapped in tissue that smelled like a gullible afternoon. The stairwell opened into a vault of paper. It was not so much a room as a memory made tangible. Shredded redactions hung in long curtains. Tiny confetti moons shimmered where the redaction ink had dried wrong. and machines hummed with the steadiness of old refrigerators, keeping time for a family that no longer lived there. The hum had a pitch that suggested a language based on stamps and size. Pipes ran like arteries overhead. An old bulletin board, half eaten by an industrious eraser, still bore a fragment of a memo: "Do not feed the amendments after dusk." Harmon Vance waited in the center, taller than the beams and smaller than the problem, as if he had been scaled to fit bureaucratic crises. His spectacles made his eyes look like stamped seals. When he blinked, the light flared briefly on a calendar pinned to his chest that sometimes flipped its own pages and apologized in the language of torn paper. He regarded us like someone studying a map with both affection and a hint of grief. "You shouldn't be here," he said, "which in the bureau means you must be here." "Neither should my blazer," I said, because that was the sort of defense my nerves offered, humor that could be filed under nervous. Harmon gave a small, governmentally measured smile. "The basement is not for the timid," he said. "It is for those with permits and patience. And sometimes for those who have misfiled reality. Come closer." I walked close enough to feel the hum in my jaw. The room smelled of toner, of distant thunder, and of something like old promises. A beast of a machine stood in one corner, boxy, with a mouth of brass blades and a carriage of careful teeth. A placard above it bore the faded imprimatur of a regulation nobody now remembered having passed. It was a redaction machine, and it had the posture of ancient machinery that had been accidentally kind. "Did it make the slip?" Dot asked, which for Dot is a kind of sentence, ellipses trailing after the last syllable like crumbs. Harmon folded his hands. Once upon a time he cleared his throat as if preparing the filing for the story. Decades ago there was a redaction machine. It was a good machine, in the way certain devices are good because they do their job without question. One evening a clerk left it on. Redactions passed through Hungary and were shredded, and a mistake was shelved, which is our polite word for neglect. Redacted words found one another in a pile and chose to keep their scraps. They bound themselves together with an accidental grammar and a sense of misbegotten humor. From that the slip was born. Not from malice, not from vandalism, but from our own tendency to tidy away certain sentences. The slip is the child of what we refuse to say, so it's our fault, I said before I could stop myself. Blame is a reflex at the bureau. Apologies arrive in triplicate. We made it and gave it accidents, Ledger said. We nourished it by flinging away things that still had opinions. We performed a kind of violence, the deletion of possibility. The slip is response formation. It insists on being considered. It insists on being read. Owen laughed, too softly for comfort. And here I thought it was the diet of the vending machine. His grin tried to clip the gravity of Harmon's story with the economy of a joke. It landed awkwardly among the shredded amendments, like a paper airplane with wings in the wrong tense. Harmon led us among rows of boxes, each labeled with a hand as precise and as lonely as a listing on a will. There were folders stamped regretted futures, missed festival permits, pending rewrites, and appeals from Wednesday, returned unread. One box was labeled Mayor's Accessories, Lobster Bond, which made me both nervous and proud of the Bureau for maintaining an appropriate legalistic pessimism in perpetuity. This is where we keep the things the world was too afraid to keep, Harmon said, and the things we thought we had removed, but that returned in the margins. The slip does not live here all the time. It prowls, it visits with crumbs of erased ink, a punctuation mark on a stranger's sleeve. But every so often it comes back to the basement, to bathe in the perfume of rejected amendments. It rests. It remembers what publishers will not allow. Dot hopped from a stack of microfilmed regrets to a reel of blue tape. It left 3 ellipses on a ledger page, and somehow that felt like applause. We circled the redaction machine. There was a placard with procedural instructions. When a redaction machine is idle, re-engage its moral compass quarterly. Someone had handwritten beneath it in a different ink. When machines have feelings, we did not ask them. We would like one more context. Mies, Ledger said. She spoke like someone who dispensed context in compliance with Form C7b. What does the slip want? Why tinker? Why not vanish? Harmon stroked his chin. Novelty. Attention. A footnote. It was not built to wreck things. It was built by neglect to make suggestions. The slip believes life should be slightly askew. That is its argument. It will tweak continuity to force notice. Sometimes that tweak is a mercy, the rain that only falls on grief, the hat that becomes a lobster and teaches a mayor to be tender, which, I admit, has had civic utility. At other times its tinkering is nuisance and danger. We are all diplomats here. Diplomats with staplers, Owen said. He was fond of making the bureaucratic romantic, as if love could be bound with a paperclip. Harmon turned to me. Your misfile is not an isolated event, August. It is a trimmer along a fault created when we culled language without listening. The slip found that trimmer and hummed. We can unhum it, but we will have to do so in the place where it was born. That place is here. We will need this. He produced a key from a pocket of his coat. The key was not a key as my childhood had taught me keys are keys. It looked like a quill made of brass, teeth filed in an improbable pattern that resembled marginalia. When Harmon placed the key in my hand, it thrummed with a sound that traveled up my arm and lodged behind my teeth. It had a faint scent like ink and the memory of public holidays. The vault key hums when the amendments feel heard, Harmon said. It responds to signatures with the sound of consent. It is a legal artifact and a superstitious device. You will not need to bite it. Do they hum in different keys? Owen asked. Baritone, alto, ledger voice. Harmon allowed himself a thin smile. They hum in whatever key the signatures ask them to. This one sings a sensible B flat. If you care about such things, who does not care about such things? Mies, Ledger asked. They're everything. I held the key like a borrowed argument. It warmed my palm. For a moment I felt foolishly grown up, like a clerk entrusted with a rare stamp, or a child with a library card that said unofficially keeper of things that almost were. But the key was heavier than sentiment. Its weight was the weight of decisions. We'll need an exemption, Mies, Ledger said. She said it without asking, as if the sentence had been pending in her mouth, and she finally filed it. A procedural exception to work in the basement without the usual triage. There are signatures, and then there are signatures. Harmon can authorize that. He can sign away certain boundaries that make us safe, but make us dull. He can allow us to perform a corrective ritual without the entire borough voting itself into an outdated vigilance. Harmon made a small, tired sound that could be an assent. I can authorize a limited exception, he said. But you must understand what that means. We suspend a few safeguards to let you do precise work. Precise does not mean gentle. Precise means we will remove one tooth without breaking your jaw. You will be accountable. When you operate the key, the machine will sing and the amendments will answer. It may call to other things that were born from redaction. Like the slip, I asked. Like the slip. Harmon's eyes flickered with the severity of a man who had rid things too many times. You do not fight the slip by burning it. You negotiate. You offer a ledger of errors you will allow to remain in exchange for returning most sequences to the registry. This sounded then like a diplomatic treaty typed in a font that trembled. It sounded also like a trick. A bargain with a creature born of error made me imagine a courtroom where commas served as witnesses and all our sworn statements were annotated in pencil. We will need a plan, Mies Ledger said. We will need bait, ritual signatures, and patience. Dot will bait. Pockets will provide an object with enough nostalgic gravity to tempt the slip. Owen will staple where the ritual needs humor. You, August, will hold the key and decide which small errors we keep. Registrars will stand by for emergency stamps. We will have 2 witnesses. I felt the room tilt, as if we had all agreed on the orientation of a ladder, and then discovered the ladder led down instead of up. Responsibility pressed on me like a too heavy ledger. I had come into the bureau wanting to fix a mistake before lunch because that was the efficient, tidy thing to do. Now the mistake lived on a bedrock of other people's deletions and on the habits of machines. Fixing it would not be a correction, it would be adjudication. I tasted the raw possibility of choice in my mouth like paper. "Owen," I said, "did you always have that file? The one you said you wouldn't archive?" He looked like a man who had been found with his hands in a drawer of forbidden confessions. "I have it because it is a kindness," he said. "It is one of those things that would be legal to erase, but illegal to lose. I keep it not because I need the memory, but because the memory he stopped." For the first time, his practiced levity thinned. "It keeps someone alive in a way that bureaucracy does not approve. A ledger might say it's inefficient. I say it's humane." "Will you put it back if we have to?" I asked. "If we must refile it," he said, "I'll staple it into the ledger myself." "Then I'm glad you're here," I said, and meant it. We wandered further into the basement. There were rows of filing cabinets with drawers that whispered like sleeping things. On one shelf was a stack of municipal holiday permits that included a faded photograph of a street where bunting remained in the sky despite an ordinance that said bunting must fall on signal. On another shelf, under tempered glass labeled provisional lullabies, lay a sheet of music that made librarians' eyes water when sung. Someone had typed the phrase "be careful what you cross out" on an index card and stapled it to the filing cabinet in 3 places, as if stapling were an exorcism. At the far end of the room, beneath a bank of old clocks that ticked with the embarrassment of being watched, the redaction machine sat like a noble animal waiting for its keeper. It had been oiled recently. Someone had left a cup of tea cooling on top of it with steam ghosts still curling upward. Beside it, in a crate marked disused annotations, lay a spool of redacted tape. And in that spool I thought I saw the shadow of the slip moving like a smudge across a page. "We are not erasing the slip," Harmon said again, as if rehearsing the argument he might need to defend. "We are performing a corrective ritual. The office believes, rightly, that life should not be made tidy at the expense of tenderness. But neither should it be left to arbitrariness. We will negotiate. We will offer a list of acceptable anomalies. We will staple them into place. We will accept responsibility." There was an administration to this, forms to be filled, signatures to be obtained, stamps to be warmed in palms until they shed understanding like old skin. Me's. Ledger looked at me as if she were handing me a pen that might be sharp enough to cut truth. "You will be the one to decide," she said. "You have been the cause. You shall be the convener." Convener sounded like a title I had not ordered. But my throat tightened, and I said yes, because words are the sort of things one files in order to feel less alone. Harmon placed the humming key in the center of the redaction machine, and it answered with a note that made the hairs on my arm perform a small, unanimous salute. Outside, somewhere beyond the implacable stairwell, the building's clocks were having their own small meeting. A distant clock, somewhere on a different floor, Cuff laughed against the second hand. Lunch was moving on its appointed route toward us. The notion that we had to be back upstairs and finished before noon felt, for reasons practical and metaphysical, like both a deadline and a sacrament. "Prepare the forms," Harmon said. "Shape the list. Choose what you will keep. Remember that a bureaucrat's mercy is the mercy of a person who can write it down. Remember also that the slip is not a villain. It is a mirror. When it offers you something tempting, ask what price is in the margins." I put the key in my pocket, feeling its hum settle against my hip like a small, mechanical heart. We did not yet know whether the slip would be cooperative, warlike, witty, or quietly furious. We only knew it had a history here, and that history had teeth made of erased commerce. We had the key, the exception, and a plan that consisted, in the end, of compassion disguised as bureaucracy. As we turned to leave the basement, Dot landed on my shoulder and, in a neat string of ellipses, left a note in my hair that smelled faintly of pastry and old ink. It was a small thing and meaningless, and therefore important. The slip of the basement door made a last small groan, as if the building wanted us to remember it had been the scene of 1,000 soft rebellions. Above us the clocks ticked toward noon. The ritual we would need to perform awaited in the days like a letter folded in three. We climbed. I imagined the humming key echoing in my ribs. I imagined the slip in the margins, amused and exacting, waiting to see if we would bargain with courage or file it under regret. Either way, lunch had a way of arriving on time, the bureau had a way of insisting on paperwork, and I had a way of not being entirely the person I thought I was when I first passed through the doors in a blazer too large for my certainty. The stairwell tasted of toner and distant thunder. The basement of forgotten amendments receded behind us like a book whose best pages were folded and underlined, waiting to be read again. We emerged into a corridor with fluorescent light, trying hard to be honest, Mies. Ledger straightened the ledger stitch that sat like a spine against her coat and said, in the soft administrative monotone of someone who had learned to love compromise, "We will meet again at 10 minutes to noon. Bring signatures, bring a list, bring pastry, bring honesty, and a stapler," Owen asked. "Bring a stapler," Ms. Ledger said. Her smile was a careful punctuation. I walked back to my desk with the humming key warming my pocket. The day outside seemed to hang in a syrup of ordinary tasks, as if the building had given us one face to wear until the right moment of ceremony. I sat down and tried to breathe like someone practicing a new regulation. There was a slip of paper in my blazer pocket, where Dot had left its ellipses. I smoothed it and wrote, in a cramped hand, the list I already knew I would need to make. It is odd how deciding what to keep feels like drafting a small country's constitution. The clock on the wall began to negotiate the next hour, ticking in a language I had only just begun to study. I had in my pocket a key that hummed like a reluctant hymn. Below us, the basement kept its patient, shredded watch. Above us, noon waited with the polite insistence of a government that wanted its lunch and its continuity returned. Between those two things, an ancient machine and a noon that came on schedule, I was to be the one to choose. The thought of it made my hands tremble, jarred pages. I folded my list and tried, for the first time since I had arrived, to imagine a world where being responsible did not mean being perfect. At 10 minutes to noon we would return. The humming key would sing. The slip would listen. The basement would wait like a witness. I looked at my blazer and at the ledger-stitched hands of Memes. Ledger and at Owen's stapler that always made a speech and felt, absurdly, that whatever decision we made would be filed somewhere sensible, under mercy, with a cross-reference to compromise. I slipped my hands into my pockets to feel the key hum, and, for a brief second, the hum answered with a phrase I half remembered from the basement. "Do not be tidy to the point of cruelty." I pinched the edge of the paper, with the list between my fingers, and thought, as in all good bureaucratic rituals, of signatures, of what we were willing to sign away and what we insisted must remain. I looked up at the clock. It was time to prepare. When something has to be fixed in this building, you do not call a crew, you call a clerk. And when the clerk is insufficient, you file a petition. And when the petition is insufficient, you call Registrar Amy and bring her the right pastry. I learned that on day 11, which is the day we decided to build a trap with a requisition form and a hunger-stalled file sprite. The word ritual sounds too grand for what we did, and yet when Registrar Amy sat at her desk beneath a green-shaded lamp and began to stamp, the room felt like a tiny cathedral to Prudence. Her stamps kept a steady beat like rain on a roof. They sounded important. They made the paper obedient. I was the one holding the requisition. My hands shook in that way printer's paper can make you feel, thin and promising. The emergency requisition was, on paper, a simple rectangle, names, boxes, a column for witness initials that had a polite little bracket for the sign of the humming vault key. On paper, it was a thing you could understand in one reading. The thing about the Bureau is that paper is a living thing. Paper remembers where it came from, but it can be distracted, and you had to coax it back into focus, which is what Registrar Amy did with her stamps. She used a red circular stamp that said valid as necessary, and a small blue one that meant temporary exemption granted, and a little triangular one she called the tuck. When she tucked the tuck in the corner, the requisition bowed, not unlike a small bowing child. Ledger stood with her hands in her pockets, as if pockets themselves were a form of jurisdiction. She watched Amy with the kind of expression that counts staples instead of sins. Me's. Ledger had a ledger stitched into the lining of her coat, which is excellent for evidence and for warmth when the building's drafts get philosophical. She read the text of the requisition aloud, chewing on commas the way some people chew pencils. Owen hovered with his tie looped at a conspiratorial angle and a battered box of useless metaphors he insisted might be helpful, in case we needed a simile to distract the slip. Dot sat on the edge of the table, folded and coffee-stained, and ate a croissant with a deliberation that suggested it thought pastries were moral instruments. "You sure you want to sign off on this kind of exception, Harmon?" Ms. Ledger asked later, voiced low and careful, as if asking a vault for permission to breathe. Harmon adjusted his glasses, which made him look like a man trying to inspect the world through two portholes. "If we do not authorize some allowances now, we risk a cascade. The city cannot afford Tuesday entering last Thursday, not twice in 1 month." "It has happened twice in 1 month already," I said, and I hated the small wobble in my voice because it sounded like someone begging an eraser for mercy. "Ms." Ledger's eyes softened, which was the exact same moment my stomach remembered every sticky note I had ever used for an apology and wanted to file them instead of eat them. There are procedures for desperation, and they look like margins. Registrar Amy opened a drawer that smelled faintly of cedar and stamping ink and produced a roll of tiny rubber seals. Each seal had been carved in a year that liked to be called before automation. She selected 3 of them with a precision that suggested she could find a missing week with only her thumbnail. "We will need a signature loophole," she said, and that phrase should have read like a misprint, but it did not. A signature loophole is a very real thing in our line of work. It is a clause folded into a clause that allows 2 things to be true in the same place: the past as it was and the past as we choose to keep. You fold the clause carefully, because the fold remembers the pressure. Owen found a stapler that had been ceremonially retired last winter and insisted we resurrect it for the ritual. He wrapped a length of ribbon around it, not because the slip cared for aesthetics, but because sometimes the slip prefers to be offended with flair. "Stapling is a commitment," he said, and he said it with his hands. "Stapling is a promise the office makes to itself." Meh. Pockets came by with something in his coat that rattled like the sound of a thought left in your other jacket. He produced the lure with a flourish that only someone who collects one-off umbrellas and single gloves could manage. The object was small and smelled of a playground at the end of summer and the rain that fell only on weddings. It looked, at first, like a child's button shaped like a moon, but when I held it in my palm, it remembered being a catalogue and a lost train ticket and a confession someone never gave. Mr. Pockets explained that the slip loved nostalgia that had been slightly misfiled. The lure, he assured us, had the right smell to it, wrongness wrapped in fondness. I wanted to kiss him for his competence. We needed the sprite. Dot agreed to be bait for reasons that spooked me and make me laugh now when I remember the softness of it. Dot lived on annotations. It had been born of an over-inked stamp and a midnight budget meeting, and it ate margins and left helpful commentary as payment. I bribed Dot with a pastry, which is a complicated practice in the bureau because pastries count as both currency and time. Dot ate the croissant in 3 polite bites and left an ellipsis in the margin of the requisition, which is Dot speak for "I am in." Sally promised to keep the elevator out of the habitude of Wednesdays. And when she said it, I believed her because Sally's palms knew which button not to press and when to press the one twice. Timing was crucial. The trap would have to hold the slip between floors long enough for signatures to be turned, for the stapling to bind, and for harmonics to drown out whatever humming the slip preferred. If the elevator opened on a weekday that looked within the world like a Tuesday, the slip might slip out with a sigh and the smell of erased coffee. "We do this right and we do it together," Ms. Ledger said. "Half measures will not suffice. Forms soon to half-hearted signatures fray." I, as the person who had misfiled the original Form 42B and thereby rendered 2 Tuesdays suspicious colleagues and 1 Mayor Lobster adjacent, listened to their confidence and felt the old familiar prickle of imposter syndrome like an itch I could not quite reach. I had misfiled and therefore I must assist. The Bureau does not punish so much as asks for restitution. Restitution looks like work and an offer of pastries and the willingness to sign your name beside others on an exemption box no bigger than a postage stamp. We built the requisition ritual like nest builders. Harmon produced, as promised, a humming vault key that fit the requisition like a key fitting a nervy lock. He did not say much as he turned the key in the margin. When he turned it, the margin shivered. He signed the long authorization with a pen that remembered other pens and left, in the ink, the faint impression of a map that wandered in circles and then settled. Ms. Ledger signed as witness, folding a crease into the document that looked exactly like the crease she had when she thought of small rebellions. Owen added a line that read, "For the record, we prefer mischief that feeds rather than erases." He wrote it in the margin as if to make room for both officialdom and mercy. Registrar Amy stamped. The stamps made the requisition seem less like an idea and more like an act, as if the paper were finally convinced. She then tucked something else into the drawer and produced a thin slip of translucent vellum that had been used by a great grand clerk in a year of very many storms. It carried a loophole like a seed, and when she unfolded it, the loophole sat there proud and obedient. "This belongs in a category called temporary permissive anomaly," she said. "We will fold that into the exemption. Folding a loophole is tactile work. You pinch the clause like you are pinching the seam of a memory. You fold it and then press a stamp into the fold so that the fold remembers it must remain folded." Ms. Ledger did that with a stamp that had seen less laughter and more rain. It left a tiny impression like a footnote. "We all watch because sometimes watching is the only prayer you get. Dot will be bait," Ms. Ledger said. "Dot will entis the slip by annotating the margins. The slip cannot resist being attended to. It craves misplacement that is noticed." Dot left an ellipsis on the outermost margin and scuffed its heel against the table as if to say, very politely, "I do not want to be eaten here." I reassured Dot with a corny bureaucratic lullaby I had learned in orientation, which involves the passive-aggressive humming of office jingles and folded sticky note prayers. Dot seemed mollified enough to be brave. Owen prepared the physical aspect of the ritual. The stapler, wrapped in ribbon, was passed around like an heirloom. He explained how the staple had to be inserted precisely where the clause met the plea, and how the staple, once set, would be hammered, literally hammered, with a ceremonial press. "It is important the staple be not only physical but symbolic," he explained, and then he made a joke about the slip and the town that once had 6 consecutive Thursdays. His joke was met with a loose chuckle, which did something like lubricate us. We rehearsed. Sally tapped the elevator rail and said, "At the 3rd chime you go. If the slip shows resistance, hold your breath for 10 seconds and think of an administrative cost estimate." We practiced signatures, which are the most dangerous kind of patter, the motion of a hand that binds. Harmon said, "Do not hesitate." Hesitation invites suggestions, and I nodded. There is an odd trust that forms when several people promise to do a single small absurd thing in unison. It felt like a promise you might make to a friend who is sick. At one point, Registrar Amy gestured towards the lure and said, Remember, it must smell like a memory misplaced, not rotten, not naivy, just slightly wrong.
Meh.
Pockets opened his coat, and the air that escaped smelled of lost umbrellas and schoolyard chalk. He had dusted the lure with a particular kind of dust that was used to mark misplaced things in a way the slip could not resist. He set it in the middle of a ring of files and placed a single sticky note that read, in careful block letters, "Please return if found." It was both a joke and a formal request. We set the trap in the corridor between the temporal stacks and the basement annex. The corridor has, on a good day, very bad acoustics for creatures that prefer to hide in commas. The humming of the filing machines made a low, expectant rumble, a bass line to our shaky choir, Mies. Ledger placed the requisition stamped, signed, tucked on the file stand where the slip had been seen last. And Dot climbed onto the top of a nearby ledger and began to annotate the margins with a kind of affection that looked almost like seduction. Then we waited. Waiting in the bureau is an odd craft. You do not twiddle. You file your thumbs together at an angle and hum a compliance tune. I tried to breathe evenly and failed, as I had been failing at breathing ever since my hands first shook over Form 42B. I thought of my mother and the way she used to index our memories in a precise little book. I thought of the ridiculousness of the lure and also how perfect it felt. I did not consider the possibility that traps do not always hold what you want them to hold. If I had considered that, I would not have been ready for the particular sound the slip makes when it is curious, not a cough and not quite a whisper, but a sound like a comma being dragged across a page. When the sound began, Dot annotated faster, its ellipses multiplied like soft footsteps. The lure vibrated as if with a remembered laugh. The elevator doors hissed against the rails. Sally put her hand over the elevator's close button like a surgeon's palm over a pulse. We positioned ourselves like people posing at a wedding, except the bride was an exemption and the groom was a stapler. I tell you all this to explain that we are earnest people in a ridiculous building doing earnest, ridiculous things. That is the Bureau's entire ethic. You cannot solve an impossible coincidence without making a few other impossible choices. We had arranged everything with the best of intentions and the worst of cajoling. And then, before any of us could feel entirely sensible, the corridor seemed to hiccup. File drawers slid out a fraction too far. A memo resigned itself and then apologized. The humming in the machines rose a semitone. Dot left a final ellipsis and dove toward the lure, small and brave and marginal. The slip, curious as a punctuation, inched from the shadow it had been keeping and peered into our ring of files. It was, for a moment, only a smudge like ink spilled on good paper. Its edges trembled with erased syllables. Then it noticed Dot and smiled or made the punctuation equivalent of a smile. Now Mies. Ledger said, and the word was the sound of several people committing to a common act. Everyone moved with a speed that felt like the end of the world and the start of a very correct afternoon at once. Amy stamped with the kind of force that made the paper sing. Harmon turned the humming key so the vault margin shivered extra hard. Owen pressed the ribbon-wrapped stapler into the junction, where the claws met the plier, and I, with hands that had tripped over bureaucracy since adolescence, reached for the little translucent loophole and folded it where the exemption would bind the misfile not out of existence, but into accommodation. The staple went in with a metallic sigh and a certainty that sent a bright little series of trembles across the corridor. It felt for an instant like sealing an envelope around a whisper. The slip reacted by pulsing, little crumbs of erased ink floating like moths. It blinked stamps for eyes and left a small trail of punctuation to mark its retreat pattern. For a breath it seemed contained, hovering where a mistake might linger without doing harm. Then the building chimed once, and I felt something like relief begin to unlace at the edges. But rituals are never all consequence and no cost. As the staple set, as the requisition bowed in its neat and fragile way, I felt a tug underneath. as if someone were moving the baseboard of the world 2 millimeters to the left. There was a noise like paper sighing and the hum of the vault key trying to remember its original tune. Dot fluffed itself like a small paper being and left a marginal note in my palm. It read, simply, "Are you sure?" I looked at Ms. Ledger, who had 2 ink-stained fingers on the edge of the stapler, as if to keep it from flying away, and she nodded. Not a grand yes, but the kind of administrative assent that is made of habit and responsibility. "We are sure," she said, and if her voice carried a tremor, I decided it was from the weight of the ledger in her coat. The elevator chime sounded again. Sally called from above, "We hold for one more shift in case of further slippage." We had bought ourselves a moment. It was a moment shaped like a paperclip, bent and useful, and not entirely pretty. I thought very vividly of the lobster mayor and the sandwich that remembered being someone else and the weekday that had wandered off to visit its cousin. I thought of choosing to keep some mistakes. I thought of the list of small delights we had promised to spare. I thought how a stapling can be a kindness if you staple the world to its better parts. Then the corridor's lights flickered and the stapler vibrated in Owen's hand as if it had been given the gift of nervousness. The slip, which had been held at the edge of our circle, shifted like a page turned by an absent-minded god and made a sound that was almost laughter. It did not flee, it did not surrender. It looked at the marginal note in my palm, and I felt the room tilt toward noon, toward the sound of 100 clocks aligning themselves to a decision. We had the requisition, we had the lure, we had Dot willing to be the bait. We had Harmon humming with his vault key, and Sally ready at the elevator. We had Ms. Ledger folding corners so they might hold secrets. And I had to make a choice when the time came, which is part of how these things work. Someone must choose which errors to keep. I thought of the mayor and his lobster cum hat and felt a ridiculous jolt of affection for civic crustaceans. The stapling had been set in motion. The paperwork had been rendered an action. And in the very moment we allowed ourselves to believe in the efficacy of small, ceremonial corrections, I understood the danger. Traps work. But traps also change the things they catch. When you gather misplacement up into a neat little package and staple it with good intent, the world does not always return to precisely what it was. It returns to what you authorized. That is the moral of this chapter, if a chapter can have a moral without becoming preachy. We were, in short, ready to do a thing that would make the world slightly different, and for a millisecond my hand dreamed of never being the same again. And then the slip blinked, and it breathed out a punctuation no one had a name for. And I realized that our trap would have to hold not just an ink smudge, but a philosophy. We had built a paper angel and maybe angels like mischief. The elevator buttons glowed, and the chime sounded like a metronome set to pause. We stood poised over our little cathedral of paperwork and waited for the slip to reply. It did reply, but not with words I could quite yet record here, because answers often arrive as a series of tiny choices rather than one big pronouncement. The slip's reply had texture, the kind of answer that asks a question back. And when it did, I felt the air suddenly, gloriously, dangerously full of possible mistakes. I am still not convinced that what we made was sufficient. I am even less certain that what we would face when the slip fully decided to respond would be manageable. But there is only one way to find out: perform the ritual, sign the loophole, and see whether a stapled apology can keep a smudge in a suit from rearranging the punctuation of 100 lives. We had done the first part. Noon had not yet struck. The elevator's doors were breathing, the filament of the humming vault key was warm in Harmon's hand, and the slip, for the first time in a long while, looked curious enough to be dangerous. I squared my shoulders, which is a habit I have when facing forms and fauna alike. I took a breath and waited for the sound that would tell me whether our stapling had been a bundling or a binding. It came as the building's 12 little clocks synchronized and then diverged. A door creaked. A paper flapped like a faint applause. And then someone, somewhere, laughed, soft and uncertain, as if the world had been asked whether it minded having a lobster in the mayor's hat. We were ready to see the answer. The bureau, which never looked like it had time for melodrama, held its breath with the solemnity of a committee about to pass an absurd but necessary ordinance. I tucked my hands into my pockets, where I kept my apology notes, and braced for the slip's full reply. If you are waiting for a neat resolution here, I will disappoint you. The slip does not resolve like a properly filled form. It answers with mischief and with a kind of sly intelligence. It insists on engaging in conversation. It tastes of ellipses. It would be rude to say more now, because the answer deserves a chapter of its own. So we held the line, we held the elevator, we held our stamps like rosaries, and we listened for the thing that would decide whether noon would be ordinary or extraordinary. The hook, if I may be allowed one small procedural flourish, is this: as we stood, glued to our paper altar. The slip made a movement that resembled both a bow and a question. It left a fleck of erased ink on the edge of Harmon's calendar and on my thumb. The fleck warmed like an ember. The world adjusted its tie. And then it spoke in a voice that sounded for a moment like my own doubts. What it said was not a challenge, exactly, nor a surrender. It said something beginning with a punctuation and ending in a possibility. We were, in short, about to learn whether a stapled explanation can be more than a tidy lie. Noon approached. The rest would have to wait until the slip replied, which, as anyone who has worked at the Bureau of Impossible Coincidences knows, is never as straightforward as filing a form. I had believed up until this morning that signatures were small, secret anchors. They made the world obedient. You signed, someone else filed the stamp. The ledger accepted the small miracle of agreement, and the day behaved. I have since learned that signatures can be cowardly, can be adventurous, can be rewritten by a smudge that likes to wear suits. The slip answered me. It did not materialize with thunder or a chord from a celestial organ. It replied in the office's everyday noises, an inked stamp that sounded like laughter, a clock that hiccuped and then began to sing its seconds backwards. We were in the middle of restamping an entire Petty Cities Monday when the lights started to shimmer, as if someone had turned the world's film speed down, and then gently jerked it back up. Paper alerted us the way a bird alerts you to a storm, small, sharp rustles. Their Owen said, pointing at the lobby clock as if pointing could stop time from being mischievous. That's new. The clock did not look new. It looked like an old acquaintance who had decided to show up with a new hat. The hands ticked, then twitched, then, to everyone's polite horror, unwound themselves like threads pulled free. Me's. Ledger, whose hands are never more than 3 inches from an official stamp, did not flinch. For a moment, as someone younger than she ought to be emerged from the elevator rims. Ledger 50 going on 30, hair less a crown than a rebellious hedgerow, everything else in me wanted to be reduced to a syllabus. We are good at this, she said, as if being reduced temporarily in age were a paragraph chief among many. We have hedges for that, the younger me's. Ledger moved with a briskness that made an old page of regulations seem like a comfortable blanket. I watched her count the paperclips on her desk, as she always does when she is threatened, then notice me. Her eyes, those Ledger-stitched eyes, narrowed into the expression she uses when she must be both severe and mothering at once. August Finch, she said. Explain. Explain is a tall word to use against a smudge in a suit, but I tried. I told the narrow story, Form 42B misplaced, Tuesday tumbled into last Thursday, sandwiches developing autobiographies, the lobster-hatted mayor. I said sorry in 6 different bureaucratic cadences, and then, because it's my default, hummed the filing room jingle until the humming became an odd kind of argument in itself. This is the slip's work, Ms. Ledger said after a small pause that felt somehow like a footnote leading a sentence. It is not hostile, Mr. Finch. It is inconvenient and persuasive. Persuasive how? Owen asked, tipping a stapler like a conductor's baton. I did not have to ask. The building answered. At the far end of the open plan floor, a flyer that had read annual paperclip audit unfolded itself into an elegy and then rewrote its own sign off. The words rearranged on the page like skittish birds. With regards became always with a flourish, and then devolved into a punctuation stamp that pinged like a tiny bell. Amy reached for it and her fingers hesitated, as if some private memory was playing hide and seek beneath her skin. "I don't remember filing that," she said. Her voice was small. It was the voice of someone who could remember the exact angle of a stamp, but not whether a week had had a middle. And there it was, temporal erosion. The slip was not only rewriting paper, it was nudging identities. Retired officials, people whose calendars had a nice, respectable tombstone, staggered back into the corridors as younger selves, mismatched to current hairstyles and old grievances. The chief archivist, Harmon Vance, appeared from the vault hall with spectacles thicker than ever, and then, on the next pass, with cherubic cheeks and the look of a field agent who'd just been assigned a new day. The office made a sound like an audience unsure whether to laugh. You will understand, if you have ever worked in the particular petratory we call a bureau, how fragile the things of authority are. A signature is not just ink. It is a promise that someone will remember what they promised. When the promised person walks in wearing a younger face and refuses, in the softest way, to keep the promise, the signature becomes existentially fragile. It blinks. "We need to refile signatures," Ms. Ledger said, and it sounded like someone dropping a book on a table to make a point. "We need witnesses and witnesses for the witnesses." Registrar Amy, who processes requisitions with both hands and a small, private smile, was suddenly absent the way a middle vanishes from a phrase. We kept trying to hand her corrected forms, and she put them down gently, scanning them as if something inside the paper might bite. Her eyes found mine once, and in that small gaze there was an accusation I could not interpret. "Do you want me to be steady because you need me to be, or because I always was?" Meanwhile, the slip had the grace to be articulate. It did not hiss, it wrote. Dot, who favors ellipses and pastries, darted up to a loose corner of a memo and left an ellipsis like a breadcrumb. The ink around it rippled. The smudge consolidated into a presence that smelled faintly of erasers and seaside gulls, two things a smudge should never smell like. "You say I am a mistake," it punctuated, more ink than voice. "You call me misfiled. I call myself a necessary punctuation," Owen snorted. "Don't tell me you have opinions on grammar." He looked at me, and in the look I saw the appeal of his life. To make jokes until someone made the world behave. "Listen," he said, tugging one corner of a requisition so hard it hummed, "we can laugh this into submission." The slip punctuation, smudge, argument rippled. "You laugh," it replied, "because laughing tightens your belts. I loosen them." It was, at first, surprisingly reasonable. It conjured images of people's lives smoothed into bland calendars. No missed birthdays, no astonishments, no odd meetings that lead to marriages or to songs. "Is that what you want your children to inherit?" it asked, said with the sideways pity of a boot that has seen the weather for a decade. The automation faction liked the idea of never being surprised. One of them, an earnest man who kept a clean row of stamps in his desk, drawer pushed forward with rhetoric about efficiency and risk profiles. He proposed a mechanized erasure device, a blunt instrument that would excise the slip's influence by smoothing the margins, flattening the folds, and rendering all punctuation into obedient periods. "No," Ms. Ledger said. The one-syllable sound landed like a rule. No, she did not explain at first. That would come later, perhaps like a footnote that rewrites the whole page. She was more practical. "We refile signatures. We call witnesses. We do not mechanize our souls." Owen turned to me, with that odd mixture of warmth and exasperation that he wears like a scarf. "August," he said, "paper is thinner than we think. So are we. Staple where you can, sing where you must." We began to work like a chorus of tired librarians. Desk lamps hummed into battle. Harmon Vance shuffled in and out like a judge who relocates mid-trial, thin hands carrying a key that thrummed faintly. He suggested ceremonial things, a signature loop that would compel consent even if the consenting person was temporarily unmoored. "You manufacture consent with kindness," he intoned, which is a bureaucratic way of saying you make people want to sign what they sign. In the meantime, the slip mocked us by rewinding personal grievances. An old report came loose from a binder and unspooled like a film. Inside it was a memory of a younger me's ledger, not stern but mischievous, and a regulation she had once bent to save a village fair. The paper's edges shimmered with that same old choice, rule or kindness. Amy hovered at the refiling table, hands trembling slightly. Her usual calm was marred by the sense that her week had been partly stolen. "If I sign now," she said, looking at me like a hydrant that had been left on too long, "will I remember signing later?" I wanted to say yes. I wanted to give her the simple, clean answer that would make us all breathe. But the world would not allow me that lie. "You will remember what you need to remember," I confessed, "and maybe what you don't." She smiled thin, a stamp pressed without pressure, and signed the form. Her signature looked like a promise and a question stitched together. The paper hummed and, for a minute, murmured like a placid pool in which small fish made polite ripples. That lull was ripped apart by the slip's next action. It is not content with minimal cows, it is theatrical. It took a memo full of assurances and oath to standard procedure, and made the language flirt with possibility. Clauses began to offer alternatives like branches of a street sign. Suddenly emails that had already been sent came back with new subject lines. Coffee arrived before the order was placed. An intern greeted their retired supervisor like a neighbor bumping into himself in a past life. The office became top-heavy with ideas that had not yet been agreed upon. Romance, which is a precarious bureaucracy of its own, did not survive this reworking unscathed. The small thing between me and Amy an afternoon shared over misfiled forms, a sandwich traded with nervous hands stuttered. There was a middle week in which our shared joke about her penchant for stamps was perhaps unwritten. She looked at me across a sea of forms, and I felt like a clerk at a memorial. The H of a thing that might be amputated for the sake of consistency. "Do you think we'd be better off with no surprises?" Amy asked, not in political terms, but in the tiny personal grammar of our shared convalescence. "No," I said. The answer was honest. "But I think we have to choose which surprises to keep." The slip, overhearing, unwrapped itself like a present. It loved the debate because debate is attention, and attention is a kind of weather it could live on. It offered me an image that wrapped around my chest, a childhood in which schedules never bent, in which my mother's lists were never amended, and every arrival and departure executed with mechanical kindness. "Wouldn't you like that piece?" it asked. I thought of my mother copying family memories into neat boxes. I thought of the ledger of my childhood, each page immaculately labeled, and I did feel the siren of that smoothness. It appealed to the part of me that fears error enough to catalogue it. It appealed dangerously. Owen saw the flash in my face and jerked the stapler like a priest calling time. "Don't be tempted, Finch," he said. "The slip sells tranquility at the price of story." "Then buy it for me," I wanted to say. Buy me an unscheduled week and every little mischief that taught me how to be brave. Instead, I did the hard middle thing. I refiled another signature, called Harmon in with his thrumming key, and we re-established continuity for half the city's week. We did not mechanize anything. We did not flay the margins. We argued, we begged, we used stamps like prayers. But the slip kept replying. Every time we closed a loop, it offered us a narrower, kinder universe in exchange. It tempted us with a calendar that makes good things repeat reliably and bad things vanish politely. It tempted Amy with the memory of our moment intact and unambiguous, without the precariousness of a week that might choose to forget the middle. It tempted me with perfection. At one point it manifested near the coffee machine, a dark smear with a gentlemanly cough. It offered a last argument before noon, You fear chaos because you are not yet old enough to appreciate surprise, it said. We are corrective as much as you are. We offer balance. Why insist on an ordered world when errors make for a better dinner party? I could not answer with rhetoric. I could answer with a stapler and a signature and a decision. We scrabbled then, like archivists in a play about eternity. Dot darted between our knees, leaving marginalia that tasted like cinnamon and optimism. Harmon turned his key and the vault hummed sympathetic chords. Mies. Ledger stamped like a judge making music. Registrar Amy signed with a hand steadier than I expected. Owen jammed an old tie into a ledger as a talisman, half charm, half ritual. All of it in the end was not a mechanical trap, but a moral negotiation. We did not seek to exterminate the slip. Perhaps we had learned that hunting a smudge with a meat cleaver would leave a smear. Instead we negotiated, you may keep some small, life-affirming misfiles. We will reclaim the days that allow people to show up to their own obligations. We spoke in signatures and in the softer language of choosing what delights we would allow. The slip remarkably listened. It was not defeated. It was mollified. It left breadcrumbs of erasure, but not the full feast of chaos it could have offered. It retreated to the margins with a sigh like a dry inked pen, leaving the memos a little wry and the clocks a little embarrassed. It did not vanish. It only promised to be less greedy for the lunch hour. We came out of it breathless, sanctified by stamps. The office tasted of toner and the faint sweetness of pastry crumbs Dot had left like altar offerings. Amy and I exchanged a look that was both apology and promise. Mies. Ledger adjusted the crease of her worry and did a thing that made me trust her more. She let herself smile, a small and precise bending of her face into something like warmth. We had not yet made our full choice. The noon train was still barreling toward us. The slip had retreated but not relinquished its appetite. We had patched a dozen loose ends, but the city still trembled in small ways. A mayor with a lobster hat was still curiously effective at ribbon cutting, and someone had petitioned to legalize the practice in certain ceremonial circumstances. The automation faction had not been swatted. It had merely been momentarily shamed into silence. As we prepared our signatures for the next round, Ms. Ledger bent toward me with an expression that is reserved for things that must be said quietly, the ones that are not on any form, because their ink would be messy. Mr. Finch, she said, and there was a Ledger's heft in the name. We will have to choose what to sign away. And we will have to accept that some things cannot be put back in frames without losing their light. Her words landed like a book placed flat on a desk. It is a simple thing to say choose what to sign away, but it is a heavy ledger because choosing implies losing. The building hummed around us, and in the break room, through a door that smelled of soup and cinnamon, Mabel was ladling slow, thick broth into a bowl that seemed to hum with possibilities. We had, in that accident-prone morning, managed to convince the slip to pause its appetite. But the slip had a habit of retorting in whispers. It left us with a question that would not be answered by stamps alone: which delightful errors shall we keep? And which must we refile for the continued sanity of a populace who does not enjoy surprise while folding underwear? The noon chime was no longer far. Our signatures were stacked and waiting, each a small battalion of consent. Beyond the humming vault and the smells of toner, I could hear the faint clink of Mabel's ladle. Mies. Ledger inhaled, and for the first time all day, allowed herself a memory-long smile that I did not yet understand. Come, she said, before the soup decides our answers for us. And I, ink-stained and anxious and oddly exhilarated, followed her down the corridor. The slip watched from the margins, a smudge that had learned the art of conversation. It had won arguments and lost others. It had made us laugh and made us tremble. It had given me the image of a life without surprise and, more importantly, the conviction that I could not trade our messy humanity for a neat, silent calendar. The next round of signatures waited like a jury. We would take them. We would also, in a quiet and perhaps unofficial annexed folder, write a list of the errors we could be permitted to keep. It would be the bureau's own catalogue of small rebellions. The slip grinned in punctuation. It replied once more, in a voice that was less a threat than a promise, "We shall bargain." I looked down at my hand. It was smudged with toner and hope. I folded my fingers into a fist and felt the texture of the day, stapled, stamped, a little dented, and still too bright to be wholly practical. I made a silent vow, bureaucratic, not romantic, that whatever happened next, I would not allow perfection to buy my memories. We had bargaining ahead, and I had to stop humming the filing jingle because it made me sound like a lunatic. Mies. Ledger opened the break room door, and a warm, savory scent hit us like a verdict. Lunchtime, a deadline, a ritual, a small god rolled toward us, and with it the choice that would decide whether a city kept its lobster-hatted mayor, and whether someone I cared about lost the middle of a week. The hook was a simple, bureaucratic sort, signatures ready, soup waiting, the slip still speaking from the margins. We would sign, we would eat, we would choose. And someone, probably me, would have to decide, carefully and with a stamp and a breath, which of the day's misfiles were errors to be corrected, and which were gifts refusing to be filed away. We moved as a team toward the break room, each step an argument and an offering. The building smelled of toner and distant thunder, and under it all was the warm, sensible aroma of stew. The slip replied at last in a punctuation that sounded almost like applause. I did not expect confessions to smell like soup. It is an odd thing to learn the texture of a person's regret, the small, scratched-in handwriting of it, while a ladle swings steam into your face. But the Bureau of Impossible Coincidences has a way of making intimate things public. We staple secrets into reports. We file apologies under maybe. We whisper offenses into the linings of our coats and expect the fabric to hold them until the right signature arrives. So perhaps it should not have surprised me that, on a day when reality fumbled its shoes and the mayor's hat had the decency to become a lobster, the antidote to arid procedure would arrive in a chipped bowl. I found myself in the break room, because that was where one went when everything else was misbehaving. The break room is, in happier times, a small universe, an actual coffee ring of a separate world lodged under a chipped teacup. On this morning it smelled like toner and cinnamon and a kind of distant thunder, the Weather Channel murmur you hear when someone in records forgets to close a window. Mabel stood behind her counter like a small, unbothered planet, ladle swinging and steam making halos over her flour-dusted sleeves. Before I knew it, a bowl had been placed in front of me, without me remembering to ask. That is another thing about the Bureau. Things are done for you when they know you will be too busy being anxious to ask. "Eat," Mabel said. Her voice was steady and blunt. "You look like someone who will forget to feed himself until irony takes the last bite." She did not look surprised at the lobster in the mayor's hat. She only looked mildly disappointed at the menu planning team and moved on. Mies. Ledger was there, perched on a chair with her ledger stitched into the elbow of her coat. She always seemed a little like a person who contained a building in her spine. Her eyes had that ledger stare, an arithmetic patience that measured time in footnotes. But she was slightly less composed than usual. There are tells you learn about people who have dealt with reality for a living, M's. Ledger's tell is that she fingers the edge of a form until the paper becomes the rhythm of her breath. Today, the paper trembled. "August," she said, as if that explained anything. I don't think she'd ever use my full name when she meant to soften me. There was a small dish of bread beside her. I don't think she likes bread. She ate it the way someone eats a small, forbidden anecdote. She told a story while Mabel spooned soup-like punctuation into the bowls. It was not the sort of confession that sought absolution so much as it sought company. It was a story she had kept folded in neat corners, not unlike the little ledger tucked into the secret pocket of her coat. Once, she said, there was a regulation about weather parades. It required, in bold, that the forecast be filed 48 hours in advance and stamped in 2 colors. The festival organizers did it just so. But one year, the printers failed. The clouds came early. People had brought kites. Children had spent their allowances on tickets to a band. The regulation did not permit improvisation. She paused, and I heard the paper in her hand take a breath. "I know how it sounds," she said. "A ledger should not give out except on paper. Rules are for binding. But I also know how a town looks when the parade is cancelled. So I signed anyway. I wrote a postscript, tucked it between the lines. I used a red pencil where red was strictly forbidden. Her fingers pressed the ledger like a heart. We got lucky. The printer mended, the clouds behaved, and the band played a measure off key that became the town's favorite memory. No permanent damage, but a regulation was breached. I carried that breach like a pebble in my shoe for years. Only later did I realize that pebble had become a step. I could see, in the creases around her eyes, how the pebble had polished something that resembled amusement. Mise. Ledger is not a woman who tells tall tales. She is a woman who measures risk in margins. For her to tell this one, in the middle of an office that stamps reality like bread, was to hand me an invitation, join me in the gray between the lines. I asked the automatic, of course, weren't you afraid? Law, procedure, the code. I asked it like a child who has been reading the rule book with knuckles because the book is heavier than it looks. She smiled, the sort of expression that can flatten a pile of forms, of course. I could have been fired, or worse, reassigned to the department of standardized size. But sometimes the cost of rigid continuity is small joys. I learned to count those too. That was when Harmon found us. He arrived like a long sentence of bureaucracy, precise, inevitable, and somehow softer than his title suggested. He had his vault key clicking like a metronome. Harmon looks like an argument written in handwriting, a tall man with spectacles that make his eyes look like stamped seals. He did not beat around any metaphors. Perfection exacts a tax, he said. Everyone thinks continuity costs someone nothing, but it costs us things. It costs the oddity in a postcard. It costs the blunt, accidental kindness of an unsanctioned parade. So what you are saying, I ventured, is that perfect continuity erases small kindnesses. It does, he said. Because continuity is not merely about sequence. It is also about what we decide to keep on the shelves of time. If we keep only what is neat, then the world becomes neat. Neatness has its virtues, but it also eats warmth. That was startling, because Harmon is the sort of man who usually phrases things in clauses and caveats. For him to talk about warmth in a building of file cabinets felt like a smudge in a margin, unexpected and therefore perhaps true. Isn't that why we exist? I said, the question tumbling out of me while the spoon in my hand clinked against ceramic. To keep sequence, to protect continuity. Yes, he said, but to protect it from wholesale destruction, not from the occasional, human, beneficial mistake. That is the balance. We have been saying the same thing for decades without naming it. We all listened to Mabel Ladle. Her soup was thick enough to drag a spoon through and light enough to forget on your tongue. It smelled like the kind of rain you remember when you are trying to forget other things. She put down the ladle and looked at each of us like an auditor who also had a small, private bakery. You are all very clever with stamps, she said. But cleverness doesn't always mean kindness. Some mistakes are gifts. Do not throw them away because they are messy. It was not a prophecy dressed up in pomp. It was a sentence said in the cadence of someone who has fed people through storms, blunt, unadorned, true. The phrase lodged in the back of my throat like an unpaid stamp. Owen took a long pull of his coffee. That man has a permanent habit of turning confession into quip, which makes it easier to hear the truth. He chewed the corner of his mouth, and then gave me a look I recognized from the time he had stapled a poem into a filing cabinet for reasons he said were archival romanticism. I have been lying, he said, and he did not make it a joke. The room quieted because Owen's confessions are rare and often more theatrical than this. He pulled from his inside coat an old folder that looked like it might have been stitched from memory, and placed it between us like a relic. "This file is an ugly little thing," he said. "It smells like sable ink and a story that would not be polite in a meeting. It documents a woman who refused to let her son's memory be corrected out of existence. The Bureau's rules said we ought to tidy the error, make it go away. But she would come by and read from the file like it was a sacrament. She smelled like citrus and rain. The file made her son alive for the space of an afternoon. I couldn't sign that away, so I moved it here. Out of sequence, in a drawer the policy manuals forgot existed." He looked at each of us, and for the first time I saw something close to fear crease his face. "I'm not proud. But sometimes the moral thing is not the procedural thing. I have kept this file because losing it would have meant erasing more than an error. It would have erased someone who loved in a way rules could not measure." None of what Owen said was new. People keep things out of file cabinets, out of history's harsh light. But hearing him say that he had chosen the story over the rule felt like someone handing me a key that was not authorized but somehow necessary. I thought of my own little catalogue of apologies written on sticky notes and filed under maybe. I thought of the sandwich that remembered being someone else, and the lobster mayor who seemed to do civic diplomacy better than elected officials sometimes did. Dot, who had been preening in a napkin like a small confetti of paper, hopped up onto the stack of marginalia and started to explain itself. Dot doesn't talk well in sentences. Dot does ellipses, the way a pencil trails off in someone's hand, ink spilled. "Budget meeting, stamp curious," created me. It murmured, picking at a pastry crust with fingers the color of old receipts. I ate the margins, left notes, found crumbs help. It chewed and then added, "I can do more than eat. I can write margins that anchor. I like crumbs, yes, but the crumbs can be used. I will help. Not just for pastry this time." The way it said help was not a bargain. It was a small, papery vow. Registrar Amy bustled in then, as if the universe had timed her entrance to coincide with revelations. She had a small stamp in her hand and a look like a person who enjoyed being useful. "I finished the emergency requisitions," she said. "They are stamped, alphabetized, and mildly sassy." She grinned, which is what Amy does when she is about to skip the rules in favor of efficiency that feels like charity. All of this, the confessions, the soup, the ellipses, did something carefully bureaucratic and wildly human. It shifted a ledger, Mies. Ledger, who counts paperclips when nervous, softened a crease in her worry. Harmon, who likes continuity the way other people like hobbies, said aloud that perhaps they had been insisting on perfect continuity because no one had taught them how to treat exceptions like treasures instead of errors. The conversations that followed were less like a meeting and more an extemporaneous prayer. We talked about taxonomy, what errors to keep, on what grounds. We discussed the criteria not in policy speak but in human words. Does it bring joy? Does it harm? Is it small and accidental or large and corrosive? Does it preserve the memory of someone who would otherwise vanish? Could it be catalogued without letting chaos sip through the margins? I felt my old instincts, my upbringing of tidy schedules, my degree in library systems push back. Rules are comforting. You can sleep with them under your pillow. But Mies, Ledger had just shown me the opposite argument. Rules are homely until they are cruel. Harmon had shown me that perfect sequence can cost oddities that make life endurable. Owen had shown me what it looks like to keep a small person alive for an afternoon in a file folder. Dot had promised to anchor margins. Mabel had given us the plain language of a prophet, ladle first. After soup, we lingered over cups of tea, and the kind of silence you get when a team recalibrates its moral compass. We compiled a small, provisional list of humane errors, an official-looking title we put on a post-it and stuck under a jar of paperclips. It was the most bureaucratic rebellion I had ever participated in, cobbling tenderness into a checklist. We will not make a habit of avoiding procedure for whimsy, Mies. Ledger said, voice steady and sharp. But we will make room for those errors that carry a human weight the rules cannot measure. We will write them down. We will sign them in red pencil and place them in a special folder. It felt ceremonious and necessary in the way a bandage is necessary for a small cut. The bandage does not mean you welcome all cuts. It means you treat them with care. Owen, at one point, took the old folder from his coat and passed it around. Each of us touched the grit of its cover like an offering. "If we are doing this," he said, "I will commit. I'll stop hiding and I'll try to rehabilitate what I hoarded, so it is not unsorted sorrow but a designated kind of mercy." Dot promised, with a fringe of coffee stain halo, to write anchoring marginalia that would act like little mooring ropes for the things we wished to keep. Harmon promised to argue for the exemption at the next review. Registrar Amy promised to invent a stamp with just enough irony to make signatures look humane. Mies. Ledger promised most dangerously to sign the red pencil where her hand had trembled before, and me. I promised to stop apologizing to staplers as practice and to direct that nervous energy into proper signatures. I promised, in my own small way, to trust that the world needed to be neat at times and messy at other times, not because of anarchy, but because of mercy. We left the break room feeling steadier, oddly fortified by soup and confessions. It was a temporary armistice. The misfile was not fixed. The slip was still a smudge in its suit. The mayor's lobster was probably giving better speeches than some committee chairs. But the change was real. We had decided to treat some misfiles as treasures, and that decision felt like choosing to anchor a boat to a buoy instead of a harbor wall. "Tomorrow we try again," Owen said as we gathered our things. His voice had the light quality of someone who had chosen to act rather than hide. "We set a trap, but with limits. We will close most of the leaks and leave the fine ones that make life softer, Ms." Ledger closed her ledger with the finality of a gavel. "We sign at dawn," she said. "And we pray if you think praying is for amateurs." Harmon clicked his vault key like a metronome and nodded. "I will authorize the exception on paper, if not in spirit. We will not be reckless." Dot hopped onto my shoulder and left a tiny margin note that read, in a script of ellipses, "For crumbs and kindness." I left the room with my hands full of stamped resolve and an unshakable feeling that the next attempt would be both more possible and more dangerous than before. The slip, wherever it was nestled in a smudge of erased ink, grazing the edges of a letterhead, would not be pleased. It liked misalignment for the art of it. We were about to offer it a bargain built of signatures and soup, of stubbornness and tenderness. Outside, the hallway clocks ticked in a chorus, as if the building itself were holding its breath. Lunch was coming, and with it a noon full of decisions. The staplers at my desk hummed softly, waiting to be chosen for sacrificial duty, should any be willing. I sat down, smoothed the page of my notebook, and wrote 3 things at the top: red pencil, humane errors list, and, in my smaller, steadier handwriting, "Do not apologize to staplers unless they apologize back." The trap would be set, the slip would be tempted. I had a bowl of Mabel's soup in my stomach and a pebble of Mies. Ledger's courage under my shoe, and the strange, necessary conviction that sometimes a bureau must learn to be human in order to protect the human things it was meant to shelter. We had agreed on almost everything. We had not agreed on the price. The building's lamps hummed as if to underscore that last sentence. I folded my hands and waited. Outside, in a city that had not yet decided if the lobster mayor was a novelty or an asset, a band tuned up and hit a single off-key chord that made someone somewhere laugh like relief. It sounded like permission. When noon came tomorrow, the slip would find us ready. The question was not whether we would staple and sign. The question was what we would decide to keep. I will try to write the night down the way the bureau taught me to file things, plainly, with dates in the margin that mean something only to those trained to read them. But this night will not be plain. It resists the margins, it wants to wriggle free. So I will file it with honesty instead, which in a building that staples metaphors is probably the least orderly thing to do. We came back to the plan like people coming back to a temperate argument, each word checked for tone. Owen arrived first, his coat dragging small ideas behind it, his constellation tie a careless map to the impossible. He had unrolled a length of ledger ribbon like a cat showing its prey, possessive, proud, and useless in a fight unless someone remembered how to use it. Mies. Ledger arrived with a stack of forms folded like small reasons. They gave her shoulders a seriousness she wore like a badge, but she tucked a charm into the lapel of one folder as she always did. And for a second I saw the woman who once flung a regulation into a weather festival and saved a town. I had Dot in my pocket. Dot's appetite for marginalia is almost musical. It hummed when it tasted the edge of our plan. It is the size of a semicolon and the mood of an ellipsis. I had bribed it with a warm pastry, and it had placed that pastry beside the bait that would tempt the slip. The bait was in the end a very small and very sad glove mirror. Pockets had kept in a drawer marked, maybe the sort of orphaned thing the slip loves because it stands just off the script of whatever day belonged to it. Sally timed the elevator. I know that for the readers who do not work in places where floors themselves remember their mistakes, this sounds theatrical. But timing an elevator here matters. Press the wrong button in the wrong order, and you arrive on a Thursday that happened to be Tuesday for reasons that will only embarrass you later. She hummed as she worked, a tune like a swing door closing. Her hands were precise. She had the habit of pressing the button twice, once for the elevator, once for luck. We set the room up like a banquet for ghosts. Documents that had once been arguments between townspeople and mayors lay in neat rows. The staplers we used that night had names: consent, supposition, noon. Owen laid them out with a showman's attention. He likes to make ritual look like theater. He always says that ceremony helps people believe they are doing something sacred, and the belief is half the magic. Mies. Ledger muttered through a checklist and used postage as punctuation, her voice a dry pencil on the margin of my nerves. The plan itself read like something out of a child's picture book and a bureaucrat's worst dream. We would anchor the slip with a stapling ritual, literal teeth of metal puncturing the air between ordered signatures, and close the fold with a signature loop. Registrar Amy would process the requisition as if every stamp mattered, because in the bureau, of course, every stamp matters. Harmon had lent us his humming vault key, which was a metal thing that sang like a reluctant baritone when wound. It was a key to the place where denied amendments go to sleep. I held it and felt something that might have been courage or might have been nostalgia for my mother's organized kitchen. I will not lie, I was terrified. Not of the slip entirely, I've always been scared of things that don't write their own reasons, but of the possibility that my hands would tremble and the stamp would smear, that a comma would go missing and take with it an afternoon of someone I loved. There is a soft, animal panic that comes when you see your error's face reflected in other people's lives. I wanted to prove I belonged. I wanted to fix what I broke. I wanted ridiculously, domestically, to be the sort of person who could make the clock hands obey. Owen told a joke while he prepared the staples. He makes jokes the way other people make coffee, to keep themselves awake. If the slip thinks it can slip through stapler teeth, it's never met my aunt's sewing kit, he said. And he laughed at his own punchline like it was a rehearsal of bravery. Ms. Ledger did not laugh. She looked at the ledger ribbon and at the chorus of forms and then at me, as if measuring how much stupidity and how much courage I contained. Remember, she said, and nothing in her voice suggested an option. Paperwork holds weight. Not all weight is bad. Some weight is gravity. Some weight is ballast. And some weight is a dessert fork, Owen whispered, which made Dot titter in the margin. We began. Registrar Amy handled the stamps with the sort of detached affection librarians reserve for rare bindings. Her hand was steady. She impressed a seal that smelled faintly of lemon and legal counsel. Harmon wound the humming key until the metal sang and the room vibrated like a throat clearing. Owen held the ritual staples like a priest holding rosary beads. When he drove the first staple into the ledger ribbon and the main requisition, the sound was small and bright, like someone flicking light on after an interminable power failure. This is where the slip made its first small joke. It slid into the room like a smudge you notice only from the corner of your eye. It was both less and more than I expected, a darkening that moved like handwriting, a shadow that left crumbs of erased ink. There were no arms to grab, no teeth to bite. Instead, it offered us a voice like cold typewriter keys. "Hello," it said. It did not make the room cold. It made memory feel like a photograph you could reframe. "I wondered whether you would try this again." It spoke to me. It could have addressed Ledger or Harmon's authority or Amy's seals, but it drifted toward me because I was the most likely to wobble. It does not matter who I am. It matters that I remember schedules and good lists. It could smell my childhood tidy city and my parents' calendar. That scent, I now know, is armor and leather both. The slip knew it. It offered me things while we worked. A vision of my mother crossing days off without hesitation, a town in which nothing was lost, a ledger of birthdays that never blurred. The slip's promises were not threats. They were comforts. You could have the neatness you crave. It murmured, a life without a stray sock, without the small H that sits like lint behind your eye. You could make your mother proud of you for keeping everything tidy. Would you not want that? It was persuasive because it spoke in the voice of something very old, the wish to undo discomfort by editing it out. It knew that my weakness was the habit of following rules, of believing the world could be made obedient by forms. I felt for the first time that day the seductive whisper of perfection. And then a paper ran off. Mies, ledger cursed but softly. "Keep the line," she said, and I could hear the exhalation of a woman trying to keep herself from folding into panic. Keep the line and breathe. Owen countered the slip's lullaby with a ridiculous little anthem about staplers. He rattled off the litany of staples we had: consent, supposition, noon. We have noon. There was a childishness to it that felt like pulling a bandage off, sharp and freeing. Dot hopped off my shoulder, excited. It darted to the bait glove and left a smear of annotation like a kiss before it sat on the edge of the ledger ribbon, ready to nibble whatever small inconsistency might push the slip's curiosity into a trap. We did the paper chase the way one chases a mischievous cat, with hands fast, hearts stubborn. A memo stack toppled. Mies. Ledger and Owen rescued it together, and in that brief contact, I saw an old intimacy, two people who had once debated the ethics of postage and decided to stay friends anyway. Harmon recited the procedural poetry that keeps a vault from mail losing its mind. Registrar Amy stamped like an oracle, and each imprint sounded like a footstep being put down where it belonged. For a moment the trap seemed to hold. The ribbon tightened. The staples caught the edges of shapes that had no business taking edges. The humming key thrummed like a restrained animal. I felt that improbable lightness that people call hope, a small buoy in the flood of the day's problems. Voices rose into a single, ridiculous cadence: stamp, staple, seal, loop. The slip grew impatient, or bored, or both. It changed tactics. Instead of tempting me with neatness, it flirted with me through possibility. It showed me a calendar where a week I had spent worrying was instead spent laughing with someone whose shoes I couldn't stop watching. It offered, in the voice of a wink, a life where every annoyance was turned into a small, curated wonder. The temptation was cunning. It offered not a Resha, but a kinder world, where the city's lobster mayor was a local mascot, and where forgotten umbrellas returned with polite notes. Why staple suffering shut, it asked. Why sign away the little bright windows that make life unreadable in the most human way? Are you so afraid of a lobster hat that you would let a child never learn to tie a ribbon? This is a rhetorical question the slip loves because it makes you do the math. The arithmetic is complicated. What is the value of surprise? What does stability cost in human warmth? The slip makes a ledger of morality about the carelessness of joy. Its voice is full of pity and mischief. I wanted to answer it, but answers are expensive when everyone is holding tools. Owen, who had not been aiding the slip's flattery, whispered to me from behind a leaning tower of amendments. "Don't be seduced by the polite side of chaos," he said. "Chaos that is courteous is still chaos, staple it." His voice had a tremor. He was scared too. I recognized that fear is democratic in a room where lunch is a legal deadline and the city might acquire a permanent crustacean in the mayoral wardrobe. I moved to help drive the final staple. The staple felt heavier than metal should. Perhaps this is always the way when you are trying to clamp a world. You imagine the tool as the solution, and then you discover the tool understands too much about the fabric of things. My hand shook. The slip's voice filled the small space between my ribs with possibility. The humming key vibrated. Harmon hummed with it. Registrar Amy's thumb left a dot of ink, precise as a constellation. We exhaled together as if preparing to jump. Then the ink smudged. It was the sort of accretion that can happen in any office. Moisture on a thumb, the breath of a nervous clerk. But in the bureau, the consequences are not minor. The smudge fetched itself like a stray and unrolled into a small shadow that slithered across the paper, and where it touched the signature space, the seal came out bloodless. It was not a theatrical slip. It was the quiet, humiliating betrayal of a tool that had decided to be human. Owen swore in a way that stirred the dust in the air. Ms. Ledger's face blanked for a fraction and then reordered itself into something like command. Harmon cursed with a historical noun. Registrar Amy's hand hovered above the seal, as if trying to find a place unharmed. All of us froze because in the bureau a smudge is not mere accident. It is a symptom, the slip smiled. I could have sworn the skiff of erased ink had a lip. "You see," it said, as if this had all been part of a lecture. "Even your stamps betray you. Perfection is a fragile pronoun." And in that smile was a sly, wry invitation to pick the alternate path, let go, let the world keep some of its strayness. Sign the exemption that would be kinder and live with the rest. It was an offering of humility disguised as conquest. It promised me a life where my mother's lists stayed intact and my small anxieties were line-itemed away. I felt, for a moment, like a child who has been offered a cookie in exchange for telling the truth about whether they broke the vase. The temptation was not to be cruel but to be comfortable. I tasted it and liked the sugar. I liked the image of a life where the clocks ticked in a chorus I could count on. But then I thought of Mabel's soup and the way she had served us a prophecy that tasted like onion and regret. I thought of Owen's hoarded file and how he had kept something inconvenient because it mattered more than tidy records. I thought of the glove in the bait and how one small, silly thing could be someone's entire story. The slip's offers were not only comforting. They were erasures arranged like gifts. They would smooth away edges until nothing caught the light. I refused, not with a dramatic flourish. I simply pressed the staple driver down and felt the metal bite into the ledger ribbon. The room made a halting, hungry sound of relief when the staple took. Registrar Amy arched and stamped the seal. The humming key thrummed down into a calmer pitch. For a second we had succeeded. The slip thrashed against the confines like a fish in a net. And then a paper slid from a shelf and brushed the floor, making silence like a winter breath. I bent to pick it up and one of my glasses slid down my nose. When I adjusted them, the signature we had thought crisp had smeared into a blotchy hedgerow. Between breath and breath, the seal failed. It was not the dramatic failure I feared, no thunderclap, no rupture, but a quiet, stupid thing, an inked thumb where the law needed a name. The slip slipped. There is a specific sound the slip makes when it departs. It is like someone taking a pen from a desk and closing a tent flap. It leaves crumbs of erased ink and a faint scent of worry. It does not shout victory. It sachets and leaves a postscript, a comma where a period should be, a marginalia that will become a rumor. It is not violent, it is corrective. It is the sort of creature that will rearrange your lost week into a pleasant afternoon for some child across town and call it art. The room went still as though the world had been turned down a notch. Papers lay still. Harmon caught the humming key and turned it back inside his pocket with hands that were suddenly very sure again. Registrar Amy scrubbed at the smear with the same cloth she uses to polish seals and started a new requisition, her face set like an old coin mise. Ledger breathed and then began to organize the aftermath with the authority of someone who has, in the past, persuaded storms to keep their rain in polite cups. We were raw and comic and relieved and angry all at once. "We nearly had it," Owen said, and his voice was like a man who has almost plucked a song from the air. He looked at me with eyes that wanted to be proud and unsure whether he had that right. I realized I had been holding my breath so long my chest hurt. "We almost had it," Mies Ledger echoed, but there was something tender under her sternness. She folded a slightly smudged form into the correct folder and wrote on it like making a small altar. "We will try again," she said, and the certainty in her voice was a small, stubborn comfort. I wanted to be angry at myself. I wanted to write a note to every stapler and apologize for their involvement. I wanted to apologize to the glove. Instead, I let myself feel something that was not shame so much as a sober, ridiculous grief. We had been close enough to feel the slip's argument on the skin of our wishes. That means we have to decide what we do with those wishes. We left the room in a clumsy procession. Dot hopped into my palm and left a small trail of marginalia on my skin that will probably never wash out fully. Sally clicked the elevator buttons in a new rhythm, one for the floor, one for a superstition. Outside, the hall smelled of toner and the dusk of a bureaucratic day. A clerk passed us with a stack of forms stamped routine, and he did not know what had just grazed the edges of his life. The city's clocks were beginning to cough lunchtime. Somewhere above us a ribbon of traffic blurred, and the mayor's small lobster companion made an appearance on the local feed, amicably waving a small claw. We failed and we learned. Failure smells like old paper and coffee. It tastes like pastry and the metallic edge of a staple. It moved us, somehow, toward a plan that was not entirely mechanical. Whoever wrote the handbook that says do not anthropomorphize your errors had never sat in a basement and watched a smudge lecture you about mercy. The thing that keeps me awake that night is not only regret for the smudged signature but the slip's gentle question, what would you give up to keep a tidy life? I do not know the answer. Maybe that is what the slip wanted. Maybe it will be back to ask again. We have a new list of tasks. Harmon suggested a different kind of staple and emotional latch, he called it, which sounds absurd until you remember that he once saved a flood with a petition. Registrar Amy wants an extra silk pad for the next seal, because she says moisture is the enemy of law, Mies. Ledger will teach me how to write a looped memorandum that makes a fork in the sequence, a legal paradox big enough to hold a creature of margins. Owen promised, in the softest possible way, to stop hiding the file and to try to mend it instead. Dot promised to keep eating annotations, but only after it finishes the pastry I gave it. I made a note to apologize to the staplers and to teach my hands not to tremble when necessary. We will try again. The building's clocks will tolerate us for a little longer, and our lunch hour will not yet be the sealing hour if we are clever and if our stamps keep their temper. We are a messy species of administrative muscle. We trip over our own tethered red tape, and then we get up and tape it tighter. There is something human in that, unbearable and stubborn. I walked back to my desk with a folder marked near misses and a heart that felt like a stapled list. The smell in the air was the same toner and distant thunder, and if I had closed my eyes I could have imagined the slip still watching from the margin, amused and expectant. The ending of this chapter is not an ending at all. It is the hinge of a door. The slip has retreated, but it left behind crumbs of possibility and a catalogue of what I almost agreed to lose. We nearly caught a creature born of mistakes. We nearly perfected an imperfect world. We failed at the very moment we proved we could succeed. That is probably the closest thing to a victory this building can teach, the ability to fail and to keep filing. I sat, opened my folder, and wrote a single note in the margin. It was small and embarrassing and full of hope. Try again. Pack a dry cloth. Then the noon bell began to toll. The sound rolled through the bureau like a reminder that the world will always insist on lunch. We started toward the break room, humbled, hungry, and strangely ready. The slip has not been cornered, but the chase has been made explicit. That is a particular kind of progress. I folded the margin of the note inward, like tucking a letter under a pillow, and I kept walking. The hook is a small, human one. Will our next attempt be kind enough to catch the slip without making a martyr of our own misgivings? Will my hand keep steady long enough? And, perversely, what will the mayor's lobster wear for dinner? The building holds its breath and then, obediently, goes to lunch. I learned early that paper remembers things people want to forget, and forgets things they want to keep. The supply room smelled like toner and a rain that was not yet official. I found them there, a neat, terrifying stack of Form 42Bs, their headers misprinted in a way that felt like a joke told badly. Where the header should have read Corrective Chronology Form 42B, a smear of ink had turned the words into something stranger, conflating chronologies Form 42C. The margin barcodes hummed the wrong tune when I ran my fingers along them. For a second, the paper seemed to look back at me with the polite indifference of a thing that knows a secret and intends to keep it. I knew what those forms could do. I had only just learned to carry one without apologizing to it, to present its corners like a flag of competence. But that stack 3 reams, maybe more, had been printed in a batch that someone in procurement had never been told to proof. Or perhaps procurement had told itself something comforting and then tired. What mattered was that they were out, and that outness was contagious. When I lifted the top copy, the corridor did an odd trick. Footsteps skittered backward and forward at once, like a record player with a hiccup. Someone's laughter arrived a heartbeat early. A janitor pushing a cart past me twice, once with a mop, once with an immaculate calm I did not yet deserve. The building, I realized with the heavy, sudden clarity of a bad metaphor becoming literal, was replaying its pockets to see what had fallen through. August. Ms. Ledger's voice, calm and brittle as a well-used ledger, came from the doorway. She was always in doorways at the wrong time for me, discovery times, or instruction times, or those times when she chose to sigh. What have you found? I held the sheet up like evidence and felt my face go the exact wrong color for someone who worked with toner. They say conflating, I said. All of them. She inspected the header as if checking a patient's pulse. Not good. Procurement will deny it, then someone will deny procurement, then we'll stand in a ring of denials until lunch. There was a way the Bureau joked about its own bureaucracy, punctuation as a talisman, stamps as charms, memos folded like prayers, but the laugh didn't stick this time. Is it, can we reprint? I asked. Her eyes were tired in a way that made them old-fashioned. We can. But reprinting is decisive. Decisiveness is a machine's favorite currency. We don't want to pay for that just yet. It was true. The word decide here had been bought and sold too many times, often for cheaper things, efficiency, quotas. The comforting belief that if you could eliminate uncertainty, you would have eliminated harm. Machines like decisiveness. People messy, flawed, syrupy people did not. We did not have the luxury of philosophizing. A commotion rose from the atrium as if a kettle had been loosened. When we went out, the clocks were doing something I had never seen in a building that took time like a contract. The grand clock in the central atrium tugged at its hands and answered with 3 tailing chimes. A smaller, brass desk clock that had belonged to Chief Archivist Harmon Vance's grandfather gave a single plaintive tick that burst into a memory of 2 ticks. Somewhere near the mailroom, a pocket watch, proud and Victorian, whispered a lullaby and then coughed. The sounds were layered: yesterday's noon, today's noon, and tomorrow's noon, trying on each other's shoes. The atrium echoed with a chorus that wasn't music so much as a building sneezing in 3 different registers. Memos on a passing cart fluffed themselves into the air like startled pigeons and rearranged their own envelopes. A credit request stamped itself urgent, and then, in a quieter ink, no, wait. The staple machine, our small, municipal Zeus, was jammed in a way that made it whimper in the corner. People moved through the atrium like they were stepping through puddles in 2 different rainstorms. The news wasn't just aesthetic. Conflating had teeth. Where a single misprinted form could tinker with a Tuesday by nudging it a degree earlier or later, an entire released run could invite weekdays to overlap. It was as if the town had been given multiple drafts of its week, and the drafts decided to be helpful and share chapters. A coffee ordered at 10:07 arrived at 9:54 to the confusion of its recipient and the owner's later self. A clerk checking the ledger jotted a note in the margin and then found, with growing horror, the very same note already printed in a handwriting she had not yet learned. It is an odd thing to watch a minor life unweave. Me. Pockets, the custodian of single gloves, stray thoughts, and orphaned umbrellas, was particularly susceptible to ledgering errors because his own job is made of small, misplaced things. He might have been a person with habits, or he might have been the pattern of his habits written down and handed around on cheap paper. It took a while to tell which, when he simply did not stand behind his usual folding table of found mittens. There was first a whisper, someone assuming he'd stepped out for tea, and then a panic that slid from stomach to throat. A space where he should be hummed. Someone found a scrap of his scarf pinned under a bureaucratic notice, and when they brought it to Harmon, he inhaled a slow, precise breath. Harmon, who looked like someone who would prefer continuity to a sudden party, produced a humming vault key from his coat, as if keys could translate absence into a song. "Is not in the ledger," he said with a calm that didn't belong to anyone. "Not in a way that will hold. There's a gap where he should be, like a missing chord." Ami crouched on the linoleum and examined the gap with the kind of concentration that could make deadlines weep. She had a little stamp-shaped freckle on her palm and a knack for finding where names like to hide. "He exists if we say he exists," she said simply, and produced a lemon-brown stamp that smelled faintly of old library glue. She struck it in the air, and the scent condensed into the shape of a footstep. "Meh." Pocket's cap bobbed up like a creature surfacing, and he blinked, holding a glove that reeked faintly of myth. We cheered in a small, embarrassed way. You cheer in the bureau when someone is recovered because cheering is cheaper than admitting you were afraid of being wrong. But the recovery, though sweet, felt like a bandage on a widening wound. Word spread fast, as it does in offices where gossip is a sanctioned form. At once, the automation faction found its voice. This faction, half bright-eyed municipal technocrats and half panicked supervisors, had been waiting for a problem like this to justify their machine. It was polished and efficient on brochures, and it smelled like a promise to the wary. No more messy judgment calls, no more living with the bother of small, beautiful errors. It would grind anomalies down until they fit the bureau's neat, cereal boxes. They came with a demonstration. The machine was a thing of chrome and narrow, confident lines. It hummed like a well-trained choir when someone pressed a test button. Its brochure's headline was stamped in a font that suggested capital improvements and noncommittal inevitability. Mies. Ledger watched the demonstration with her fingers doing that rhythm she did when she was keeping tally. It would do the job swiftly, she said aloud, for no one in particular. It would be merciless. Owen laughed, a sound like someone untying a knot with a fork. Mercilessness can be merciful, he said, but his eyes watched me then in a way that suggested he was measuring my trembling. He had his hands in his pockets and a coffee stain that looked like a constellation on the sleeve of his coat. It would save us lunch, at least. If the machine could file, stamp, and ultimately excise anything unclean or unproductive. It could also strip a dozen small delights that no one could quite quantify until they were gone. Mabel's soup might have a tendency to rain on a certain lover's sorrow on Tuesdays. That would be gone. The mayor's lobster hat absurd, charming, diplomatically useful might be polished into a memory the machine would regard as a diplomatic irregularity. Owen's hoarded file, his private, inconvenient relic, would be catalogued, boxed, and placed in a neat coma. The slip, which had been an amused smudge for weeks, left its calling card on the demonstration brochure, a smear on the chrome where it read like a signature. A tiny crumb of erased ink fell onto the table. It was as if the slip had gone into a private dream, and then come out to say, in the tone of a barista who refuses to name their own lat, "I might approve." I should have felt confident. I was an intern who had screwed up and was now trying to fix it. My training, such as it was, taught me forms and order. My upbringing had taught me that schedules were promises. But my hands kept shaking when I held a stamp. I had, somewhere in the early hours of this calamity, written an apologetic note to a stapler and filed it under maybe. When the automation pitch began its soft, industrial hymn, I felt small and obsolete in the way a person feels when they witness a well-oiled duplicate of themselves. That was when someone suggested the blunt solution. "We run the machine on the misprinted run," a cheerful technician proposed, as if suggesting the use of a toaster on jammy bread. "We will standardize the issue. One timeline, one clean correction, and everything that didn't belong will be overwritten." The room split into a dozen polite silences. Ms. Ledger folded her hands. Harmon propped his spectacles on the tip of his nose and looked like a judge considering mercy. Owen chewed the end of his metaphorical pen and then snapped it back with a sound like a surrender. Amy grayed for half a breath and then grew purposeful. "It would work," Harmon said, which was a terrible kind of reassurance. "It would work because the machine does not hesitate. But we would be paying a different sort of price. There are kindnesses and errors that don't look like kindnesses when you measure them." He was right. I pictured all the odd, small things we had accidentally cultivated, two ex-lovers who met on a misfiled park bench and became friends. A rain that fell only on the grieving and made them feel attended. A stray cat who belonged to no one and kept the mayor's lobster hat company, and I realized, with the same clarity that arrives when you misplace a photograph, that some of those things were human scaffolding. Machines do not scaffold, they replace. My chest felt too full for language. The day had condensed into a pressure system, misprinted forms, overlapping weekdays. Mere. Pockets gone for a moment, the machine's glossy promise and the slip's smug signature. I thought of my mother, who had a habit of labeling jars of preserves with not only dates but the weather of the day. As if the jam tasted better if you remembered that it had been cold and angry when it was made. I pictured my neat little jars of memory and felt the urge to protect them. "We need a plan that keeps people," I said. My voice surprised me by not shaking. "Not just a tidy week." Ms. Ledger's eyes softened for a fraction of a second when the ledger in her coat seemed to sigh. "Then make one," she said. "You will not be making it alone." There was work to be done. Amy and Harmon began to catalogue the consequences with the kind of methodical grief the Bureau reserves for important things. Owen and I ran inventory on human variables who could be lost and still be recovered, who would vanish if we took a particular route. Dot offered suggestions in ellipses and crumbs, which was as useful as it sounded. The slip, for its part, amused itself by rearranging the punctuation on a few memos so that sincerely became sign. Cry. We worked like a small animal hunkering down for a storm. Registrar Amy printed an emergency batch of corrected forms proofed carefully under M's. Ledger's watchful crease, but she did not distribute them until we designed a counterpoint, a curated list of anomalies to preserve. We would try to reseal sequence broadly, but we would not pay for that resealing with every small kindness. It is hard, in the middle of a crisis, to decide which misfiles deserve reprieve and which must be corrected. Choices become almost unbearably moral. Keep a lobster hat that makes the mayor kinder, or correct the mayor into a day when there is no lobster at all. Preserve a rain that goes only to the sorrowful, or return weather to its bland impartiality. I felt simultaneously noble and ridiculous for caring about such specific robins of error. We had an idea: anchor the corrected timeline but tuck a small booklet of allowed anomalies into the vault as part of the official exception. Harmon would sign the exception. Me's ledger would witness. Owen would perform some theatrical act we all pretended not to find touching. And I would compile the list with the terrible, careful affection of a librarian who knows more than the catalogue. It was a plan built of gentleness and loopholes. It was not a machine's dream. It was prone to error and to being misunderstood. But then so were people. Lunchtime approached with the implacable punctuality of a thing that is used to being obeyed. The building's clocks found their rhythm at last, settling into a tempo that felt like marching out of a crowded theater, slow, breathless, and ready to judge the lights. We had not trapped the slip, and there was ink in the margins, but we had chosen messy, human choice for now. The machine's brochures sat unopened on a side table like a temptation in chrome. As we gathered our papers and our wills, the slip made one light, almost polite mischief, a little smudge on my file that looked suspiciously like a smile. It was not a promise to stay away. It was not even a threat. It was, as everything from the margins tended to be, a mock invitation to continue the conversation. We would continue. We would not, I resolved, give up the small wrongnesses without a fight worthy of their flavor. But I also knew, in the place where worry and courage shake hands, that we would have to be fast, patient, and a little cruel to ourselves. The day had redoubled its misfile. Next we would decide whether to stamp a single, tidy correction or to draft a stubborn, human exception. I walked back to my desk with my blazer too big and my pockets full of stamps. The atrium's clocks chimed 11, and for the first time since morning their chorus sounded like a church that had decided to sing off key and be proud of it. I set a single form 42B on the ledger in front of me, pressed my thumb against the edge where the ink blurred in a polite, furious way, and began to write the first name on a list I intended to keep. The lunch bell officious, unavoidable began to prepare itself. We had, in the afternoon's short reach, an agreement to make. It would require signatures, a vault key, a theatrical staple, a pastry for Dot, and something else I could not yet name. A willingness to sacrifice the neatness I had once loved for the people who loved untidiness right back. Outside, a town braced, not knowing yet whether its next noon would be clean or deliciously wrong. Inside, a small and exhausted committee leaned toward a compromise. I felt small, yes. I felt terrified, yes. But there was also a new warmth in my chest, like someone had finally, mercifully, put a scarf around a drafty idea. And the slip always there, a delightful smudge, left one more crumb on my desk. A page torn from some forgotten ledger in which the word maybe had been stamped by many hands. It seemed a good place to start. I am sitting at the round table in the break room with a bowl of Mabel's stew cooling faster than my courage. And I have never felt more like a clerk holding the balance of everything that could go wrong. You should know that the break room at the Bureau of Impossible Coincidences is not designed for comfort. It is designed for the efficient exchange of small consolations. The chairs are an assortment of policy memos folded into seats. The posters on the wall recommend calming stamps and include diagrams of permissible daydreaming. And the kettle makes a sound like a smug footnote whenever it comes to a boil. Mabel herself moves around the small room in a way that is both theatrical and inevitable. She ladles the stew while humming a rhythm that could be a prophecy if you were the sort of person who believed in soups. Her apron is dusted with flour in the places where past meals and past predictions have left residue, like fossils of comfort. She sets a bowl in front of me and then, as if reading a different book entirely, sets a smaller bowl in front of memes. Ledger and another for Owen, and then a tiny cup with something that smells of cinnamon and of second chances for Dot. "You look as though you misplaced a week and then apologized to the stapler for it," she says. It's not a question. It is a professional observation. She does not look surprised by any of this. She has fed a deputized time agent through a thunderstorm, and that will render you unshackable in my book. We eat. In a place that files reality by forms, I have learned that you either allow food to be the small human anchor, or you float away on a gale of numbered pages. Spoonful by spoonful the stew calms me. Time is a small, steady hand. The plan is not yet a plan. It is a list of promises scrawled on the table's grazy laminate. Harmon may grant an exemption. Amy will finish the emergency seals. Dot will lend a marginal trick. Owen will do what he does best and staple things together. Me's ledger will sign, but with a comment in the margin that turns her witness into something softer. And I will choose which small errors to keep. The phrase "choose which errors to keep" sits in my throat like an unfamiliar stamp. It is heavier than it appears on a requisition. What is an error and what is a mercy? The mayor's hat, now a small lobster, was a laughing inconvenience that brought the town together in a way official ceremonies never could. A rain that falls only on sad days is not a catastrophe. It is a comfort for umbrellas and for the kind of grief that needs a small, sensible shower. To decide which mistakes remain is to play God with ink. We go upstairs to Harmon's office, because that's where the humming vault key lives when it is not humming in its pocket. Harmon receives us like a man who guards a cathedral made of file cabinets. He has a face that could be used for official stamps, and a voice that makes the calendar seem like a choir. The vault key rests on his desk and hums with a sound like a large insect that has read too many footnotes. Mies. Ledger is unusual in that she can argue a regulation into submission without ever raising her voice. She does it the way one exhales, economical, precise, and punctuated with a hand that counts paperclips for emphasis. Precedent, she says to Harmon, is a useful thing until it becomes a noose. She arranges a pocket in her jacket, and her fingers close over a ledger-woven charm. "I will sign as witness if you will sign the exemption." Harmon puts the humming key in his palm, and it hums like it remembers better times. He considers. You could mistake his silence for indecision, but what it is calculus. He weighs the cost of perfect continuity, sterile, polished, safe against the cost to the small human things that misfiles have birthed. He clears his throat. "If you do this," he says, "we will be asking the Bureau to accept a small, written catalogue of tolerated errors. This will be recorded and archived, and will carry a clause." He clicks his tongue, and the calendar on the wall flips a page. It will be an agreement of ink and will. It will require signatures from Mims, Ledger, myself, and, for it to be humane rather than hysterical, the one who caused the misfile. He looks at me like the sight of ininked palms can be a confession. "You will be the one to sign, August." It hits me then, the exact point at which responsibility shifts from a concept to a tangible thing you can fold into your pocket. "I am not sure I am the person to choose," I tell them. My words sound like a memo with smudged margins. Owen, who has been leaning against the bookshelf with a distracted look that could be labeled charismatic evasion, steps forward and slaps his palm once against his thigh. When he speaks, he does so like someone who closes doors with a wink. "You don't have to be sure, Finch. You need to be honest." He puts his stapler on the desk like a declaration. "I will commit to doing the thing that does real work rather than the thing that keeps us safe from feeling." Which is to say, he will staple. Owen has a habit of turning ideas into staples and then watching them hold. "I have hoarded one stupid tie and one ridiculous memo," he says. "I will staple the tie into the ledger as evidence that I am no longer hiding the file. It will be my anchor. When you are ready to designate what stays, it'll be the hand that makes the vow." Mies. Ledger's mouth does that small thing it does when she is pleased and worried at once. That is the sort of commitment I can attach a witness to, she says. Registrar Amy is waiting in the corridor with a stack of stamps like little moons. Her fingers are steady, as if the multiplication tables of bureaucracy run along her veins. She offers me a roll of emergency seals. Each one is embossed with the bureau's emblem and a counter-stamp of nothing at all, because to leave a blank in a bureaucratic life is sometimes the most honest thing you can do. "I'll finish the seals," she says. "They'll be ready by dusk. Make sure you pick which errors with care. The ink is cheap. Consent is not." Dot folds itself out of the edge of a marginal folder and lands on my shoulder like a forgotten postscript. It's smaller than I expected and smells faintly of coffee grounds. It arranges itself into an ellipsis and offers a fragment of paper with a single, carefully folded word inside. "Maybe," it says, which could be a full sentence in sprite language. Its trick is clever and soft. If you anchor an error in a negative space, if you place a marginal notation in exactly the right uninked corner of a form, the bureau's machinery treats that notation as a permission. The negative space becomes a legal domicile, Dot whispers. It will let the slip stay as a neighbor in one room, but not in the whole house. I want to ask whether this is legal, but the question passes my lips like steam from Mabel's kettle. The law is a flexible thing in the bureau when sealed with the right stamps and the right kinds of regret. "Make the negative space a clause," Harmon says. "Make the clause read like a kindness. We have always used our language to protect continuity. Let us now use it to preserve mercy." Mabel arrives with another bowl. The steam lifts my eyelids and the smell of basil steadies things. "You young people think of continuity like a ledger," she says. "But sometimes continuity is the soup that remembers who was at the table. Keep those who make the table warm." So we sketch. The plan looks like an overcomplicated recipe. Harmon signs the exemption and hands over the humming key as a physical instrument to be part of the ceremony. Mies Ledger signs as a witness but tucks a marginal notation, written in ink that changes color when read, into her signature. Amy finishes the emergency seals. Dot will fold the marginal clause into a negative space. Owen will perform the sacrificial stapling that anchors one person's error as a deliberate exception. I will choose the catalog, the list of pleasant mistakes to remain, and sign as the petitioner who owns the mistake. We argue about what to keep. Mies Ledger insists that any allowed anomaly must be clearly bounded. "An apology left on a staple is harmless," she says, tapping the ledger in front of her. "A lobster mayor who becomes a companion is less harmless, but there is a human good there. Bound it. Name it. Give it a timestamp." Owen says that a certain rain that falls only on sad days ought to be kept, because he remembers carrying an umbrella for a stranger once, and it rained on their confessions only. I think of my mother's calendar where birthdays were cross-hatched to compensate for a life of careful scheduling. "Keep one thing that surprised you into happiness," I say. "Keep one small error that is kinder than the original plan." There is a silence that isn't empty. It is full of counting paper clips. Harmon flips his calendar with a practiced hand and finds an old stitched page where, some years ago, someone else had once written in an allowance for a festival that never should have been allowed. "Fine," he says, "we will permit compassion within a clause, but it will be documented. The agreement must read, we will reseal sequence, accepting the following enumerated phenomena, each bounded by time, place, and scope." Time, place, and scope, Mies Ledger repeats. She adds, and the clause will be written in two inks, one ordinary, one sympathetic. The sympathetic ink will fade if the anomaly causes harm beyond its bounds. She looks at me. "You will decide, August. You will be the measure." I taste the stew and it tastes like a ledger forgiving you for misfiling your childhood. The strange part is that I do not feel heroic. I feel careful and afraid and curiously tender. To choose is to make a shape for memory. To bind that shape is to let the future argue with you. But it must be done. Registrar Amy finishes the seals that afternoon. She stamps them in a rhythm I can recite now in my head. The first seal is for restoration, the second for mitigation, the third for exception. Each makes a noise like a tiny heart. She hands me the roll. "Don't be timid with the list," she says meaningfully. We practiced the ritual once, like actors before opening night. Owen staples an old tie into a scrap of ledger to feel the motion. Mies ledger writes a witness note in the margin and tucks a charmeuse ribbon through the thread. Harmon holds the humming vault key over the assembly like a benediction. Dot circles like a paper mouth and leaves a trail of helpful coffee-stained diagrams on the table. There is an intimacy to ritual. Even the Dreest proceedings at the bureau are soft, when the people performing them care about the small things. We are not heroes. We are clerks with a willingness to keep certain human messes. That is its own kind of bravery. At dusk, I write my catalogue. It is not long. The things I will petition to keep are the lobster mayor's companionship, the rain that attends sorrow, and a sandwich that remembers kindness. Each entry is bounded. The lobster may engage in civic duties only in small, ceremonial contexts and must not be permitted to run for office. The rain will be restricted to private streets and will not interfere with public infrastructure. The sandwich's memory may be shared verbally, but not legally weaponized. I do this with a trembling hand. Each line feels like a promise and a penance. We seal the agreement of ink and will with a careful ceremony of stamps. Harmon presses the humming key against the page and it sings a note like an answering footnote. Mies. Ledger signs as witness and tucks her marginal notation into the negative space. Registrar Amy slaps the final emergency seal into place. Dot folds itself into the margin like a ribbon and writes maybe in sympathetic ink. Owen steps forward, ties the tie to his chest like a flag, and then solemnly staples it through the ledger with a dramatic flourish. He looks ridiculous and brave at once. I sign. My signature looks like a policy grappling with a poem. The humming key quiets. The air in the room changes in the way it does after a storm. There is a clean, charged smell and the feeling that something heavy has been set down. We all breathe. Mabel refills bowls and offers a piece of bread. "You did what was needed," she says, "enough to make the building sleep." And that is the plan. Harmon will authorize the dissent. Mies ledger will sign as witness and be less stern for the rest of the week. Registrar Amy will deliver the seals and keep a glazing smile for a month. Owen will staple something else besides jokes into his life. Dot will tuck its marginal trick into our paperwork so that the slip has a room and not a tenancy. I will carry the catalogue in my pocket like a little allowed sin. But the thing with plans is they are invitations. They invite perfection, and perfection is the sort of thing that wants to tidy the world until it forgets why it loved certain messes. We have not made the world perfect. We have made a bargain. We have written a list of small mercies and given them legal shelter. When I leave Harmon's office, the building smells of toner and distant thunder in that particular way it does after we have agreed to act. The lamps in the corridor burn with bureaucratic patience. The elevator sits cold and obedient. We will go down tomorrow. The basement of amendments awaits like a place where mistakes are embalmed and sometimes mated with second chances. I fold the catalogue into my blazer pocket next to a packet of emergency seals and a folded piece of Dot's coffee-stained diagram. It is strange how small the thing that feels like responsibility can be when you carry it. It is lighter than guilt and heavier than a receipt. At the dorms. Ledger places a hand on my shoulder. "You might be afraid," she says. "Good. It keeps you honest." Owen gives me a look like a man promising he will be less trivial. "Remember," he says, "it's not about saving the world. It's about keeping the parts of it that make us want to stay." I walk back to the break room with a list of mercies in my pocket and the sound of Harmon humming in my ear. The plan is in place. The stamps are ready. The sacrificial stapling is scheduled. The agreement is inked. The key hums like something that knows how to close a door. But there is a soft, absurdal feeling at the back of my mind, the impression of a smudge shifting at the margins, like someone clearing their throat before an encore. The slip has not been eradicated. It has been constrained, bargained with, given a room. It may yet decide that rooms are too constrictive for a being of its temperament. I go to sleep that night with the catalogue under my pillow like a child with a talisman. I dream of staplers that keep diaries and calendars that apologize. In the morning, the building will be quieter than it has been for several chaotic days. The descent awaits. The basement's doors are old and smell of redaction and glue. We will open them. I do not know if our plan will hold. I only know that the making of the plan changed us. It made me's Ledger softer in ways that will make her more dangerous to the idea of harm. It made Owen steadier. It made Harmon willing to hum a little louder. It made me, for the first time in my brief career, willing to sign a paper that is both a correction and a mercy. We have inked an agreement of ink and will. The next page will be the descent. The world is not fixed, it is negotiated. We are about to negotiate its basement. And if you are asking whether I am terrified, yes. If you are asking whether I am ready, I think so. The stamps are lined up like soldiers and the stew has been eaten. The tie has been stapled. The key hums, the slip, somewhere in the margins, is perhaps smiling. We will go down in the morning. But first, there is a sound from the corridor and elevator's bell struck twice, the exact signal Sally uses when a temporal floor wants company. That bell is as polite as a warning. It says, in its own bright way, the day is not waiting. The basement will not wait. The slip is a patient antagonist, and we are, in our fashion, impatient clerks. I fold my hands on the table, feeling like a petitioner and a conspirator at once. I sign my name Inu on the copy of the agreement I keep folded in my pocket and promise myself two small things. I will not try to make everything tidy again, and I will not let terror make the choice for me. I will choose the things that make the world stranger and kinder. That is the best resolution I have to offer. We will see if it is enough. The last thing Mabel says before we leave is a sentence that reads like a hook you hang on the next chapter. You kids are going to the basement with a humming key and a soup-stained list. Remember, doors open both ways, and as the elevator bell rings, I feel the brief, precarious thrill of a story about to be lived wide open. I have always thought of filing as a promise. When I was small, my parent would slide a photograph into an envelope and put it on a shelf and say, "We are promising to remember this when it is inconvenient." That sounded noble as tying a ribbon. The Bureau taught me, within 2 very short weeks, that filing is not only promise. Filing is leverage. Filing is armor, and sometimes it is a cudgel. And in the basement where the amendments live, filing becomes something close to prayer. Sally pressed her forehead to the elevator's little pane and checked her watch, as if she were about to fold time itself into half and tuck it under her tongue. The elevator smelled of old varnish and shoe polish and the faint, stubborn perfume that follows people who have been standing next to files for a very long time. The light inside the car hummed like a throat clearing. Somewhere above us, a clock that did not belong to any known floor coughed politely and went on. I had learned to be small in elevators, attend to breaths, avoid humming bureaucratic jingles out loud, because elevators here preferred quiet company. Sally looked back at me, and I felt seen the way one feels visible to someone who knows hazardous staircases by heart. "Time it right, Finch," she said, and the sentence was not so much an order as a benediction. Her fingers, which were as practiced as the hands of a pianist, but made of different colours, tapped the sequence of buttons twice. Once to ask the floors to cooperate, once to request mercy. The car sank with a hush that made my stomach think the Bureau itself might be swallowing us whole. When the door opened, it felt like the mouth of a library, where the librarian had misremembered whether it was morning. Light fell in strips across rows of boxes like altar beams. The basement of amendments is the place they sometimes mentioned in passing, The place interns whisper about over tea, as if it were a ghost story you whispered to feel less frightened of the office printer. Only it is not a story. It is a repository. It is where the bureau places the things it once wanted to forget. Boxes were stacked like sleeping towns, each labeled with dates that insisted they had existed and had not, with redactions that still exhaled ink, with stamps that had learned to sing in tiny minor keys. Machines hummed in corners as if to remind the world that even discarded machinery keeps its rituals. There was a smell toner, of course, and paper, but also something like citrus peel left in an open ledger for too long, and the faint, almost sweet tang of erased ink. The scent made me dizzy in an appropriately bureaucratic way. Harmon stood waiting for us, as if he had always been waiting. He is a man who carries history like a tidy coat. The edges are neat but heavy. He held the vault key between finger and thumb, and it seemed to vibrate with memory. The key did not clang. It thrummed. If you pressed it to your ear, you could almost hear the sound of signatures being made in other rooms. August, Harmon said, his voice the exact volume a building uses when it means its walls to carry news. We have the exemption. We have the authority. We do not have infinite time. I thought of my parents and their envelopes. I thought of a childhood town where calendars were iron. I thought of my sandwich from Tuesday that swore it had once been someone else. All of those things stacked in my chest as if I were trying to put a new stamp on a stubborn envelope. Me's ledger moved around the table like gravity. There are professions that make people agreeable. Hers makes you think she has always been a ledger. She produced signatures with a kind of surgical patience. Ink permeated her fingertips like a confession, and when she laughed it was quiet and guilty in the parts of me that wanted everything to be predictable. "Owen," she said, "have you got the tie?" He produced it from within his coat the way men sometimes produce solutions, with a flourish and an apologetic smile. The tie was old, smelled faintly of other rooms, and had a constellation pattern so improbable that it seemed to chart the bureau's own minor galaxies. He laid it on the table, smoothed the knots as if apologizing to the fabric for the trouble it would have to endure. "Emotional latch," he joked, but his hands were steady. He was not laughing entirely. Who was the size of a folded page, and had a halo made of coffee stains perched on a marginal note like it was a high altar. Her ellipses twitched. Mr. Pockets dropped an orphaned glove on the table with the solemnity of a man presenting an offering. The glove smelled of rain and left behind afternoons. It would be the bait. The plan, such as it was, depended on ritual and paperwork. The bureau is an office of rituals decorated with rubber stamps. If you gave a novice a stapler and a conscience, they could, with enough formality, alter weather patterns. Our trap would be ceremonious, a signature loophole Harmon had carved from an old policy, Mies. Ledger's witness mark, an exemption authorized by Harmon, Owen's sacrificial stapling literal and symbolic, and Dot as a marginal anchor, eating just enough of the slip's curiosity to tie it down to one page. The irony is that the thing we feared most was not the slip's mischief, but our own zeal. For decades, the Bureau had believed that continuity was safety. Continuity says you can comfort a child with it will be the same tomorrow. But continuity also erases the stray bright stitches that make life wearable. We had, all of us, made a career of smoothing edges. Now we were being asked to preserve a few. Harmon turned the humming key in his palm like a man turning a rosary. "We are authorized to perform the reseal," he said. "We are not authorized to make all mistakes permanent. We must decide which imperfections are human and which are hazardous." "A list, Mies," Ledger said, already with a pen. She was thinking in columns. She always thought in columns. "We're not administrators of taste," Owen said, but he was smiling in a way that let me know he wanted very much to be. "We are administrators of consequence." The table was laid out with care. Forms were stacked like the layers of the world's own scab. Each sheet had margins for signatures and for marginalia. There are, I learned here, entire subforms devoted to small, beneficial anomalies. We had a page of examples that affectionately catalogued the mayor's lobster, the rain that only fell on sorrowful afternoons, the stray Tuesday that preserved a romantic memory. There were other things on the list, too, absurdities that made the town kinder, or at least more interesting. Somebody had written, in a cramped, fond hand, "Keep anything that makes a child giggle without harm." My job, unexpected, terrifying, and distinctly official, was to choose. Which errors would we allow to remain? Which would we consign to the humming vault, where the rejected corrections live and rot into lessons? Choosing was not a matter of taste. It was a moral ledger. It was arithmetic and theology folded into a single checkbox. "You understand," Harmon said softly, "that any error we keep we put into the public ledger. It becomes a legitimate footnote in reality. There will be hearings, there will be questions. There will be citizens who object." I thought of the mayor and his lobster hat, an image that had lodged in everyone's throat like a cherry pit. I thought of the intern whose earlier self had wandered the hallways, smiling because she remembered being loved by someone who had not yet fallen in love. I thought of my sandwich and how it had insisted, with great dignity, on having a prior life. I thought of Owen's file, the one he would rather chisel than archive because it contained something inconveniently beloved. Mies. Ledger tapped her pen. "We do this carefully," she said. "We choose what makes living bearable and humane. We protect the rest." The word human felt like an instruction manual and a hymn. Humane, I thought, was not the same as perfect. Sally returned with the elevator scheduled to take us down a floor deeper, to the seam where the bureau's institutional memory met its pile of shame. "Timing is everything," she murmured. "Don't be late to be early." We descended. The deeper you go, the more the light becomes a language you must learn. It is dimmer, yes, but also more honest. The machines down there hummed a lower, older note. The redactions had a brittle texture that made the inside of my mouth taste of old stories. We walked between stacks of amendments that had been labeled with dates that were not quite right, with stamps that had been corrected by other stamps, like a palimpsest of clerk's grief. We stopped before a heavy door, bronze and dented, with a placard that read, "Former errata, do not feed after midday." It looked as though it had been mocked up to be dramatic for visitors. It was not mocked up. Its hinge was greasy with decades of fingerprints. Harmon put the vault key to the lock, and it sang like a throat clearing when you have a lot of things to say. The door opened with a sigh, revealing a chamber that smelled like the attic in a house you forgot you had loved. There were shelves of books that had been declared unnecessary, boxes of petitions that were polite even as they pleaded, a filing cabinet that still hummed lullabies. We set the ritual out on a table in the center of the room. Harmon produced the exemption document, stamped with a seal I had seen only in my dreams, and in the ledgered nightmares of interns who survive long enough to become supervisors. Mies. Ledger placed her witness stamp with a deliberateness that made it an oath. Owen set his tie across the page and produced the stapler he had brought for this very purpose. The stapler is a sacred object in our work. It can fasten two ideas together or it can tear the seam. "All right," Owen said. "When I staple, I will be fastening the emotional latch. This is symbolic but also practical. The tie will bind a memory to the margin and the staple will be the fulcrum. If it works, the slip will be held to the page it prefers." Dot hopped onto the marginal note and nibbled at it as if tasting the plan. Her ellipses left faint crumbs. She looked at me with a small, coffee-creased face that somehow expected to be rewarded. "You will choose the errors," she said in punctuation, which is to say she made a face that meant, "It's a lot, huh?" I had imagined choosing. I had not imagined the size of the list. It was a ledger's worth of minor mercies, the lobster mayor, the rain that listened, the stray weekday where a romance was preserved, the anonymous postcard that always found the lonely, the streetlight that never failed when a child was learning to ride a bike. Each had a note beside it: beneficiary, harm assessment, precedence, recommended status. There were columns that said aloud and others that said erase. Pemberley Ledger, God bless her horological heart, had even added a column called Humanity Index. Her handwriting was neat and felt like an act of affection. Harmon watched me with the kind of patience that has watched entire seasons pass through a calendar. "You must ask yourself," he said, "what will make people kinder, and what will make systems brittle? You must ask the difference between wonder and disorder." The slip, I thought. The slip had never wanted to destroy. It wanted to nudge, to tilt, to add a spoonful of salt where recipes were becoming bland. Choosing which of those nudges to keep felt like being given the task of picking which stars could remain crooked in the sky. "We will be under time constraints, Ledger reminded me gently. "There is a noon stamp. This chamber aligns with the lunch hour reseal. The gentler fixes take less energy. The more consequential the error, the more signatures required, and the more risk we take." There was a part of me that wanted to resign. There was a part of me that wanted to check erase on everything, to return the town to schedules and soft edges, to make my parents' calendars proud. There was another part of me, a thinner, louder voice that had been fed by nights reading comic books and catalogs of oddities, all those things that made living less like a list and more like an anthology. Which errors were kindness and which were cruelty? The question sat on my tongue like an unsigned memo. I opened the list. I tasted ink, because sometimes choices in the bureau feel engone as paper to a clerk's palate. My handwriting betrayed me and trembled. I thought about the mayor and his unhealthy dignity. I thought about the lonely postcard and the child learning to ride. I thought about Owen's file and the small, stubborn beauty of a mistake kept alive for sentimental reasons. I could keep the lobster, and perhaps the mayor would be better at listening. Perhaps the lobster would become a mascot who chewed through civic pomposity. I could preserve the rain that fell on sorrow, which was less meteorology than mercy. I could save the week that let two people remember their better selves. Harmon cleared his throat. "We will never be pure," he said. "We will always be a compromise. But perhaps we'll be more honest if we admit that now." Mies. Ledger put her palm on my forearm in a way that said, "You belong here now whether you like it or not." It felt like a transfer of responsibility and a blessing. Dot nuzzled the marginal note, and something in me wanted to let everything that made people gentler remain. But I could imagine a world where too many anomalies made systems fall apart, where schedules unraveled into chaos that hurt, not helped. I closed my eyes and tried to see each possibility as a person. The lobster mayor was not merely an oddity. He could be a figure of civic humility. The rain that fell on sorrow might be the difference between a day of grief and a day of despair. The week that shifted. That was the one that preserved a memory of warmth when a relationship would otherwise have dissolved under the weight of schedule. Owen's hands were steady when he picked up the stapler. He looked at Mies' ledger, and she nodded. Harmon had his key ready. Sally checked her watch again, which was both a comfort and a countdown. The room smelled like all the foods of precaution: coffee, paper, the faint heroism of cheap stew leftover from a staff lunch. "Are you ready?" Owen asked, and his voice seemed to compress time. I was not ready. I had never felt more like an intern. I felt my age, my blunders, my entire amateurish sincerity sitting on the table like another form to be stamped. Yet the truth of the Bureau is that its interns are sometimes its choices. Someone must sign. Someone must pick the small, human things to keep. I placed a tentative mark in the allowed column, one. Then another. My hand did not shake as much as my mind, which was good. A rhythm formed. We decided to keep the lobster mayor, because what used was a city that could not laugh at itself on occasion. We permitted the rain that fell for the sad, because it seemed a minor and rare mercy. We kept the stray weekday that saved memory. We allowed the anonymous postcard. We preserved a streetlight, and we let Dot write herself an allowance in the margin. because somewhere in the slow machinery of the bureau, small creatures deserved to matter. "Owen," Harmon said, "we will staple in 3. He placed the tie across the page like an ancestral sash. The stapler met paper with a sound that echoed like an oath. The staple went in and anchored the emotional latch in the center of the exemption. It made the page feel heavier and, oddly, warmer. The tie's fibers sighed. For a moment I thought the slip might object. For a moment I half expected the room to tilt and for every marginal note to unwrite itself in protest. Nothing dramatic happened. The machines hummed, the staple held. Dot made a pleased sound and ellipses that glittered like a tiny applause. Harmon turned the humming key and placed it on the exemption sheet like a final seal. Miss Ledger made the witness mark with a flourish that made the paper blush. We had done it. We had performed ceremony and chosen charity. But ceremony in the bureau is seldom absolute. The door beyond the chamber stood slightly ajar, and through the gap I saw a smear on the wall where ink had been rubbed away. The smear winked like a sleepy thing. It did not fleege. It did not rated, which was worse. We had stapled. We had authorized. We had chosen. The descent had not ended. It had only begun. We would have to walk back up and face the building and its noon, and with it the consequences of our choices. The slip would notice. The city would notice. And perhaps some parts of me would never be tidy again, ready to climb. Sally asked, glancing at her watch as if it were a compass and noon a far-off lighthouse. We lifted the exemption, and the air felt thinner on the edges, as if reality had been tuned and would, in the next moments, either sing an honest note or cough up something unexpected. I tucked the page into my blazer, as if I were carrying a fragile animal. The basement's machines hummed in their minor keys. The tie smelled faintly of other rooms. Dot tucked in a corner of the marginal note and chewed with satisfaction. Harmon's key vibrated like a small, contented thing. We turned toward the elevator. The chamber door creaked as the smear on the wall watched. I felt like I was leaving a church after a complicated mass, or perhaps entering one. My hands were ink-smudged. My head was loud with decision. As the elevator began its climb, Sally caught my eye. "Noon is honest," she said. "It asks you. It does not care about excuses." I tried to polish the edges of my courage with a bureaucrat's neatness, but courage does not polish, it reveals. The elevator rose. The light shifted. On the ride up I tried to rehearse the sentences I would give Ms. Ledger, Harmon, Owen, and perhaps the town itself. I practiced being both small and responsible, and in the practice I discovered that those were not contradictory. You can be small and still hold something large. When the doors opened, the office smelled like tunner and distant thunder, and all the rituals rising for the reseal at lunchtime. People were finishing forms and pretending not to notice the way clocks kept their own private time. Somewhere a kettle began to boil. Between desk and coffee machine, the world awaited our report. We had descended. We had chosen. We had an exemption stamped with a humming key and a stapled tie and a file sprite that had eaten part of the slip's appetite. We had bound the errors we were willing to keep to paper, and in doing so, we had promised to explain them to a public that rarely likes surprises, even when surprises are mercies. The slip, I knew, would be clever when it noticed the clasp. It did not like loud ceremonies. It liked half smiles and margins and that quiet moment when a clerk's hand hesitated over a requisition line. We had been ceremonious. The slip favored the margin. I expected it to respond in that low, sly register. Its protest would be written in crumbs. Its mischief would be a smudge that earned a story. We walked back into the bright offices and the noise of a midday that was, in most respects, ordinary. But nothing would be entirely ordinary again. I had made a list that read like a map of small mercies. I had signed off on a few of them with ink and with the faith that small mercies are sometimes the only kind that survive the particular cruelty of schedule. Mies. Ledger folded her hands and let out a sound that might have been a laugh or a prayer. Harmon slid the humming key back into his pocket, where it hummed like a secret. Owen wiped his hands on his coat and looked at me like a man who had just given away his one extravagant possession and discovered he felt lighter. "We're not done," Harmon said, "but we have begun. The beginning, I discovered, is a dangerous place in the Bureau of Impossible Coincidences. It holds all the possibilities and all the complaints. Down there, among the amendments that had been refused, it found that decisions are a kind of generosity. To choose to keep an error is to protect its beneficiaries. To choose to erase an error is sometimes to keep systems from fraying into cruelty." As we filed back into the day, the hum of the building deepened. The noon bells would be chiming in moments. There would be signatures to explain, memos to write, a public to placate, and perhaps a mayor who would have to learn to wear a lobster with dignity. I had a page in my blazer and a stomach that felt like a ledger being closed. I told myself that being an intern had simply become, in a hurry, something more serious. The elevator climbed. The building pulled us back into its ordinary tasks. The smell of toner and distant thunder wrapped around everything like a familiar cloak. When the doors opened, there was light and the clangor of lunchtime. People glanced up with the hurried politeness of those who have been saved from a minor apocalypse. We had descended to the amendments. We had stapled an emotional latch. We had chosen the small, human errors we would attempt to protect. The slip would not be happy. But it is never happy when humans attempt to make decisions that include mercy. When I returned to my desk, ink smudged and oddly steadier, I found a sticky note I had written to myself the week before. On it I had scrawled, in a hand that was both uncertain and hopeful, "Be brave. Be careful. Remember to feed the file sprite." I smiled, folded the note into the file labeled "Maybe," and sat down to begin the paperwork that would explain why a city might need a small lobster at its helm. There was, of course, more to do. We had stapled a tie and signed an exemption, but the real work, writing the letters, answering the citizens, keeping watch over the errors we had preserved, would be carried in the margins. It would be an aftercare program of sorts, watchful, attentive, human. I had descended. I had learned that choices in the Bureau are never purely mechanical. They are moral instruments, and they sing. If you listen, you can hear them. If you listen well enough, they will tell you which errors are gifts and which are excuses. And if you do not listen, you will, as I had once done, misfile a form and set a Tuesday loose in last Thursday. There is a small, foolish joy in knowing you can help fix what you have broken. There is a larger, quieter joy in discovering that sometimes breaking things preserves them, in a way that neatness never could. The noon bell would chime soon. We had sealed our little covenant in the basement, with a stapled tie and a humming key and a list of small mercies. The slip, patient and smudged, would watch from the margins. It would learn, perhaps, that bargains can be struck, or it would learn that even bargains are instruments for new mischief. Either way, we had descended. We had chosen. We would now have to live with what we had decided, and that is the practical, peculiar work of anyone who files reality for a living. I breathed in. The office smelled of toner and distant thunder, and under it all of stew. I felt the weight of the exemption in my blazer like a small animal that might purr or might bite. I tried to be both brave and careful. That is what the basement of amendments had taught me. We are, always, making promises with our stamps. Sometimes those promises ask us to choose which mistakes are beautiful enough to keep. The bell struck once, then twice. Mies. Ledger tapped a line of ink with her pen as if closing a wound. Harmon adjusted his spectacles. Owen tucked his tie into his pocket. Dot popped a small crumb from the margin into its mouth and made an approving ellipsis. And I, August Finch, intern and reluctant covenant maker, stood and followed them back toward the noon that asked questions and the lunch that would seal answers. The descent had been a beginning. Now we climbed, carrying our small, weighted decisions into the sunlight where the city could complain, celebrate, and perhaps, in some corners, be a little kinder. When we emerged, A clerk was already handing out memos about minor anomalies, phrasing them with the gentleness of a nun and the precision of a lawyer. I read them later, when I had a minute between forms, and found our work softened by paper and by the fact that someone had placed a lobster emoji beside the mayor's name and then, to my everlasting relief, drawn a small heart in the margin. It was not the end. It was not meant to be. It was merely what the Bureau does: file, tend, negotiate, and occasionally, when Noon asks with an honest face, make a choice that keeps a little bit of wonder in the world. The slip would notice. The slip would reply. But for now the tie was stapled, the key hummed, and the list of humane errors was folded neatly into a folder labeled maybe. That morning I had descended into the Bureau's oldest seam and returned carrying a small cannon of choices. I had not become wise. I had only become less frightened of being wrong in ways that might also save someone from an otherwise colorless life. We climbed up and walked into Noon. The hook which everyone in the Bureau respects is this: our decision would not be final until the city had had time to make its own small, public noises. The slip who loves margins would never be entirely satisfied. The real test was not in the basement, but in what happened when ordinary life met our chosen anomalies. I clipped the exemption into my blazer, and when the bell chimed its third and final note, the stapled tie betrayed a faint, contented creak. The basement hummed behind us, and ahead, the world waited to see if it had room for a few more tiny miracles. I had read about reckonings in policy memos and seen them once in a clipping Harmon kept in a drawer, a yellowed report about an administrative storm that had washed a county's calendars thin, but nothing prepares you for a reckoning that smells like tuna and warm soup. The basement of forgotten amendments has the acoustic dignity of a vault and the curious intimacy of a confessional. It is where paper goes to be forgiven and where tired signatures learn to sing again. We carried our liturgy in our arms. The table was a plain thing scarred with decades of glue and accidental annotations. Forms lay down like small, obedient animals: emergency requisitions, exemption slips, a narrow column of stamps, each labeled with a time nobody wanted back. Harmon turned the key in a lock that thrummed as if it were part of some enormous heart. And for a breath the entire room hummed with an attention I recognized as perilous and holy. Miss Ledger folded her hands over a ledger she carried like a shawl. Owen, mischief tucked in the crease of his smile, arranged the stapler as if preparing a tiny, ceremonial guillotine. Dot hovered nearby, a coffee-stained smudge with a halo and an appetite, chewing on a marginal ellipses like it was an after-lunch biscuit. The slip, for its part, waited in the corner where the old redaction machines breathed their dust. It was an absence that wore the smartest suit in the room. If you have never addressed a thing that argues like a smudge, you do not know how persuasive suggestion can be. The slip spoke not with a voice so much as with punctuation and crumbs. At first there was only the scent of erased ink and the sensation of a sentence unfinished. Then the air itself seemed to tilt and a fragment of paper flapped against my leg like a nervous bird. It was impossible not to anthropomorphize. The creature had the diplomatic manners of a cat that had once been a clerk. Ms. Ledger called it by name, and even if her jaw tightened, there was the curl of a private smile in her mouth. You saw then why she had survived as a supervisor for so long. She could call a smudge by its name and still keep a cool hand on a stack of forms. You do this with signatures, it said, like a comma tasting like honey. You fuss over a stamp and call comfort by its formal name. But comfort is slow and life, in its misprint, is sometimes faster. It was not so much a temptation as a plea. The slip could show you the world where schedules were perfect. It could show you a childhood with no surprise homework, a town without untimely rain, a calendar that always met your expectations exactly. For an instant, and not a smaller instant than you might imagine in a basement that smelled like mistakes and coffee, I felt the lulling possibility of a life without disappointment. My chest unclenched, My glasses fogged with an imaginary future where things did not slip. Why would I want to keep the inconveniences the slip offered? Crumbs of erased ink dandruffing from its lapel. You say you are tired. We all are. A world without microagonies is a world where nothing small can surprise you. Is surprise not also a kindness? The rhetorical question was barbarous because it appealed to the private archive of my life, the tiny mismatches that had once stitched me into joy. My mother had kept a crooked photograph of a family picnic, one side of the frame askew, because the imperfection meant the wind had been real. I had filed that photo once as a child, insisting on its straightness, and the result had been something sterile. The memory had toned down. The slip, ink-flecked and elegant in its inelegance, understood that the unfiled edges of our days sometimes contained grace. Do not think this was some grand morality lecture. The slip was practical and, in its way, charming. It did not promise chaos. It proposed curation. It proposed a world where certain errors, small, humane, stubborn errors, were preserved. That is what made its philosophy dangerous. A benevolent anarchy would sound lovely in a policy briefing, too lovely in a ledger. It meant choices. It meant signatures. It meant my name on a form that could determine whether someone remembered a love, a lobster, a rain that understood sorrow. Harmon did not look impressed. He is a man who wears official displeasure like a robe. His voice is the sound a seal makes when it is trying not to bark. He placed the humming vault key on the table like a benediction. "We will negotiate," he said. Negotiation in the Bureau means a set of forms executed with ritual and love. Harmon's love is administrative. It is as tender as a fine handwriting. He slid a slim exemption through to me's ledger. "This one," he said, "is dangerous but necessary if we are to practice mercy and remain a coherent agency." Me's ledger took the exemption and read it as someone might read a short, private prayer. Her fingers, ink-stained at the tips, trembled just enough for me to know the choice was not easy. She signed as if the pen were a small sword. Owen's role in our theater was to make me laugh when the room threatened to buckle under its seriousness, and to perform the thing, the outward, literal act that our language could only ritualize. He had tucked under his arm an old tie. It was ridiculous and sweet, a tie with a committee's logo long since obsolete, from a speech he had once given on the elasticity of memory. He informed us, in a voice that pretended nonchalance and delivered a small tremor of solemnity, that he would be the stapler. He meant the old tie would be threaded through a chain of pages and physically secured. He meant that by sacrificing the sentimental garment, he would transfer his willingness to keep one inconvenient thing to the ledger itself. "Finer points of nostalgia," he said, folding the tie like a flag, as if making an altar, require hard staples. Dot, the file sprite, hovered in an ellipsis and chewed a sliver of marginalia thoughtfully. The creature's eyes were coffee stains, its small hands smeared with glyphs. It had been our bait in the traps that went sideways, our liability when rituals required an appetite. It agreed to be the bait again, more because it had a taste for the slip's particular ink than for any abstract righteousness. I liked Dot nonetheless. It had the uncomfortable moral clarity of beings that live between sentences and thus never grew bored of meaning. The table was a map. Forms were laid in concentric offerings. The exemption granted by Harmon was a keyhole. Me's ledger's signature would be the lock. Owen's tie, when threaded and stapled, would be the hinge. My part, my terrible, small, human part, was to decide which errors would be permitted to remain after the stapling. It felt absurd to make such a choice. It felt necessary. Our bureaucratic language softened into rhetoric because every signature bent the world. "Make a list," Me's ledger suggested, with a thin exhale. "Lists are neat and cruel, but sometimes they speak honestly." She pushed a pencil to me, and I felt as if a vet were placing a thermometer in the world. I wrote and I scratched. I thought of the mayor and his lobster, of the rain that only fell on sad days, of the misfiled week that had begun an entire romance. of the old bus that played a jukebox song only when you needed it most. I thought of the time my mother had gotten lost on a perfectly planned walk and found an unscheduled neighbor who later became family. I wrote those down. I wrote down small things, the bent corner of a bill where a child had once kept a pressed leaf, the way a clerk once winked at an unhelpful regulation and sealed it with a stamp that smelt of oranges. I felt ridiculous and religious. The slip drifted closer, leaving a wake of erased punctuation. It did not screech or demand. It offered visions like a kindly con artist. It showed me a version of the office where no one ever missed a memo and where Owen's tie remained forever unsacrificed and eternally wrinkled. In that world, I would be less anxious because my days would align to a schedule and my music would never arrive late. It was an appealing vista for a person whose hands trembled when faced with the ledger. I remember thinking, not for the first time in my life, how gentle it might be to never wait for anything. "Comfort is boring," Harmon said without heat. "Perfection is a policy for machines and for people with hearts made of stamped seals." He looked at me. "You will decide what is human." That sentence sat on the air between us like a sapona. We began the ritual. Owen threaded the tie through the pages and spoke as if he were telling a joke he did not want us to laugh at. The stapler's arm came down with a sound like a small apology, a metallic thud that echoed in the basement's wooden ribs. The machine released a tiny cloud of dust. I sneezed. Dot sang an ellipsis so sharp it sounded like a hymn. Ledger impressed a stamp that smelled faintly of brand new envelopes and guilt. Harmon turned the humming key which, when used in the right sequence, made the room's clocks correct themselves in the way a heart finds its beat after running. For a shard of a moment the slip balked. It grew smaller as if someone had rubbed it with a bureaucrat's handkerchief. It offered me one more thing purely, shamelessly seductive. Your childhood returned to a straight line, your worries dissolved into well-ordered columns. There was no pain in the promise, only a smoothness that felt like a blank page. And standing in that basement with the stapler's warmth leaking into my palms, I realized what the slip would cost. It would not just take my anxiety. It would take the odd serendipities that had taught me how to be compassionate in the first place. It would make me efficient at the price of being lovable. It would replace rescues with indexes. I thought of the mayor's lobster and how voters had laughed and then, briefly, found themselves kinder. I thought of my own small mistakes, catalogued in a folder labeled "Maybe," and how they had led me into this room where I learned to put a stamp on mercy. "We will not make every day comfortable," I said before I had time to edit myself. My voice sounded like a paper cut. The slip was not crushed. It withdrew a little, leaving freckled smudges along the margin like a map of its faint displeasure. It was the size of a regret now, nothing more apocalyptic than a coffee stain on a report, Mies. Ledger sealed the exemption and slid the stamped forms into Harmon's humming vault. Owen, absurdly somber, folded his battered tie and placed it into the ledger as a witness. The tie was perfumed with an old confidence I had never seen him wear before. We did not win in the way war stories brag, nor did we lose with melodrama. The slip retreated to the margins where it belonged, mollified by concession. In exchange for our restraint, it allowed a curated list of errors to endure. The mayor kept a small lobster who, to every person's astonishment, proved to be excellent at smoothing ceremonial protocol and at consoling eccentric constituents. A rain that fell for sad days was allowed to stay because it had, in a few instances, prompted strangers to share umbrellas and words. An old bus retained its jukebox song, because it had once returned to a boy the only thing he had ever lost, a song he needed to remember his father. Harmon closed the vault with the same care you use when you tuck someone you love into bed. Mies. Ledger sighed as if someone had untied a tight knot in her chest. Owen's hands were ink-smudged and sticky where the stapler had caught the tie, and he made a small, genuine grin that suggested he had learned something about permanence. tucked itself into a new marginal note and wrote an ellipsis that, on inspection, read like a promise. I felt changed in the way that file folders feel when they have been handled enough, edges softened, corners kissed by use. I had made a choice, small and bureaucratic, and it had weight. The world that emerged from the basement of forgotten amendments was not perfectly orderly, nor was it wholly given over to the slip's mischief. It was negotiated messy in a way that felt alive. On the ride up with Sally, who pressed the elevator buttons with the deliberation of a woman who knew which days were safe and which were homework. The lamps in the cab buzzed like the last chorus of an anxious choir. We rose through floors smelling of different mistakes and memories. When the doors opened, sunlight had tilted in and the building's clocks struck the hour with a new, yet familiar chorus. Somewhere in the city a mayor waved at a lobster and someone else's misfiled week returned, bearing an extra afternoon in which two people met in a bakery and made a small, brave pact. There was paperwork to complete, inevitably. The Bureau is not a place that believes in eternal applause. It believes in forms. We filed the signatures, sealed the exemptions, and labeled the list of preserved errors with a neat hand that made the world less precarious and more human. Me's. Ledger placed a post-it on the ledger, where my name read like a new entry, Finch. August chose mercy, where neatness demanded dominance. She didn't say it aloud, but the crease of her worry softened as if someone had ironed a stubborn wrinkle. We left the basement of forgotten amendments with our pockets full of small concessions and a new inventory of the world. I carried a list of errors to keep, a ledger lighter for the absence of Owen's tie, and the knowledge that sometimes a policy requires the exact courage to be imperfect. The slip remained in the margins, patient, perhaps a little pleased. It had not been vanquished. It had been negotiated with. That is the thing bureaucracy rarely admits. Signatures can be kindness. Stamps can be mercy. And in the end, you cannot staple a heart into a ledger, but you can sign that you tried. As we filed the last forms and Harmon returned the key to its drawer, the office exhaled as if released from a held breath. Mabel's soup in the cafeteria tasted, that afternoon, like safe harbor and misadventure all at once. I do not know whether the slip will return. Creatures made from margins have ways of rustling when least expected. I do know this, when it comes, I will feel the tug of perfect order again. That tug will be soft, like the promise of no more anxious mornings. But I will remember the mayor's lobster and the boy's lost song, and I will remember that hands folded over ledgers can, sometimes, choose to be kind even when the neat thing is easier. We had performed our stapling, our signatures, our small rebellion. We had argued with a smudge about the ethics of surprise, and come away with a world a little less obedient and a little more forgiving. The slip had learned how to negotiate. I had learned how to sign for mercy. The lights in the basement clicked back into indifferent hums, and the great vault sang like an engine that had been oiled with intention. As I went back to my desk, the binder labeled maybe clutched to my chest like an infant. I opened it and found that someone had slipped in a new marginal note in a handwriting I nearly recognized, an ellipsis from Dot, and, beneath it, a tiny stamped lobster. I smiled, which is a dangerous thing in a place that measures facial expressions for compliance. There was ink on my fingers and toner under my nails, and a ledger-shaped dent in my heart that I suspected I would keep for a very long time. The slip had been confronted. The world had been stapled back into something resembling sequence. And lunchtime, as ever, arrived with its ordinary miracles, soup, laughter, and the knowledge that not everything that goes wrong should be righted. The building smelled, as it always did, of toner and distant thunder. I sat down and, for the first time that morning, I ate my sandwich without worrying whether it remembered being someone else. The memory of the basement stayed with me like an unfiled note, a margin that I could look back to when the neatness of life seemed overwhelming. Somewhere in the ledger, our signatures glimmered like a small constellation of agreed imperfections. We had chosen mercy, and the world had accepted a few of its own beautiful errors. The slip, mollified, slipped away. For now. And then the lights flickered, which may mean something or nothing at all. I folded my hands and wrote a new sticky note, which I stuck into maybe: keep the lobster, keep the rain, keep the lost song. Keep the imperfect map of us. Keep an eye on the margins. Keep a stapler ready. The noon decision had been made, but the work of living with it had only just begun. The hook sinks in then. What else will the margins whisper next? I will tell you how noon sounds at the Bureau. It is not merely a chiming of clocks. Noon at the Bureau of Impossible Coincidences is a chorus, each clock humming its own nervous frequency. The fluorescent lights catching toner in the air like dust in sunlight, and the building itself intoning something you might call a prayer if your parish used stamps. There was a staccato of footsteps and a low, steady whir when we assembled in the basement of amendments. It smells there like old promises and wet paper. Harmon's key thrummed on the table like a cheap throat after singing, as if it weren't simply metal, but the larynx of the place. Mies. Ledger arranged witness stamps into an arch with her hands, which is to say she folded them both literally and ceremonially, as if a stamp could be coaxed into behaving like a blessing. I had on my too large blazer, of course. It felt, at that moment, less like clothing than armor assembled from the wrong department. My glasses kept fogging with the weight of the choice. Owen kept making small, inappropriate jokes about the ritual, staple for the people, he said at one point, and that made Dot giggle in the margin, which sounded like a page catching on a nail. Mabel had sent us soup that tasted of thyme and certain hard truths. Amy had finished fussing over a stack of emergency requisitions until their edges gleamed. Miss R. Pockets had brought an orphan object, as promised, an umbrella handle sculpted into the shape of a small, patient elephant. He laid it on the table with a ceremony that made the elephant look like an honored guest. We had rehearsed the list, as if lists could be rehearsed like plays. Harmon would sign the exemption. Mies Ledger would affix her witness crease. Owen would perform the sacrificial stapling, and I, August Finch, pitcher of apologies to stationery everywhere, would select the curated errors to retain. I do not have the word choose in my childhood vocabulary without a dozen post-it notes. My mother catalogued our family like a librarian who mistrusted chaos. Birthdays in rigid, penciled-in boxes. Vacations scheduled at a distance. A cupboard that held labeled jars for condiments and feelings. I grew up to believe order was honor, that a day belonged in its slot for the same reasons a plate belonged in the sink. So the slips off a silken, insinuating, like a redaction-given voice was not merely a prompt. It was a temptation the heart had been trained to desire. It spoke first as a smudge of ink at the edge of the ledger, a darkness that could have been spilled tea. Then, with a tilt, it unfurled language. You could have it, it said. I know, because Mies Ledger recorded the exact phrasing later. No rain on birthdays, no missed buses. The whole of childhood lined up like a parade. You wouldn't wake to wrong days. You would wake to the right ones. The ledger need never wrinkle again. Its voice was like a stack of letters being bent back into order. And with each syllable the clocks seemed to pretend to be clocks, and the humming key held its breath. Owen's hand, meanwhile, hovered unconcernedly near a box of industrial staples as if he had been born attached to the thing. He pulled his tie aside because, theatrically, the tie was going to be the object of sacrifice. It had once sported a constellation pattern. He had been fond of it when the stars were smaller jokes and his responsibilities were nothing heavier than a misfiled memo. He smiled at me, the kind of smile that could be both absurd and unaccountably brave. If anyone asks, he said, tell them I'm stapling my dignity. If anyone asks me, Ledger replied before I could make a joke I didn't trust, tell them I am witnessing something proper. Also, perhaps, another cup of tea after. Her voice had that dry thing it uses, It was the same voice that once rewired a regulation with a postage stamp. The slip was not sloppy about seduction. It set out scenes, my life without the week that had slid, a childhood where schedules were never wrong. The town's weather that became a faithful servant, never raining on anyone's parade unless it served a municipal function. It made the office clock's chime sound like choir practice for the perfect. In doing so, it brought the thing my mother had taught me, tiredness, into the light like an offering. The temptation felt like relief, but the slip also had the gall of a poet. It could recite the small ways in which the accidental had saved people, a rain that fell only on sad days and coaxed umbrellas out like sheltering flowers. A mayor who, in his lobster hat incarnation, found a way to apologize for a development plan with a pinch and a flourish that somehow calmed protesters. It reminded us with impeccable manners that not every wrong was cruel. Why not keep everything? Harmon asked the smudge, though his tone did not carry accusation. It carried history. Harmon had seen ledgered ages and blank spaces, and his eyes, magnified by lenses like stamped seals, had the tiredness of someone who had watched too many pages burn and had tried to put out the fire with a pencil. The slip considered him in a way that looked like a margin looking up from its own work. Because life would be neat, it said. And neatness, like a closed book, stops breath. A calendar without surprise is a calendar that forgets to feel. It left crumbs of erased ink that curled like cigarette smoke in a noir film that never existed. There was, at that moment, a small temptation to resign, to nod, to sign, and to march back upstairs into the city, where children would have birthdays that never dripped, where buses would arrive on time on the stresses of a well-placed stamp. The thought was a balm. It brushed through me like the correct application of a form that fixed a splintered knuckle in the ledger of things. And then I looked at Owen as he unfolded his tie. I thought of the file he had kept secret in the basement, small, fragrant with nostalgia and poor choices and inconvenient coincidence, had been hoarding like contraband. I had seen, in the basement, the way he touched that file as if it were a living thing, as if it had been a person who once loved an alternative. I thought of Mee's ledger and the weather festival she had once saved by filing a single postcard into Anne. When the last stapled edge of the ledger clicked into place and Harmon folded his enormous hands as if they were a competent seal on a very anxious bird, the building exhaled. It was not a theatrical exhale. No choir of clerks released a long, operatic sigh, but 100 small things happening at once. A kettle's hum tapering off. A stack of forms sliding into neatness with a soft pap. Someone in the mailroom whistling a bureaucratic jingle they had hummed as a child and never mentioned. I stood for the first time since dawn, without the urgent burn of panic in the back of my throat. Relief arrived like an overdue stamp marked paid. We had done the job the only way the Bureau ever does, in paperwork and in ritual. There had been signatures that smelled faintly of coal and promises, a stapling so literal it bent the spine of an old tie into a hinge, and a marginal note from Dot that read, in 3 fat ellipses, "If the world must be tidy, let it be tidy with pockets." The slip had been coaxed back to the margins, the crumbs of erased ink tucked under strict folds, and the mayor's lobster, to the public's extraordinary delight, was now legally recognized as a municipal pet of diplomatic value. This latter clause alone would have made a good pair of op-eds, if the world had had space for op-eds that day. The restoration was not perfect. It was not supposed to be. The team had decided, in a desperate meeting whose minutes I later read and which made Mee's ledger's careful handwriting look as though it had done yoga, that a few honest mistakes could remain. The small lobster, the rain that only fell when umbrellas were forgotten by people who deserved a good cry, and a Tuesday afternoon replay of a child's afternoon at a park bench that made a particular retired postman laugh so hard he cried. These were not accidents worth erasing. They were misfiles that had become mercies. We voted somewhat informally, with postage and a crescent of empathy, and approved a curated list. The bureaucracy is a tool, Harmon said that morning, his spectacles catching the late light. A tool is dull if used without care. We will sharpen by hand. He tapped the humming key at his belt, and it made a sound like a heartbeat inside a vault. That sound has always made me think of responsibility, which is not the same as punishment. Responsibility smells of toner that is a little too warm and tastes faintly like overbrewed tea. People moved through the aftermath as if through a hospital corridor where stitches had been sewn with a steady hand. Mies. Ledger walked the floors like an improved crease in the building's skin. She tucked stamps into pockets and straightened the tie of a clerk who had been shaking. At one desk, an archivist replaced a mislabeled box with a proper label and allowed himself a small, disbelieving grin. At another, Registrar Amy filed the last of my emergency requisitions and then, for a second, leaned on the counter and let the pause between breaths be a conversation. The romance that had seemed precarious under the strain of shifting weeks reassembled itself in that pause. We had risked a week and kept another person's memory. That felt like a bargain every bit as serious as any legal exemption. Owen, who had been gracelessly heroic in the best way, made his decision before most of us realized he had. For days had been holding the old file, an embarrassment of a thing with a ribbon of dried glue and the faint perfume of an afternoon that refused to be filed away. He had told us in that easy, skirting way he uses when avoiding the important things, that he kept it because it made him laugh. That was not, in the world of the borough, a defensible policy. "I am not against rules," he said when he finally sat down beside me and smoothed the file with both hands, as though it were a living thing. "I am for the people who need them slightly bent." Then he took a stapler and, with an absurd solemnity that made my throat ache, he stapled that old file closed and opened a new one marked preservation. One file. One life. It felt like a vow. He repaired it properly. There was a scene in the basement during which grit and dust turned gold in the light from Harmon's lamp. I watched him thread staples through soft, fragile paper with the kind of care reserved for broken toys and family recipes. Around us, boxes of amendments hummed gently like machines dreaming of punctuation. After he finished, he rose and, very quietly, said, "It's fixed enough." The phrase was not about paper. We all understood. Mr. Pockets returned the umbrella that had been used as bait, striped with a child's drawing of a dragon, like someone surrendering an old kindness back to the world. He padded through the main floor with Pockets jingling, depositing single gloves and an errant key into the lost and found, as if replenishing the moral stores of the building. Mabel, who had fed us a stew that tasted like a weather forecast, gave me a ladleful to go and said, blunt as a ladle, "Eat. You look like someone who needs to be put back together." I ate at my desk because that is how one keeps working in offices that resettle the course of days, in modest bites between stamped corrections. The stew, true to form, offered a small vision as I ate a memory of my mother titling boxes in a neat, economical hand. It was a warm, chastening thing to remember as the morning's weirdness seeped into every crack of my certainty. The automation faction, predictably, did not disappear. They regrouped in a conference room with a flip chart and bullet points. Their argument was not stupid. Machines could be precise, untiring, and impartial. They would not be tempted by nostalgia or mercy. They would, the proponents claimed, eliminate the very possibility of an error like the one I had made. I would have felt one way about this before the slip, before lobster hats and soup profits. I would have felt the rigid comfort of a perfectly scheduled world. But the slip had shown me something else, that errors sometimes detour into acts of kindness. Machines do not do detours. They do not conveniently sing. We postponed the automation vote. No dramatic filibuster or passionate monograph. Mims. Ledger, who handles signatures like punctuation, slid a postage stamp across the board and wrote in the margin, in a hand that trembled only once, "Decision deferred." Human judgment required. I do not know how to translate Mies Ledger's handwriting into law, but her hand carried authority of a particular kind. It was a hand that had once defied a regulation to save a weather festival, and that had always known that rules are, sometimes, shelter, sometimes a cage. Dot claimed a place in the decision. The little sprite, paper-thin and coffee-stained, had been essential bait in the rituals that day, and had eaten several particularly troublesome marginalia with a smile that looked like an ellipsis. When we began to catalogue what we would keep, Dot circled the maybe folder with a tiny sound that could have been a chuckle and left a flourish of marginalia. We are margins, and we will now be a margin that gets a desk. No one in the office could exactly explain how a sprite negotiates bureaucratic recognition, but we put Dot on the supply list anyway. Registrar Amy filled out the paperwork, sprite allocation form 1.1 Vanson 3 desk space 06 cup of coffee allowance. The printer coughed dutifully. Dot chewed on the corner of a comma and looked pleased. The mayor's lobster, a thing that would have been ridiculous on any other day, was escorted back through the bureau for a ceremonial notarization. Someone had knitted a tiny civic sash for it. The lobster sat solemnly on the mayor's shoulder as Harmon signed a permit with a fountain pen that burped out a small cloud of ink like a ceremonious cough. The mayor apologized, awkward and sincere, to a crustacean he now recognized as a partner in public relations. The lobster, for its part, clicked its claws once in what the mayor later described as approval. The city announced, with a carefully measured press release, that it would henceforth be open to charming anomalies provided they carried appropriate identification. The romance subplot, if you can call it that, when every heartbeat is potentially an administrative oversight, found its small, ordinary conclusion that afternoon. Amy and I stepped into a supply closet for privacy, and, because secrets in government buildings are best kept behind reams of paper, kissed while the copier warmed itself to life. When we pulled apart, Amy smudged a little toner on her thumb and held it up like a small medal. "You fixed this," she said, not unkindly. "And you didn't try to fix me into something I wasn't." My cheeks heated like a misfiled afternoon. There was more paperwork than I had imagined possible. Forms dressed in their best fonts marched down the corridors. Requisition 77B was filed under aftercare, Amendment 12C under emotional remediation. And an old ledger that had been known to swallow interns now sat placid and well-fed in a new annex. We had to account for public confidence. We had to file incident reports about the lobster hat and the rain and the retired postman's second childhood. We had to complete surveys for the city council that asked whether citizens felt stable, improved, or delightfully unsettled. Delightfully unsettled is not normally an official category, but after a spirited debate and several postage stamp negotiations, it made it onto the form with an italicized asterisk and a smiley face that Mies Ledger insisted be removed before submission. I kept busy with the small, honest business of undoing my own error and learning to live with the consequences. Some corrections were simple: a stamp here, a signature there, an apology to a stapler underlined and placed in the maybe folder. Others required that peculiar thing the Bureau excels at: improvisation within procedure. We wrote memos that read like poetry and policies that allowed for mercy. Harmon wrote a directive that read, in part, "Human judgment will be preserved as a core function of this office. Machinery may assist but will not adjudicate exceptions without oversight." It sounds sensible when I say it now. In the moment, it felt like flinging a blanket over the shoulders of a frightened city. By mid-afternoon, the floors took on their old rituals with a new, gentler cadence. The lunchroom had become a sort of temple of small reconciliations. People quietly admitted fears, confessed silly superstitions, and accepted help in the form of ladles. Mies Ledger, who counts paperclips when she is stressed, left a small pile of newly counted paperclips on my desk with a note, "For when you feel unordered." I put one in my pocket. Late in the day, as the building wound down into a more manageable hum, I found myself alone in front of a cabinet of completed forms. On the top shelf sat a manila folder with my handwriting on the tab. It read simply maybe. I had made it during a blinding, anxious hour and meant it as a receptacle for the apologies I was not yet ready to file. Now it felt like a liturgy. I opened it and began to transfer the small, chosen delights onto neat index cards. Mayor's lobster permitted. Rain for sad umbrellas permitted. Tuesday replay for retired postman permitted. For each item I wrote a short justification that was part policy and part love note. The cards smelled faintly of toner and Mabel's soup. There is a dangerous virtue in lists. They make uncertainty look like order. We had not banished the slip. It lingered in the margins, subtle and grinning. It left crumbs, tiny bits of erased ink that I always found on the soles of my shoes, and sometimes the clocks in the stairwell would chatter at odd intervals. But it had been negotiated with. We had placed boundaries around mischief and tied them with stamped ribbon. It would return, because that is what margins do. That is also what life does. Before I left, Harmon called us into the hall and said something that has lodged in me like a well-loved sticky note. We guard continuity, he said, but continuity without surprise is not life. We repair the world, but we also keep aside a drawer for the things that make breathing worth the trouble. He tapped the humming key and it thrummed in reply, like a small, obliging engine. We filed the last emergency stamp at dusk. The building's lights went to a softer setting, and the smell of toner cooled into the metallic chill of evening. People bowed to one another with the wary reverence of those who have stitched a wound and found not only healing but a scar worth remembering. Mies. Ledger tucked a charm into the maybe folder herself. I watched her fingers move, sure and small. Order, occasionally porous, she said. Good enough. It was, for her, a concession and a blessing. I left later than everyone else, as is my way, carrying the maybe folder beneath my arm like contraband. Outside, the city had resumed its ordinary cadence. The mayor's lobster had a small sash that gleamed in the lamplight as they paraded past a cafe window. A woman with a polka dot umbrella let the rain fall only on her cheeks and laughed. In the park, an old postman sat for a long while on a bench reading a paperback and occasionally grinning in a way that suggested the world had done him a quiet kindness. I walked home through streets that seemed to have been carefully rearranged by an invisible clerk, lamplights aligned, bus schedules slightly more punctual in a way that felt generous rather than tyrannical. For the first time since my misfile, I felt like the kind of person who could carry a folder of maybe things and not drop them. I felt lighter and more culpable, which is to say more alive. When I reached my apartment, I sat at my small kitchen table and made a list of my own petty delights I wanted to protect. I wrote them on index cards and placed them in a drawer labeled perhaps. It felt foolish and sacred. I slept that night with the taste of Mabel's stew in my mouth and a tiny ink smudge on my thumb. It felt like a promise. Somewhere in the margins of the bureau, a smudge sighed and was contented. The slip had retreated but had left a single, perfectly placed crumb of erased ink on my desk, as if to remind me that there would always be room for error. I don't think we cured anything so much as reached an agreement. The next morning I returned to a desk that smelled predictably of toner and distant thunder. My blazer fit the same awkward way. The ledger of the world was not a perfect object. It was a thing we negotiated with. I placed 2 new index cards into the maybe folder as if tucking in small, vulnerable flags, one for the lobster, one for the rain. I slid the folder into the shelf between forms labeled errata and emergency humor. When someone passed by and asked me how I felt, I shrugged and hummed a bureaucratic jingle I had never before known existed, and which I now sang with slight modifications. It went something like this: stamp, seal, keep what heals, and let the margins speak. It is a long chorus. It will be sung again. And when I reached for my pencil to make the next entry another small delight to hold against a hungry world, a faint smear of ink on the edge of the paper wiggled like a tiny smile. I pinned it with a thumbnail and wrote, for the record, to be reviewed in 6 months. The hook, if you will, is that somewhere beneath the neat shelf labeled maybe, in the seam of a box stamped with dates that do not exist, a single piece of paper coughed. It was very small, easily overlooked, and smelled faintly of coffee. It read in handwriting not unlike mine, and not entirely unlike the slips, "Do not close the drawer entirely. There will be more to file." I closed the shelf gently, which is what one does with promises, and went to make tea. I had been under the impression, for most of my life, that a folder was a simple thing, paper, a label. Perhaps a colored tab if you were feeling hopeful about your tax returns. At the bureau, folders are not simple. They are promises, jurisdictive borders, incantations folded into cardboard. They can hold a mayor's hat that thinks it's a lobster, a Tuesday that stubbornly insists it is last Thursday, or a memory that refuses to be catalogued. They also, as I learned that morning, have the power to change how a place thinks about itself. The rutting light in the office came as it always does late, offended by its own punctuality, and threw bright bars across the long desks. There was the familiar smell of toner, as if the building breathed in paper and exhaled ink. Mabel's kettle was singing in the distance, low and defiant. I arrived at my desk with a sense of being both exactly where I belonged and absolutely uncharacteristic, like a bookmark in a book I hadn't yet learned to read. I had brought nothing dramatic with me to that day, a mug with 3 chipped cataloging jokes, a handful of sticky notes, and an impulse that felt like a small, dangerous animal. It had grown over the course of the previous weeks into something with claws, an idea about contingency, a conviction that not every deviation needed to be excised. The slip still lurked in the margins, of course an appetite in a suit, but the mania of the morning's catastrophe had quieted into a cautious consensus. We had resealed much of the damage, and yet the office smelled, in that particular way it does after rain of possibility, mise. Ledger found me at my desk with her ledger-stitched coat unbuttoned at the collar, the crease above her brow less severe than it had been the week before. It was a minor miracle. I have seen glaciers move more readily than I have seen her relax. She wore the same pockets, the same ink-stained fingertips, but there was a small, private looseness in her shoulders, as though she had decided that she could afford one small deviation from perfect posture. "What are you sulking about, Finch?" she asked, though there was no real malice in it. It was more the voice of an oak instructing a sapling how to lean. "I'm not sulking," I said. "I'm considering." She nodded as if this explained everything and nothing. People in the bureau have a habit of nodding like that. Nods do much of our holding work. It is the same as signing a memo, but without the risk of smudging your ink. "I want to keep some things," I said, and the sentence felt uncannily like a petition. She waiting is a ministry in that office. Mise. Ledger practiced it like a liturgy. "Keep what things?" she asked. "Small errors," I said. "Not the ones that make bridges fall or calendars explode, but the ones that well become kindnesses. A lobster that sits on the mayor's head and cheers people up. The rain that remembers to fall only on sad afternoons. Files that have become secret gardens." It would have been poetic to say she laughed. Instead, she produced a packet of stamps from a pocket and laid one on the desk as though handing me a coin for a wish. "We do not keep errors, ma'am. Finch," she said. "We catalogue them. We correct them. That is our trade, so I'm asking you to trade differently," I said. "A folder, a formal protocol. A place to sign off on mistakes we don't mind." She looked at the stamp. Her thumb traced the serrated edge. A silence grew that was not empty. It was a room we both entered and perfumed. "If you are asking for a corrupted clause, you must write it with clean language, Mise," Ledger said finally. "Errors kept must be assessed. They must be catalogued as counterintuitive assets. You must supply a reason, a caretaker, and a revocation clause." You must, she stopped, and, with a mischief that had the faintest echo of a smile, must include me as witness. I had expected denials, admonitions about precedent, a lecture about the architecture of continuity. What I had not expected was the quiet anvil of her concession, the way her acceptance sounded like a stamp gently landing on my idea and making of it a thing that might be official. We drafted the protocol there at my desk. It read, in essence, like an apology that had been given agency. Each maintained anomaly had to be beneficial to more than one party, reversible within 5 hours unless otherwise specified, cared for by a named custodian, and entered into the maybe ledger with a ribbon of stamps to mark consent. There was, tucked into the margins like a fond note, a clause that allowed for a single whimsical exception to be inherited by descendants of the Beru if their tastes were still reasonable. It took 3 drafts and an impromptu lunch in which Mabel's soup served as both punctuation and proof of concept. She ladled broth into bowls with the same solemnity she used to dole out prophecies, and between spoonfuls she said, "Some mistakes taste like soup, August. We should never throw soup away just because it doesn't look like a recipe." By the time Harmon signed the humming vault key to the exemption, 3 of us were giggling like conspirators and me's. Ledger was doing the exacting thing she does, flicking a paperclip as someone might stroke a cat. Harmony in that office is often a ledger's finest lie. We made our lie a generous one. We created the folder. We labeled it maybe in careful, bureaucratic handwriting. I wrote the first entry. It felt ridiculous to me then, and it feels ridiculous to me now, to try to describe the ceremony of placing a sticky note on a folder. The gesture was both minute and enormous. I pressed the adhesive in a way that was both tender and decisive. It was as if we were calling, in a language only file clerks can hear, for mercy. People began to bring things to the maybe folder the way birds bring bright things to a nest, reluctant, proud, half ashamed. Owen brought in his hoarded file. He had carried that file in his heart like a tooth he refused to have pulled. He sat at the break table with the file spread across his knees and stapled its spine back to life. He hummed, which is Owen's way of averting confession, and as he worked he said, without fully looking up, "I don't think all mistakes are mistakes. You know. Some are inventions in need of a better address." Mies' ledger put a charm into the pocket of the folder, an inchworm of metal that used to be a corner stamp. She tucked it as one might tuck a coin into a child's palm. It was a tiny, ridiculous thing, and it was exactly the sort of ridiculousness we were building a protocol for. Harmon, always gravely bureaucratic, stamped the first formal exemption with a key that thrummed like a contented machine. When the stamp came down, it made a sound somewhere between a choir and a cash register. The stamp had no legal force beyond the barest walls, and yet I felt the room swell as though we had just purchased a small mercy for the city. Registrar Amy rolled her eyes, muttered about the administrative overhead, and stamped a copy for the records. If bureaucracy is a religion, Amy is our pragmatic apostle. Her smile that afternoon was the kind of thing people smile when they see a system bending without breaking. Dot hovered around the folder's edges like a dust mote that had chosen an office. It left a margin mark that read, in ellipses and coffee stains, "Will snack if cared for." Dot could not sign with a flourish. Its signatures are always smudged, and the contentment of the office that day included the knowledge that Dot had eaten a few apologies and left behind a helpful scribble about the maintenance schedule. People began to breathe differently. There was an unquantifiable lightness in the room, as if we had collectively decided not to boil the ocean, but to keep a teacup of it warm on the side. Office politics did not vanish, of course. The faction that wanted automation still argued, in a harsh, mechanical voice, that every glitch should be shorn away at the root. We negotiated. Ms. Ledger let them test a small subroutine in the archives that would catalog and alert, not erase. It was a compromise that smelled faintly of victory and the lemon zest of resigned hope. I learned that keeping a mistake was not a flippant act. It required guardianship. Owen had to write a maintenance schedule for his file. Me's ledger had to sign a witness statement promising to inspect the lobster mayor once a month. Harmon had to write a variance for the rain, stipulating that it would be permitted only on days when its empathy would not cause flooding. Each concession read like a prayer that had been filed with perfect stamps. There were other, smaller ceremonies. I made a card for the lobster and addressed it to Civic Animal in the Mayor's Hat. I sat at the messenger desk and watched Registrar Amy affix postage and then dropped the card into the pneumatic tube. I do not know if the lobster read the card. Perhaps it did. Perhaps it sat on the mayor's head and hummed. The slip watched all of this from its comfortable place in the margins. It remained what it always had been, a smudge in a suit with mismatched stamp eyes, leaving crumbs of erased ink wherever it moved. It had not been appeased so much as negotiated with. We had agreed, like a couple deciding whether to keep an old cat or rehome it, that it might stay so long as it refrained from devouring our calendars whole. It is tempting to portray that moment as a triumph. I prefer to call it a treaty signed with paper clips. The slip, for its part, was generous. It withdrew some of its more theatrical proclivities. It stopped reassigning midweek to other weeks at random. It retreated to doodling in the margins and sneaking in minor, charming anomalies and extra stag at a parade. A rain that only falls during extemporaneous kisses things that did not threaten the architecture of public life. We did not, of course, solve everything. There were late-night meetings and petitions and a spreadsheet that ate its own tail for a week. We had to train new interns on the new protocol, which is to say we had to teach them the difference between a humane error and a logistical liability. Some of them, God help them, tried to slip postcards of their exes into the maybe folder as sentimental entries. Registrar Amy stamped each one denied with taste. Owen, who had been averse to commitment in the abstract, surprised me by becoming the most dutiful of custodians. He made a shelf for the preserved anomalies and labeled it with a hand-lettered plaque reading, "Delight and its discontents." He placed his file there with ceremony. Later, when he offered me half a sandwich that remembered being a philosopher, he winked and said, "It's nice to keep things. Keeps your hands busy." The romantic subplot with Registrar Amy, which had, at one point, been at risk of being erased entirely when a misfile threatened to undo both of their middle weeks, settled into something steady. They began, slowly and warily, to share lunch at the break table. Love at the Bureau is practiced in delayed postal correspondence and small authorized exceptions. It is both quaint and efficient. Mies, ledger changed in the small ways you might expect someone who has softened will change. She started humming while counting paperclips. She placed a charm of her own into the maybe folder, a token from the time she once defied a regulation to let a town have its weather festival. Sometimes, late in the afternoon, I would catch her tapping the edge of the folder as if saying a benediction. Harmon returned to his maps and his secret doodles. He would not, for all the world's stamps, say he approved of our experiment purely on principle. But he came down to the basement on occasion, humming the vault key like a man who keeps a lullaby in his pocket. The calendar on his desk, which had a shy habit of flipping its own pages, blinked an extra day and then settled down. We interpreted this as encouragement. That mercurial annotator, took an entirely new status. We created a little margin in the ledger expressly for its scribbles. Drew a loop and a tiny heart and then sat on that page like a creature satisfied. I like to think it has become something like a mascot, though of course mascots are the truest of bureaucratic contradictions. And me. I filed the last sticky note into the maybe folder, the one that would become my signature. I wrote, simply, for the small, human things that make routine less terrible. I could feel my hands steady as I wrote. There is a particular architecture to coming of age in the teeth of administrative absurdity. You do not suddenly understand everything. You merely learn the precise angle at which to press your palms. The office resumed its rituals. The tea kettle boiled at prescribed times. The stamp presses sang their low chorals. The elevators shuttled temporal floors with their usual laundry list of throttled days. Yet beneath the ritual there was a new rhythm, one with a couple of off beats someone had deliberately left in. It was like a painstakingly composed jazz measure placed between two sonnets. I should say now, this arrangement was not permanent. It is, by design, provisional. The Maybe folder has its own small census. It had a caretaker for each entry and an expiration clause for the ones that ceased to be delightful. But in those weeks it became a repository of little mercies. We kept a rain that only fell on grief, a stray fox that turned up at the library and roused sleeping readers, a musician who would appear on subways only to fix a stranger's day with a single clarinet note. The slip, for all its mischief, had not wanted cruelty. It wanted novelty, friction, the condensations of life that cause people to look up. We, in turn, wanted to keep people safe. The compromise we made was not a victory for chaos, so much as an acknowledgement that chaos and order are siblings who sometimes babysit one another. And yet, the day closed on a moment I had not anticipated. I was filing my own notes into my drawer when Pockets, who is the custodian of small, misplaced things, stuck his head around the door and held up a postcard. "This showed up in Lost and Found," he said. He had the look of someone holding a small myth. "Says here it's from a Wednesday that never happened." It was a postcard with a stamp that carried the faint scent of rain. And the picture on the front was of a town square where the pigeons had been replaced by paperfold birds. There was no return address. The message on the back was short and typed in a hand that staggered like an old typewriter. "If you are reading this," it said, "keep one more small thing." We all looked at it. The room was suddenly very quiet. It read like an invitation or a dare or a benediction. The slip's smudge, which had been basking in a puddle of erased ink near the photocopier, shifted as if it had just been told a private joke. It was, I realized, the precise kind of problem the Maybe folder had been designed to accept. It was also the kind of thing that would make our work interesting for a very long time. I closed my ledger that night with my hand on the cover. There was a warmth there, and the sense of having done something small and important. The building exhaled toner and distant thunder. Mabel switched off the soup kettle and placed a rag over it like a flag. Harmon put his maps away. Owen left his repaired file on the new shelf like a grandfather leaving a handkerchief on a chair. Mies' ledger, for her part, left the charm she had placed in the folder on her desk, as if to remind herself that she had been brave. "Tomorrow," I said, though I had no idea whether any of us actually knew what that word would mean in the bureau anymore. Mies' ledger looked up, and in a voice that had become peculiarly easy, said, "We will see. That's the point." The slip watched from the margins, and for once left a tidy little smudge, a comma of ink that looked suspiciously like an invitation. I felt the old familiar anxiety thrumming in my chest, the same nervous humming I get before a complicated form. It was comfortable now, like a reminder that we were alive. There are so many endings that masquerade as conclusions. This, perhaps, is the most accurate. Our work continued. We had added a new section to the ledger called Maybe. We had signed it with stamps that hummed and with human hands that trembled. We had decided, by bureaucratic means, to leave a little room for accident. And somewhere between the stapler's click and the elevator's soft sigh, a postcard from a Wednesday that never existed waited in Pocket's pocket, folding itself into the lining like a secret. The slip kept watch with mismatched stamp eyes. The office lamps dimmed. The world unsealed slightly, exhaled, and then, obedient as ever, got on with the next day's filing. At the end of the corridor a fluorescent light buzzed, a sound like a question. It did not get answered that night. That is to say, it got answered, but not by any of us. It got answered by a rain that learned to be kind, and by a lobster that became a mascot, and by a postcard that told us, politely, to keep one more small thing. I slept that night with my glasses pressed crooked against my face and the feeling that between order and chaos there is a long table, a stack of forms, and a single oft-overlooked chair marked maybe. I left a sticky note on the maybe folder before I went home. It read, "For the curious, check twice, love once." I do not know if that will be the rule that holds us. I only know it is the one I like best for now. When I returned the next morning, there was a new stamp on the ledger. It smelled faintly of citrus and thunder. The slip, as if in good humor, had rearranged the stamps into a little arrow pointing to the folder. I took it as a sign, or at least an invitation. We began to file again, but with one hand open to possibility and the other steady on the stamp. The world, administered as it was, seemed suddenly larger for the tiny allowances we had made. It seemed less terrifying and more like an argument we could have, with civility and occasional silliness, for as long as we could keep our pens from trembling. And if, some afternoon, a postcard arrived from a day that never was and asked us for room to breathe, we would take it in with a stamp and a soup spoon and call it part of the job. There are worse administrations to be under. Later, when someone asks me whether the bureau changed me, or I changed it, I will tell them both. I will tell them that we made a folder called Maybe and Agreed, in ink and charm and a humming vault key, to a new kind of filing, one that recognizes that the smallest of errors can be the beginning of something generous. I will tell them that the slip did not vanish, only shifted its posture, like a cat that has been allowed onto the sofa rather than driven into exile. Then I will look at the postcards pinned to Mir. Pockets bored, at the lobster that is oddly good at parades, at the rain that chooses its mourners, and I will smile. It is not a smile of victory. It is a smile of work unfinished, a smile made of stamps and soup, and a promise to be careful with wonder. There will always be more forms to process. There will always be some clerk somewhere who believes paperwork is a cure-all. There will always probably be a slip in the margins, but we had, in our own small way, negotiated a steadiness, a living bureaucracy that knows how to love exceptions. And I, who came to the bureau expecting only to learn how to staple and sign, went home that night understanding the delicate technique of being gentle with rules. The last thing I did before I left was tuck a small, folded paper bird into the maybe folder. It was unattributed, made from a page of misprinted Form 42Bs. Dot had left a smear of coffee near its wing. If anyone asked whose it was, I planned to say it was from the slip, though I suspected better. If anyone asked what it meant, I would say it was a reminder that filing is not just about keeping track of what is true. Sometimes it is about making space for what we might become. And there, beneath a lamp that hummed like a sleepy committee, the folder closed with the soft, bureaucratic thud of something pledged to memory. I tell this in the soft voice I use for things that might break if I shout. Months have a way of polishing nerves into habit. Weeks settle into their cubbyholes and begin to hum. When I returned to desk 7, it smelled exactly as it had the morning I misfiled the universe. Toner, the tang of storm far off, and the faint, stubborn comfort of old paper. Those familiar smells do a sly job of saying, in their own way, that the world is still a place humans can touch. You might imagine post-crisis as some enormous, glittering thing, processions, commendations, awards with ribbons the color of ink. That was not our postscript. Our victory was a folder labeled Nope and a different one labeled Maybe. The ribbon barrow of public relations did not show up. We had coffee that tasted like triumph and regret in equal measures, and Mabel-ladled soup that told us a truth we all knew in our marrow. Something would always want to slip. Me's ledger was waiting when I walked in. She stood by the potting plant that always looked fed, as if someone had actually catalogued its meals. She inspected me the way a manuscript inspects a reader, quiet, exacting, and with that ledger-stitched expression which is at once reprimand and affection. She did not hold me at arm's length the way I would have expected she might. Instead, she lifted a finger, smudged a spot of new ink on her glove and said, with an economy of words she reserves for matters of the heart and signature, "The world is less broke than it might have been." That counts. I wanted to say the obvious, I know, and instead I said, "I filed a maybe." She nodded. "Good, we need more of those." People without maybes become very afraid. They automate themselves into machine forms that can't laugh. There was an awkwardness in the joke that made both of us smile. Mies. Ledger, who counts paperclips when stressed and tucks charms into filed reports, had softened a crease in her worry. You could see it in the way she didn't immediately return my apology for the lobster mayor. "The mayor is doing fine with his crustacean hat," she said, and there was real pride in it. "He now negotiates parades with more dignity than he did before." August Finch returns to desk 7 as if to a history he is only beginning to understand. When we were in the weeds, when memos reworded themselves and a retired assistant popped back as a younger variant, I learned that the Bureau's work was not simply about erasure or correction. It is about choosing a story that keeps people alive. If that sounds grandiose for a place where forms have teeth, blame Harmon Vance, who doodles impossible maps and laughs like a man with all the keys. And there was Owen, whose constellation tie was as crumpled as ever, who moved through the office as if air were a suggestion. He had done something obscene and brave. He had stapled his old tie to Harmon's ledger as part of the ritual we executed in the basement of amendments. It was symbolic, an old, messy attachment becoming a fastener, and he had done it without fanfare. He told me this not by proclamation, but by offering me a stale biscuit. "Commitment is like a biscuit," he said, popping it into his mouth with the kind of relish he reserves for metaphors. "It sounds boring until someone offers you one you actually want." It made me grin. Owen had stopped being merely my comic foil and handed me an example to keep, choose one thing and see it through. He had stopped dodging. That was the kind of change you could not fit into a requisition. Dot would not sit on the desk permanently. File sprites are fickle and eat margin, as the literature of the Bureau thick and legally ambiguous relies upon. Dot ate a semicolon I had left by accident, and left me a note in squiggles that meant I approve and don't forget to breathe. It is curious how small creatures of paper and stain can feel like petitioners for mercy. I bribed it with a pastry back when the crisis was fresh. Now it likes my handwriting. Mabel stirred something in a pot and called it prophecy the way other people call black coffee breakfast. Her soups have the odd property of being tenderly prophetic in the manner of a kindly aunt who tells you what you need to hear, not what you want. "Lesson," she said, reaching for a ladle and handing me a bowl with both hands as if it were a small, soft treaty you can't file wonder away. "You might as well learn to make it a citizen." I ate it and, for a few bright spoonfuls, felt my hair relax. The soup tasted faintly of cinnamon and possibility. In the cafeteria, Harmon doodled a map on a napkin that included a region labeled maybe between order and chaos. It was an ugly scribble, but Harmon is a man who can make ugly things sound like law. We did the things people do when a storm has passed. We made lists. We catalogued the absurdities we would allow to remain. The mayor retained his lobster companion was what the public relations department insisted upon, to avoid the word hat, and the mayor, in time, found it afforded him a certain theatrical dignity. There was the rain that only falls on sad days, limited in geography and scheduled with Mabel's help to fall when those who needed it most were alone and allowed to grieve. A postcard now arrives, timely or not, with the ability to say precisely what is needed, sometimes late, sometimes early, but never cruelly misstimed. These are small injustices we chose to keep for the sake of human tenderness. In fairness, choosing is hard. It is a bartering with history. Harmon said as much the night we drew up the exemptions. His voice was low and precise. "There is no perfection without cost," he said, tapping a calendar that kept trying to flip its own pages. "We have to decide what we value, a perfect order for the many, or a flawed kindness that saves a few. I had thought I would choose the former. I grew up in a town that measured virtues by how punctually you returned a library book. I was raised on the gospel of tidy schedules and ticket numbers. But when they showed me the faces of the people who benefited from the small errors, an old woman who only ever received sincere letters on the wrong days, a child whose custard remembered being someone else's, my chest felt a new kind of pressure. It was relief and it was grief. So we filed the exemptions with an unusual combination of ledger discipline and prayer. Registrar Amy processed the requisitions with the kind of comic timing that makes you forgive every late signature. She stamped 3 times and hummed a civil tune that the bureau whispered as its liturgy. Harmon used the humming vault key, Mies. Ledger signed in her precise, ribboned way. Owen did the sacrificial stapling. I was asked to decide which small errors to keep. The weight of it made my palms sweat. I wanted to be fair, and fair felt like a scale with razor teeth. I made a list. I crossed some names off after I heard the stories. I kept the lobster. I kept the rain. I kept the postcard. I kept one other thing that no one expected, a clerk's stubbornly off-kilter memory of a summer night that never happened but saved a marriage. It read like theft on paper, but it was mercy in context. Weeks have passed since then, and the bureau resumed its cadence. If you listen closely, you can hear the sound of stamps, soft, satisfying, sometimes furious like applause. Mies ledger counts paperclips when she thinks no one watches. Owen stumbles into the lunchroom with new resolve and an old, patched tie. Harmon redraws maps with a pen that squeaks like a forbidding bird. Mabel keeps ladling. Dot still leaves ellipses. The slip is a smudge that has learned to respect boundaries. It may still nibble at the margins, but it knows which edges are salted. But the world is not finished with surprises, and neither was the slip. The day I filed the maybe folder, I labeled it on a sticky note and tucked inside a careful inventory of the small errors we had chosen to keep. I numbered them because I had old habits that die slowly. When I reached the end of the list, I felt a lightness I had not allowed myself in months. It felt like breath after a long dive. Then something impossible and very small happened. I was indexing the folder when a pale square of adhesive fluttered against my forehead like a moth. It landed on the edge of the desk. I picked it up. It was a sticky note with handwriting I did not recognize. The note reads simply, "Not all misfiles mend, some begin." There was no exclamation mark, only a period that had been half erased. I laughed soft, surprised, the kind of laugh you make at an inside joke you didn't even know you were in. There was no panic this time. Instead, a delighted prickling of curiosity. The slip, if it was watching, might have smirked a smudged smirk. Or perhaps the sticky note was a leftover, a margins memory, a leftover joke that the office had never filed under any particular date. I pocketed the note. That is the thing about working in a place that negotiates with chaos. You learn a new sort of humility. You accept that certainty is a temporary filing status at best. You develop an appetite for compromise. You treat errors like guests. Some stay and make the party better. Others leave crumbs and never come back. We made space for a few. We told the rest to be quiet. Weeks fold into routine, folds into small, unremarkable miracles. Registrar Amy and I meet for tea and argue about whether stamps are jewelry. Mies. Ledger leaves me a slip of ledger on my desk with the word yes written in the corner, which I take to mean permission and blessing. Owen fixed his old file by reading its stories aloud until the paper stopped shivering. Harmon made a map that included a shaded area marked maybe. And sometimes I stand at the border of that area and look out over what we allowed the world to keep. Sometimes I sit at my desk and hum a bureaucratic jingle when I am nervous, which I do less now. Sometimes over lunch I will tell Amy a joke about the lobster mayor, and she will roll her eyes and then laugh, which is the best possible verdict short of a marriage. Dot will leave me a tiny note made of punctuation, and I will feel seen by a creature made of coffee stains. The slip did not vanish when we made our bargains. Creatures like it prefer margins. They live where people are not looking. They are neither wholly good nor wholly bad. They are the small friction that keeps pages from lying flat, that makes you notice the edge. It insists on novelty because novelty resists flatness. It believes, perhaps rightly, that the marrow of life is surprise. I am less the rule-bound novice I was. I file with a new folder now, maybe. Inside it are the things we left: crustacean parades and consolation rains and late postcards and a short list of promises. To answer phone calls even when they arrive out of order. To apologize to staplers when I am sorry, and to fix what is broken with both procedure and heart. The world outside the bureau is noisy and uncomplaining. People go about their days with small misfiles of their own, a missed appointment that turns into an unexpected conversation, a forgotten recipe that becomes a family heirloom. This is not a manifesto. It is a recognition life prefers improvisation, and sometimes systems must learn to permit it. I do not know if our choices were perfect. I suspect they were not. But I also know that when the day comes that the slip thinks it can be a little kinder, it will find us ready to bargain. We will draw new boundaries. We will sign new exemptions. We will keep some misfiles and fold away others. We will keep making lists and make sure there is a folder for maybe. There is, I promise you, a certain joy in finishing a crisis and then living with the decisions you made about it. It is quieter than celebration but deeper than relief. It tastes like leftover soup and new stationery. It is the sound of a stamp pressing down, not with finality but with intention. I close my postscript with a small personal inventory. Things I have decided to keep: a lobster who knows parliamentary procedure, rain that listens and spoons grief with a soft, deliberate patter, a postcard that arrives when it will do the most good rather than when it is most convenient, a memory that never truly belonged to anyone but saves a marriage. Also, the knowledge that sometimes the wrong day is the only day that lets two people meet, and that the only perfect thing about order is that it makes room for human error. I'm at my desk now. There is a stack of forms to be stamped, never-ending public life. The thunder is far off but familiar. I press a fresh sticky note to the cover of the maybe folder, write the date, and feel the small satisfaction of a job well done and a world slightly more forgiving than it was. Then I find, in the sliver of margin between my stapler and my mug, another sticky note folded in half like a shy confession. I don't open it right away. I fold it into my ledger instead and tuck it behind the maybe tab, where frivolity keeps good company with responsibility. The bureau hums around me, and someone in accounts is whistling a tune I don't know. Dot leaves and ellipses on my keyboard out of habit and gratitude. Later, perhaps when the thunder is nearer and Mabel's soup is a little too salty, I will open that folded note and find out if it is a beginning or merely a rhetorical flourish. For now, the hook of it is enough. The promise that the margins still matter, that oddities persist, and that the world can be both ordered and oddly kind. I stand, push my chair in with a little squeak, and go to the kettle. The kettle is a small bureaucrat in its own right. It whistles when it is ready and insists on being useful. The bureau is not done with me, and I am not done with it. The slip remains a smudge, but a contained one. There are new sticky notes to come, some that will mend and some that will begin, and I find I am willing to meet both with a stamp and a soft, crooked smile. I leave the chapter open like a file someone else can add to. The last thing I hear before I return to my desk is Mabel calling out from the kitchen, "Don't be too tidy, August. You might misfile your heart." I smile, which is an answer both bureaucratic and human, and carry my kettle back to desk 7. There is a sticky note folded behind the maybe tab. I take a breath and unfold it. It reads, in a slanted hand I have seen only in the margins of forgotten memos, "We kept the lobster." It told me a joke about lobsters once. It was a good joke. There is no signature. There is, if you look closely, a tiny smudge beneath the final period, an ink crumb. as if someone had touched it and left the faintest of marks. It might have been the slip, or it might have been Dot's way of saying hello, or it might have been nothing at all. I set the note on top of the maybe folder and stamp it, not with denial but with acknowledgement. The stamp makes a small, decisive sound. Outside, thunder rolls like applause. Inside, the bureau continues to do the tedious, exalted work of tending to impossible coincidences. I take my tea and open the file. The world, for once, feels both orderly and happily unfinished. It is an ending and a beginning. The bureau lights flicker as if someone is adjusting a margin, and I think maybe that is all any of us can hope for: a good laugh, a stapled commitment, and a sticky note that insists the future still has jokes. Hook. The sticky note folded behind the maybe tab hints at a new, gentle surprise beginning an ink smudge signature that might be the slip dot, or something entirely new, and I realize the bureau's work is never truly finished.